Revenge, Land of Shifters, Book 2. Written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Heather Livengood and George Livengood. Chapter 1. Milla. I screamed, sharp and shrill, then jumped right out of my seat, knocking into something with a grating sound, thrashing my arms about. The whole act made me feel like that moment on a roller coaster when you get so caught up in the ride that you lose your mind and become a raving lunatic, one slide away from the apocalypse. Gasps issued all around me. Blinking, it took me a moment to realize the owner of the hands grasping my arms. Jake looked at me with worry on his uber-neat face. I mean, seriously. Even his eyebrows were tidy, pressed together now like two caterpillars trying to kiss. I took in his crisp shirt, the type you'd expect at a Fortune 500 company, not at a high school, and his worried stare. If I hadn't known that since the third grade, it might easily have been mistaken for an angry eagle's. Oftentimes, if you caught him on the wrong side of a morning coffee, the two were practically one and the same. Yep, this was the same old Jake, and that could only mean one thing. I'd fallen asleep during class and entered dreamland. The classroom murmured, and I pulled away from him, brushing my hair to the side. Okay, how could this become any more humiliating? This was what you got for slacking off during class, on day 1 of junior year, Milla. "Are you okay, Mills?" he said, making me blush. I stepped back another inch, nodding, and waiting for my brain cells to fall back into the correct alignment for clear thinking. Great. I'd woken up early. Probably too early now that I thought of it. Just to do my makeup, straighten out my curls so that I looked less like a wax doll on my first day of the new semester and year, and prepared myself a lovely scrambled egg breakfast. My dad had been the best at that. My attempts were like scratching paint off your car hood. The thought of my father choked me a bit. I forced my mind back to the present. I'd been standing close to Jake an awfully long time. The class might start getting the wrong impression. He'd called me Mills, too. Jake might end up with a new set of werewolf bites if Trevor caught wind of it, replacing his old ones from their first encounter in the mountains. Always falling down, I said, trying to deflate the situation and move towards my seat with an embarrassed wave to the class. How long had I stood there trying to wake up? Sorry, everyone. Had a bad dream. Guess I've been watching too many horror movies. A few students laughed, which was good. That was better than awkward silence. Perhaps I wasn't the only one feeling a little groggy this morning. They might have even been grateful for the show. A new year at Strangeville High didn't really kick off until some funny rumor spread, becoming the official talk of the day, flavoring the week distinctly. Yep, I could be the main feature of the week. I might even make the headline in Strangeville High's newsletter. Girl wakes up suddenly during zoology class, fighting the air like invisible zombies were attacking her brain. Verdict: drugs or mental collapse from Mrs. Roberts' unreasonably intense math lessons. Vote in our poll now. In light of the real shit that had been happening, I could settle for that level of weirdness. "Miss Dubois," said our zoology professor, her tone surprisingly kindly, "are you okay? Would you like some time away from class?" I didn't remember Mrs. Hickey being so friendly to her students. Of course, suddenly realizing where the tone was coming from, I swallowed, shaking my head, unable to find the words to reply. Not before I caught Jake smiling with eyes that looked like he was in the middle of watching the Titanic for the first time. Okay, now I felt really crappy. This was the exact reason I'd hesitated on coming to school for the new term. For the next 15 minutes, I prevented myself from gripping the edge of my desk, though my whole body was stiff from the feeling that the other students were glancing at me, trying to read me for psychological wounds like some frightened animal. Strange how alike to a jail cell your desk could feel like when you're the subject. I fixed my eyes on the snake illustrated in my textbook. Classification Systems in Zoology, Oxford edition. Immediately yawning. Right, why were we using the Oxford edition of anything? Last time I checked, we were out in a little old town in the U.S. that, ironically enough, most U.S. citizens had probably never heard of. School population, 500. In such a setting, there weren't very many attempts you got at reinventing yourself. I'd heard that major cities like New York had so many people that you could literally go your whole life without meeting your next-door neighbor or learning your local shopkeeper's name. Weird. Not the same in Strangeville. If you earned yourself a reputation for being the crazy cat lady next door, you would be stuck with it forever. Luckily, I wasn't quite 17, so odd acts of behavior like flailing your arms around in class were semi-expected. I'd once seen a student sleepwalk up to the whiteboard during intense exam prep season and begin telling us why the math equation was the key to another dimension. Strange occurrences started happening this spring and escalated right through to the summer, ending in many deaths, including my father's. So there had been no avoiding gossip, though in many ways the worst kinds of rumors were those that people were afraid to share too openly, as they were too tragic. I might just have to move upstate. I didn't want to be just another sad case like all the missing kids on the main hall's walls. I wasn't going to leave school or zone out or forget to wash and feed myself. No, I was going to go to classes and do normal things like normal people. I knew that much about overcoming grief from my interest in psychology studies. Sure, my town was called Strangeville, but I'd had enough strangeness to last a lifetime. That's when someone knocked on our class door, making Ms. Hickey pause in her lesson. When she returned, her eyes were trained on me, and her ridiculously red lips pressed together in a line. I swore she looked at me like I'd been hit by a bus yesterday and she was seeing my ghost. It wasn't fright, but sympathy. I wanted to curl up under my desk, find a tunnel to the other side of the planet, and disappear. How cool would it be if you could just float under the earth whenever you wanted, then pop up and resurface once the awkwardness had passed? Better yet, I wanted to continue with the lesson, do normal school things, but it didn't seem like that was going to happen, did it? Miss Dubois, Ms. Hickey said, which was unusual, as Ms. Hickey rarely said or or any of those filler words. You are needed at the principal's office. I repeated the statement, checking if I'd heard correctly. I could tell the class was watching me again, Jake included. This could really be a scene in an ongoing soap opera entitled Milla's Life. Yes, Ms. Hickey's thumb was sliding over her fingers on one of her hands. Please go right away. My expression read, do I have to? Or so I thought. But when our late 20s teacher kept rubbing her fingers, I just got up, scraping the chair against the floor again and sliding my books into my backpack. The chair made another grating sound. At least this time I was awake. I had a hard time remembering the dream I'd had before spazzing out, but that grating sound sent tingles down my spine. Didn't matter. I would think about it later. Walking out of the classroom into the hall in silence, I had the urge to lean against the wall and then fall into it, as you might do with a giant bed-size pillow. How amazing would that be, if you could fall into any wall you wanted to and get sucked into it like a hammock on demand, forgetting all of life's worries for that moment? I didn't, though I was dying for sleep. The only thing keeping me going was my will to live normally. I had a vision, a dream for an ordinary life. No amount of weirdness was going to pull me into despair. I'd had enough of it waiting at home already whenever I looked at all of Dad's stuff just lying about, never to be used by him again. Strangely, I hoped the principal would have some sage advice that would help me. Our principal was an astute guy. Though his face was pocked with some kind of skin infection, making you want to focus on his thick brown brows as a way to avoid analyzing his face. 5 seconds of speaking to him, and you knew not only was he astute, but well experienced in life. He would help me regain some organization. There was a certain wildness associated with magic. That kind of world, when you belonged to it, was fascinating, but it also made no sense at times and spun you in unpredictable webs. School was supposed to be the place with clear-cut rules and systems, rewards and punishments, so you didn't have to constantly think about life's gray areas that would inevitably swallow you by the time you were 22. No funerals, no sudden calls to the principal's office, no fighting or difficult last-minute life or death decisions, and especially no dragon fire. At 16, I had junior year ahead of me, then college. I had a whole identity lined up for at least the next 4 years. All I had to do was follow the runway, keep my head down, and not do anything stupid like fall asleep in class. Easy enough. Well, that's what I'd hoped. Then I saw the sheriff standing by the doorway. "Mr. Polk," I said, partly relieved to see him. I'd always liked Mr. Polk, a.k.a. Big Bear. Maybe a part of it was the memories of his delicious full English breakfasts of bacon, sausages, beans, toast, mushrooms, and perfectly fried scrambled eggs whenever the gang turned up for some early gathering near his end of town. Not that the gang had been gathering much lately. And just like that, a cocktail of complex and gut-wrenching emotions flooded my system, along with a blonde-haired, giggly face that I definitely didn't want to recall at this moment. Mr. Polk had just turned from a friendly face to the Grim Reaper. Also, I'm not proud to admit it, but at that moment, I vaguely hated Kara. She had made me love her as a friend. Now knowing she was gone forever left a hole in my heart. What's worse, her smile would be there if I hadn't taken that damn red stone from its perch in the witch's ritual circle. Polk's expression was no less troubling. Worms wriggled in my stomach. I almost felt sick to my stomach, wanting to find the nearest toilet stall and fall down on my knees. I should do that. "Mornin', Milla," Mr. Polk said, his forehead annoyingly creased with sadness. For God's sake, just tell me what it is. Why would he be here now on day 1 of school? Couldn't he just give me a week at least to get settled? My breaths became loud enough that I could hear them. He gave Mr. Yunus, our principal, a silent look, and Yunus smiled at me in that painful way like Jake had before leaving us alone. "Am I dying?" I said, unable to hold back the sarcasm and now suddenly afraid that something terrible had happened at home. If Mom had done something to herself, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. But the words were choked off. Mr. Polk kindly laughed at my question and laid a gentle hand on my shoulder before removing it just as quickly. He probably wanted to comfort me, but didn't want to become too intimate with his son's school friend. There had been lots of rumors about that sort of thing before. The last had ended in the milkman running to his hometown all the way in Chicago with Francesca the cheerleader, a year up from me. "Did you want Jake?" I asked with hope, but I knew he didn't. I was just getting dangerously anxious by the fact that our dear, jovial Mr. Polk who made killer golden toast and crispy bacon rashers on a rustic-looking gray marble counter, was not answering any of my questions. He shook his head, his throat wobbling for an instant. There was no way he was about to cry on me. No way. "Mr. Polk!" I yelled. If the principal was outside, he would have heard it. "Milla, I'm Taylor's dad," he said, "not Jake's. Though, yes, my name is Mr. Polk. No, don't worry, it's fine. You're just rattled," he said as I realized that I'd somehow confused two wholly different people who were supposed to be among my best friends on the planet. I shook my head, trying to wake myself up, but the feeling of being in a dream lingered. What had I been dreaming about again? It had seemed important. Shackles. I remembered shackles and floating. "Your mom's all right. Perfectly fine," he continued, seeming to read my mind from earlier. And his eye contact broke several times in literally the space of a second. I took a deep breath, waiting for the blow to land, for the chaos to embrace me fully like an exploding star next to a black hole. At least it would finally add some certainty to my odd day. I only prayed that this had nothing to do with her, the dark magic that might never be out of my life. Just another reason why moving on was hard. Maybe impossible. The evil one. Her. "It's Artie," Mr. Polk said. "He's dead." The blow landed right on my heart, crushing it into oblivion, which meant that I felt nothing as we walked to the front hallway. I'd hoped our principal would be outside so that he might object to me leaving school, but no bueno. "I'm sorry," Taylor's dad continued, walking shoulder to shoulder with me. "We just need you to come in for a few questions." My eyes caught the infamous section of the hallway that I'd overheard being referred to as Death Row by a few other students. I'd been on there for a short while, apparently. Death Row was about the only color in this part of the hallway. In fact, it looked like a collage from afar. Once you got closer, however, you saw the missing signs and realized each face was one classmate after another. I didn't scan the wall, of course. Every time I was forced to pass this section, I made a point of not looking at it, just in case my eyes found faces that I personally had known and loved. I couldn't see Kara now. "Don't worry, I won't put you in cuffs," joked Mr. Polk as we walked into the chilly autumn air, treading over fallen brown and golden leaves. He opened the back door to his police car. As hollow as I felt, I appreciated the effort at comedy. Mr. Polk being humorous was about the only normal thing to happen that day. Well, other than his son's incredible ability to appear like a Harvard fraternity boy. Wait, sorry, that was Jake. This was Taylor's father. Not everybody was two people in one. And thanks to Octavian crushing the stone, I couldn't be a part of that singular person club. Elamir had become a breeze in the wind that blew its final course into me. Now I was one part me, one part dark witch. The police car door thudded shut, cutting out the autumnal wind. It was warm in here. I wanted to sleep again, to be protected forever by the order of the police, promised safety from anything bad that might want to harm me. Even the thought of his police gun made me feel safer. Artie's dead. The idea of it jolted me back to life, making it hard to breathe, bubbling questions up towards my lips. I let the feeling fall, pressing my back into the cool leather seat. My body trembled. As Mr. Polk turned on the ignition, thrumming every inch of the vehicle and making my inner ear itch, my attention drew to a dent in the dashboard. Around the dent were cracks, maybe even blood. It looked like someone had tried to smash it. Artie's father, he usually works as my duty partner. Mr. Polk must have caught me staring at the dent in his rear mirror. I'm sorry, Milla. You've been through enough already. This won't take long. I tried to smile, this time my whole face doing the wobbling thing. My lips quivered next. I bit my lips. Of course, now that I thought of it, Artie had mentioned his father was an officer. A small town like this, coincidences were commonplace, really. I was constantly meeting strangers who wanted to know how my mother was doing. Was this actually happening? I'd hoped to have at least a year with Artie, going to the same school and all in the same grade. We could have learned more about each other, our past, our dreams and aspirations. Now I just wished I'd asked him more questions. Better yet, I wished someone had made a mistake and Artie was perfectly fine. My eyes traveled to the dent again. To distract myself, I took out my phone and scrolled to the only person I could think of that I could talk to. Calling. Mom. Yep, maybe that idea had been a stretch. If my mom had been hard to get in touch with before all this craziness happened, she had upgraded her skill level. She had taken to busying herself as a way of coping with Dad. Last time I'd seen her, she'd been balancing a tray of cakes for a bake sale while sorting out financial issues with the tax people. 3 more attempts went straight to voicemail. Never before had I felt so lonely. But here I was in the back of the police vehicle with one of my most important friends possibly dead. Why didn't I call Trevor, you might ask? Surprisingly, he hadn't even occurred to me. Strange. But then, what wasn't in my life? My fingers were sluggish on the phone. Trevor was still in a wheelchair because of me. Yeah, maybe it was common decency to hesitate to call the boy whose father ended up dead because of becoming involved with you. At that moment, Kara's face burned in my mind again, and I heard her insane ball of energy laugh. Saw her bright blonde hair and Cheshire cat smile. And I saw a dragon shifter dripping in red, standing over her dead body, sniffing the air over a pool of blood. There's talk of Strangeville High closing down, you know, Mr. Polk said, cutting off my trance-like action. I nearly dropped the phone. I wanted to bark at him that I didn't have the energy for new info. Too late. This new information struggled to work its way into my rational mind. Imagine swimming through molasses and you'll understand my clarity of mind. I'm sorry, he said to my gooey brain. I wasn't sure if you wanted to talk. It can help to talk in these situations. Noticed you on your phone there. No, it's fine, I said, realizing that my voice sounded mousy. I'm just part of the ADD generation. If we have our phones pocketed longer than 5 minutes, something's wrong. You said something about the school closing down? Yep, I'm sure you've seen the news. Odd things are happening in this town. Honestly, my detective instincts are buzzing. They've been buzzing these last few weeks now, in fact. I was practically buzzing with curiosity. You mean school will be over? He hummed, then drummed his fingers on the steering wheel as he waited for the lights to change. It would be irresponsible for us to carry on as normal with so much instability, he said, choosing that last word carefully, which I didn't mind. Right now there was a certain word that I didn't want to consider, as much as the word wanted to press at my mind and scream its name. For some reason then my hand went to my neck. Of course there was no red stone there. That dark magic had been crushed by the Dragon King himself, unleashing its trapped powers into me. along with her. But Elamir was silent and had been so since the battle with Octavian. None of this was my fault anymore, so I just had to keep from thinking I was a grenade about to blow up everyone and everything still remaining in Strangeville. Chapter 2. Milla. Hands flew around my neck the moment I stepped through the doors of the sheriff's office. Mom said my name and whispered in my ear, "We're going to be just fine, okay? Remember to breathe. You'll be fine." "Are you trying to convince yourself?" I thought bitterly as her body trembled on mine. The feel of it transferred to me, stuttering my heart awake again and burning me with the feeling I had that night my school gang had left to go to the mountains, drinking strong alcohol by the campfire. The night before I came across that stone. I shouldn't be that way. Mom was being strong for us, protecting me. She took my hand and we walked together into the office reception. Though I'd never before seen Artie's dad, I knew him from his stringy figure and long banana yellow hair. He was hunched over the deep brown wooden counter next to the reception counterglass. Actually, his bent, tearful figure might have given it away. It was Artie's dad, all right. Who else would be so broken up? I breathed deeply as Mom squeezed my hand, wrapping one arm around me like a child's favorite teddy bear. It made the situation easier. Sometimes it's important to mourn. Mourning is the proper reaction. Feeling Mom's emotions reminded me of the love I had for my dead friend. I watched Officer Polk walk up to his friend and give him a brotherly pat on the back. Artie's dad, Mr. Spinnet, I could only assume, didn't respond. He just bent over, seemingly unable to absorb the shock of what was now becoming apparent as a tragedy. True tragedy. Artie had been the kind of person who might have been sent to the mortal realm as my kindred spirit. From his love of old leather-bound books on mythology and lore, faded on the front cover with time, to his mild contempt for physical exertion, to the way he was so comfortable in the library that he called his administrator Mr. H. Artie had been resolutely weird and different in ways that were similar to mine. But those thoughts were feeble. They felt forced compared to what his dad must be going through. After a time, Mr. Polk was able to lead him from the public space and then returned for me. "Just a protocol," he said to my mom and me. "Milla should come alone first." "But we're not under investigation," Mom said quickly, reminding me of a mother bear for a brief instant, which would definitely be better than a no-show bear. At this point, I was happy to be overparented. "Why all the secrecy?" "No secrecy," Mr. Polk said, smiling without really smiling and doing it more with his eyes. I felt Mom's grasp around my shoulder lighten. Did she really worry about them mistreating me? Or was she using me as a safety blanket? I didn't answer my own question. I didn't want the answer, and I was quite sure I was feeling cynical. I was the first to know that trauma changed a person, hopefully not forever. I didn't want to become Scrooge. "We just have certain steps to follow," Polk continued. "Nothing to do with you. Since events near the mountain, officers have been told to be less transparent in their dealings with any incidents regarding death." "Mountains?" I said, my heartbeat quickening. Mr. Polk bit his lip a moment, and I almost thought he might bow to me as a sign of respect. "Yes, we're more hush-hush in general. Certain officers think it's worth considering whether something more malicious is happening regarding the alleged animal attacks in the mountains." "Worth considering?" Mom hissed. "Yes, I think it's worth considering." "Mom," I said, tightening my grip on her hand, but her eyes still burned in that insane way they'd been doing ever since. "Let's not think about Dad just now." "I'm sorry for your recent loss, Mrs. Dubois." The officer's voice had become a touch more pressing in an official sort of way. "And I do not mean to prod on the terrible thing that happened to your husband." And I felt like his words were coming from that of an officer, not those of a friend of the family who had known my father since I had first become friends with Taylor in junior high. But if you know something important about what happened that night, I must remind you— Nothing happened, Mom said quickly, then corrected herself even faster. I'm sorry, I just meant I don't know anything more than the fact that some wild beast got my husband and possibly others. Polk looked intensely at the both of us. First Mom, then me. Are you sure that's all you meant? Yes, of course. Mom put on the flustered voice, using it deliberately as a distraction technique. I said nothing, allowing her to dig her way out of this one. While Mom had been an anchor over these last few days, she had been fierce. I'd somehow been able to go on with life from a more detached position, like getting anesthetized. Sure, the sledgehammer would fall at some point, and who knew what it would do to me. For now, my feelings on the matter were like those toward Artie. I could recall the way he made a 2-finger salute as a farewell gesture on partings. I just couldn't believe we were parting for good. It was so sad, almost dreamlike. Ms. Dubois, if there's something— Mr. Polk went on again. No, I said firmly. My mother has just been rattled. Like me getting Jake mixed up for Taylor, that's all. I think it's best if you let her compose herself. Polk bit his lip again and looked down in an instant, seeming guilty. In the decade that I'd known him, I'd never before seen guilt on his face, only a mixture of jovial, masculine confidence and an easy way that seemed to make you comfortable. He nodded, clenching a fist, and at that moment it was clear how hard those questions had been for him to ask us. A few pangs of guilt bit into me, too. Not only had my mom and I lied to an officer, but we'd also lied to a longtime family friend, in a matter of speaking. Some secrets were unfit for public mention. Anyway, who would believe that beasts could walk on 2 legs? Don't worry, Mom, I said, turning to her. Mr. Polk has always been kind to me. Mr. Polk's brow tensed for a flicker, questioningly. I just smiled through my eyes as I led my mom to the seating area, lowering her to a wooden chair with beige padding. Sometimes the right kind of smile is the one you don't have to force. Makes it easier to have the energy to move. Something banged as we passed a certain door. My heart slammed. Mr. Polk raised a finger, then went into the room, which was dark for some reason, then closed the door. It didn't click so I could hear murmurs, but couldn't make out the words. The person inside sounded angry and frustrated. You could tell by the way the voice quivered and fell, then rose, like stepping on the gas of a faltering engine. When Mr. Polk returned, he ran a hand through his head, though it didn't make his chestnut hair seem any neater. Strangely enough, that observation made me laugh inside. He really was a better resemblance to Taylor, whose long blonde hair made him more a candidate to a rock band than to Harvard. After you. Mr. Polk opened a room without windows with a blue door, which thankfully was lit inside. I'd had enough of dark places, though I didn't know why that thought arose. Please, take a seat. Crossing my legs, I felt nervous, feeling the urge to swallow again. Why was there a screen perpendicular to us? Polk had just taken a seat opposite mine. Between us was a medium-sized square table. His brows seemed weighted down, and he chewed the inside of his lips slightly. We've been told to be extra careful. Polk cut through the awkward silence. I've already said that. Look, you're not under suspicion or anything like that, of course. We all know how close you were to Artie. That's why you're here. Perhaps you can help us make sense of this, final moment. I began to breathe heavily, then stood. No, I said, going to the door. Was he out of his mind? He wasn't asking what I thought he was. Milla, Polk's voice addressed my back. This is hard, I know, but time is of the essence. We hope this is just a case of random tragedy, some great cataclysm that could strike any one of us at any moment. But just in case, If there's a chance that something else is behind this, we need to move quickly. You can help our investigation." I wrapped my hand around the handle, wanting to be free of everything to do with the mountains and the lies. If only Artie had found a book entitled 101 Reasons Why You Should Avoid the Mountain and Immediately Cease Reading Up on Local Folklore, then maybe I wouldn't be here, and Artie would be dying of embarrassment at having to change with the schoolboys after PE instead. "You don't have to watch this if you don't want to," Polk said. "No one's going to force you. But on the off chance that there's something more to this situation, perhaps you can help us. I won't lie to you. My detective instincts are buzzing again. Something strange about how so many recent mishaps are happening at the same time. And their trails all seem to be related to the attacks near the mountains. You don't have to be a math genius to figure that out." "That video shows Artie's death," I said, neither a question nor statement. Polk nodded at me, chewing his lip again, and I was breathing so hard I sounded like a tired horse to my own ears. I swallowed, walking shakily back to my seat, unable to draw it under the table due to my numb arms, though I craved the cover of the table over my legs. It seemed like no matter what room I was in, coziness wasn't its function. Rather, it pressed me in like stones grinding underneath one another. "Whenever you're ready," Polk said. I nodded, and after a second look at me, he held up a remote and pressed play. Maybe I'd been expecting sound or something. Of course, it was just a still video in color. The resolution was enough to make out objects in the room. I could see above Artie, lying still in the Strangeville local hospital, white sheets wrapped up to just below his shoulders, short blonde hair barely touching the top of his ears, sprawled out messily under his head, squeezed on the white pillow. When he rolled his head to one side, I jumped back in my chair. Officer Polk pressed pause, checking to see if I was okay. "Sorry, I hadn't expected him to move," I said, now breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. Polk gave me the smile again, which I didn't return. I just glared at the screen like a person waiting for aliens to pop out of the screen at any moment. Have you ever had the feeling of coming in contact with the dead? Well, that's exactly how it was watching Artie talk to absolutely no one in the room. "Is someone by the door?" I asked. Polk shook his head. "Parallel cameras don't show anyone. Was this something Artie did often, like a habit?" I shook my head, squinting at the screen, feeling chills run up my spine, wishing this was some elaborate prank that one of Trevor's brothers had set up to mark their glorious return to the town. What the hell was he doing? It really looked like Artie was talking to someone. His eyes were animated. He rolled them back for a moment in that way he did when he's saying something sarcastic. Then Artie reached a weak arm over to his bedside table. His finger poked his glasses higher up on the bridge of his nose, like he was checking to see something by the door. Then he gave the two-finger salute. "Artie," I whispered. "That means something?" asked Polk seriously. "No. I mean, yes. That's how he greets, to say hello or goodbye." "But there's no one in the room," Polk said, pausing the video. "I don't understand." "Me neither," Polk said, nearly growling the words, surprising me. I suddenly realized that he had probably known Artie somewhat. Perhaps not enough to know about the salute, but enough to view the boy as more than some case. "But he's definitely alone. Did you ever notice him talking to himself at school?" I shook my head, clenching my jaw. "Please play the rest of it." Polk was looking at the side of my face, I could tell. "Yes, I think it's best. I'm sorry for drawing it out. First impressions often lead to breakthroughs in investigations. If you have other thoughts, please say." Next, Artie took off his round glasses and started chuckling enough to create dimples. Then he went suddenly still, very still. I stiffened in horror as he shook. What happened next was terrifying. His sheets crumbled, pocketed in impossible ways. It was as though he were pressing his body into the bed. While his arms flailed, his head hardly moved. His eyes bulged and he gritted his teeth. He was suffering greatly. Watching in silence, Artie stopped shaking completely after a few minutes. He twitched, then stilled. The officer turned off the screen. "Was he epileptic?" I asked with my hands to my face. "No," Polk said. "The doctors say he was completely healthy, and that there are signs he died of asphyxiation." "Was he on drugs, something that made him hallucinate or react like that?" Polk shook his head. "So what then? I don't understand. The doctors don't know what happened to him?" Polk didn't reply. "Please," I said, seeing that heavy look in his brow again. "I need to know." "I'm not supposed to—" "Mr. Polk," I said urgently, using a more intimate voice than I ever had with him, revealing just how pained I was. "Artie was my friend." Some instinct in me told me what this was. I didn't utter the word, but it rhymed in part with tragic. "I saw Artie's body," he continued, "after it happened. I've seen those signs before. They looked the same as suffocation, but it can't be. In some cases, poison can have a similar effect, though—" "Though what?" I said, when he trailed off. He looked at me one last time, then sighed. "Though—" Bang! The door flew open, smacking against the wall. Mr. Polk jumped up from his seat, and before his eyes could glaze over, he fell back onto the chair, his body curled over until his forehead smacked on the table. A woman dressed in a beige autumnal jacket lowered her pointed finger, walked up to the officer, and tapped him gently on his bent back. "Show me what happened, and explain now." Like a string puppet, Polk's upper body shot upright. His eyes opened vacantly, and he proceeded to rewind the tape, explaining everything he had just explained to me and playing through the video of Artie's death in full. The witch, clearly that was what she was, paid no attention to me, though I turned to the doorway to glance at the dozen or so other women, all dressed in ordinary clothing, a few who were glaring at me. "Though," Polk said, finally getting to where he had been cut off with me, "I can't imagine who would want to poison a student. It just seems so unlikely anyone would have that type of motive." Then the officer collapsed back onto the table, unconscious. "You were Anna's friend," the witch said. I nodded, feeling more and more uncomfortable by the second. Was she going to hex me now? She looked back at the screen with an intense look, scrutinizing every detail of the footage. "What happened to you, Anna?" the woman murmured with a look that was determined, yet sorrowful at the same time. "Whoever did this, I will make him pay. I promise, Anna, I promise." At last she turned away from the screen reluctantly, facing me. "We're holding Anna's funeral. Please come," she said. "You and your mother will receive the letter tomorrow." I nodded again. "Good." Then she walked over to me, laying a hand on my shoulder. The pressure was gentle. Through it, I could feel her love. "I understand how you feel. You are not sure if you should cry or sleep, eat or think. That's how loss is for some, particularly with witches who are focused on answers rather than theatrics. It calms the head and focuses the mind. Officer Polk did not know who had a motive to kill Anna, of course, But I wonder, can you think of someone who might be paranoid of how powerful witches are becoming? Enough to target a defenseless girl. I couldn't fight the feeling that I was being tested in some way. Her voice was authoritative. Whoever she was, the true detective work had just started, though I didn't think much was needed to connect the dots. Dragons did this, I said. I don't know how, but they must have done something to murder Artie. Magic, most likely. Dragons, she said. Reprisal for their defeat, most likely. The woman gave me a curious look, giving me the feeling she was looking sharply into my very pupils, perhaps slightly through it. They will regret this, she said simply, before turning away and exiting the sheriff's office with her cohort. She left before I had the presence of mind to thank her. I finally relaxed in my seat. I heard snoring cut out and a loud cough. Polk said, blinking groggily. So sorry for that. I must have forgotten my coffee this morning. He looked surprised. I revealed an awkward smile. It might be the only kind I could do for a while, considering that I had a strong feeling things were about to become bad again. Chapter 3. Milla. Unable to control my moods, which transitioned between getting cynical at my mom for no reason and shuffling around the floors of the house like a ghost, I decided that school would do me good. Even playing on the keyboard with my headphones on wasn't enough to block out the aura of somberness that my magic detected in the house. It was coming from inside me. But I felt nothing, only suspense squeezing at me. Strange how that is. Not that I intended to use any more magic, deliberately, that is. Magic would take time for me to explore again, if I ever did, with Elamir still inside me. It might be best left in the shadows with everything else that's dangerous. Moan. Guys, meet at our old table today? It's been too long. Simone. Seemed the group chat had decided to raise itself from the dead, too. I shoved my phone into my jeans pocket and drew my dad's old college hoodie over me for security. This was not the time to start involving my friends with all this. Nope. They'd just end up like Kara. There was no way I was going to let any of them get hurt again. They would thank me in time. Looking into my bedroom mirror, my fingers trailed over the customized writing on my dad's hoodie. Professor of Literature and Mythology. The dark stuff really did run through my blood, somehow even in my completely non-magic dad. I glanced at my face, not bothering with makeup. Looking back at me was a plain face with curly black hair that fell to my elbows in waves. The only standout thing about my face was my light brown eyes. Pushing out the memory of my father's distant brown eyes as he laid covered in his own blood, glasses cracked, my tears dripping down his face, I moved out of my bedroom and through the front door in search of Noctis. The boy was sure to know something, or so I hoped, though I hadn't seen him in any of my classes yesterday. He was the kind of boy who was never around when you wanted him and always present when you least wanted a reminder. Dragons had done this. My stomach clenched. Then I told myself there was no way he would have had anything to do with the murder of a school kid. This was something to do with me. I just knew it. As much as I'd hoped to bury my past by pretending that Elamir was no longer a factor, it seemed her dark legacy hadn't finished eating its way through my life. Since beating Octavian, I had felt more in control. Something had transformed. Now I would lock her memory away in a dark cell and make sure to throw away the key. I stared around the chemistry room, fiddling with my Bunsen burner idly. Today I was partnered with yours truly, seeing as Trevor was still recovering from a broken leg, and Noctis had decided to be completely mysterious by not showing up for class. Breathing out a puff of air, I swore under my breath, then wondered if this was for the best. If Noctis showed up, there was a chance he would want to help me. That would only get him involved again in my mess of a life. Hadn't he already risked enough by going against his own father in order to protect me? After everything that had happened, I doubted he would show up at school. Despite him being a traitor to his dad's cause, he was still labeled as an enemy to the foes of his kind. He might get killed by witches or wolves if he's seen at school. I couldn't imagine what he was going through. How selfish was I? Noctis was running around, hiding from his vengeful father, and I was trying to find him for information. Staring at the flame, it seemed so beautiful. I turned it off. Perhaps the most wondrous things were the most dangerous. Magic included. No, Noctis didn't need to know about the mess Elamir and I were somehow still creating. I'd play the same hand as him. Keep things hush-hush and keep myself away from anything I could set in flames. Trevor, he was the same. None of his concern. All he needed to do was worry about his leg healing. Tay. You coming to lunch today? My buzzing phone was intent on annoying me this morning. If there was ever a time in my life when I could relate to monks living out in the middle of nowhere, this was it. People were complicated, especially when they lived inside you. I guessed it won't hurt to eat some food with old friends. All I had to do was not mention anything to do with fangs, yellow eyes, or fire breathing. I spelled out a quick reply and saw my name pop up in the group chat. Sure, see you there. My phone buzzed again, making me snarl silently. This was a little too much. Let's take it slowly, guys. Jay. It's burger day. Stay out of my way in line. That is all. It made me laugh out loud and spread a huge smile across my face. Taking a long, relaxed breath, I turned the Bunsen burner back on. The lunch bell rang not too long after, and, as if this wasn't day 2 of school, the whole class flooded through the doors in a giant elephant stampede all the way to the lunchroom, which blasted my senses like the power of Octavian shooting crippling pulse blasts. Ah, good old mayhem, I thought, as I brushed my curls to the side and scanned the room/war zone for my buddies. Jake held up his burger. How in the world had he managed to obtain it in such record speed when the bell just rang 5 seconds ago? Moan gave me a pout kiss, raising her head from her phone for perhaps a second. Taylor didn't seem to have arrived yet. So far, so good. Everything looked just the way it had before. Swallowing, with a slight tremor to my knees. You'd have thought this was the first day of junior high school or something, and I was making new friends. I got in line, chose fish and chips, and walked up to the 2, who had positioned themselves near a pillar that was out of the way of the biggest stream of students. Howdy. Simone waved her fingers, sounding semi-bored to be there, as usual. Are you serious? Jake greeted me in a creative way by looking at my selection of food, which didn't contain a burger. Yeah, I'm serious, I said, mimicking his tone. Not everyone dreams of replacing their head with a cheeseburger if they had the chance. Simone chuckled. I'm guessing you haven't seen that movie, Jake said. It's called Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. If I could blast these walls and convert them to French fries and quarter-pounders, it would be done like that, snapping his fingers like Thanos. I sat between him and Simone, smirking to myself. Wouldn't that be a mold hazard? Food rots, you know. Shh, Jake said between a mouthful. Why don't you see what I'm eating? I grinned, relieved that he wasn't going to be all awkward around me. Shockingly, Simone hugged me. I thought Jake might choke witnessing such an act of affection from our resident digital human. From his upbeat attitude, he clearly hadn't heard from his dad about my recent arrest, though suddenly his watchful eyes let me know he was thinking about me, perhaps carefully trying to coax me into reintegrating into our little group. Wait, that was Taylor's dad. I sighed. You didn't answer our calls, Jake said, even as Simone still hugged me. She was really very warm, actually, kind of like a personal hot water bottle. Sorry to text you my condolences, but there was no other way to let you—" I gave him my best smile as he trailed off. "It's fine. I'm sorry for not answering." I then gently peeled Simone off me, who herself apologized, wiping away a tear. "I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Could we just act like everything's normal for now?" Of course, even saying the words, I knew nothing would be normal for a while. Octavian had crossed a line. Now there would be more blood. Maybe this was his way of getting me back out on his turf. If that was the case, then I was an idiot and he would win. I would make sure my friends weren't among the pile of coming corpses, even if it meant dying alone. Artie was worth the risk of not making it through. Maybe a final day between dragons and witches had been inevitable. "Math was the same as always," Simone said, seeming unusually talkative. "Gugh." "What's wrong with math?" Jake asked, while stuffing a mouthful of chicken burger with a handful of French fries. He looked like a straw man. "Oh, God, this is amazing. I hope they don't run out before I get seconds." Simone shot him a disgusted look. "You shouldn't eat and talk at the same time. It's rude and disgusting to look at." How in the world did the boy remain so trim? If the average girl had the metabolism of a boy like Jake, they would all be runway models. Jake opened wider, revealing half-chewed mounds of different colors that kind of reminded me of children's Play-Doh spaghetti. "Like this? Don't close your eyes. Moan. You have to see the reality of what burgers become when you eat them. It's all part of the magic." How I was able to understand that sentence is anyone's guess. "You were raised by wild pigs," Simone said, covering her mouth with genuine shock. In truth, who would have thought that such a neatly dressed boy, who wore blazers with a red pocket square, could demolish food like a pack of lions? This was worse than hearing one crack through a leg bone. "Not everyone was raised in a protective bubble wrap," Jake zinged easily. "Moan, if it wasn't for the law, you might not be allowed out for school." "Whatever." Simone was already back on her phone, doing her trademark zoning out thing, lost in the digital world with God knows what app as a distraction. I just smirked, relieved that my friends hadn't changed all that much despite what had happened to our little gang. Sure, there was an unspoken void still present due to Kara's absence. It was the equivalent of dimming the light in a room permanently, or a cloud cutting through part of the sun, making everything much grayer and colder. But we would talk about that together in time. For now, things were okay as they were. I hoped. Jake finally went for a second serving of burgers, a look of urgency burning his lion's face, and I ate my fish and chips. Then I had the feeling someone was staring at me, something that I didn't usually get. But in this case, it turned out to be correct. A greasy-haired boy. He had the kind of eyes that rivaled Jake's eagle stare, though in this case, the boy didn't look stern, he looked petrified. I'll be honest, my instinct was to check my person, to make sure I hadn't become a ghost like Artie. That might sound like another awful joke, but please know it was only the result literally of thinking my life might end at any moment. I didn't like my chances of survival much longer, not when they had managed to get him so easily. Oh yeah, the burger grease oil boy. What the hell was he staring at? The last time this kind of thing happened, it had been with Trevor before we'd grown to know each other. I swore. Was this magic related? Did this boy sense it in me like Trevor had? The boy looked rather tall. You could tell by the way he hunched over, yet still seemed to be about to rise from the seat. He was also extremely gangly, with none of the muscles Trevor had. Why did he look familiar? I've definitely seen him before. Which was strange, because I didn't know him. His eyes were burning into me, and I brushed my hair to the side, simply swallowing my half-chewed bite of fish. My knees began to tremble a bit, and my cheeks felt hot. I really wished he wouldn't stare like that. "Are you okay?" Moan was eyeing me, then her line of sight checked where mine was flitting toward. "Oh, him?" "Him?" I said a bit more roughly than I'd intended. then waited for her to elaborate, but of course she ended up going polk on me by hesitating to continue. Look, if I get another careful response from people who are supposed to be comfortable around me, I'm going to change states. Who is that? Moan did the not quite smile thing. God, in what factories do they make humans? It's like people reacted the same way when it came to tricky subjects. Wait, I probably shouldn't have used the words human, like I wasn't included. No matter how unusual of a situation I was in, clearly this has something to do with death. What had I done now? Graham something, Moan continued, still refusing to make sense. Can't remember his first name. He's the one from the debate team who his parents and sister disappeared in the mountains. I think he's a junior, too. That's, I said, flitting back to the boy who had finally turned back to his plate of green peas and something else that I didn't intend to discern. It's why I remembered his face. He's on the missing poster, as in he's attached to the one for his sister, Lily. Moan nodded slowly, her mouth curling down sadly as she gripped her phone tighter. What's going on, Mills? There's something not right about this town these days. My family's thinking about moving us upstate. What? I said, shocked by the thought of possibly losing another friend. My first reaction had been to reach out and hug her so that she couldn't physically leave without me. Then I considered the situation. Actually, well, maybe it's a good idea to move. It might be safer. Are you serious? Moan leaned into me like a police officer checking your pupils for signs of intoxications. You think I would just move to some strange city and forget about all of my friends? Moan, things can't get much stranger than Strangeville. Moan turned back to her phone. For a moment I felt offended. But by the way she was chewing her lips, it was probably a defensive instinct of hers to cover up anxieties. I know you blame yourself, she said, still not making eye contact. For Kara. And my breaths turned from easy enough, despite Mr. Senegool over there, to dying inside a sauna difficult. I gripped my fork as if I might stab Moan with it until I caught her sad, weepy eyes. I'm sorry, she said quickly. I just can't stand to see you torture yourself over it. Don't you think I know you? You're like a sister to me. We grew up together. You're right about Kara, I said just as fast, the words arriving from somewhere beyond conscious thought. I didn't think you noticed. Moan said nothing, biting her lip as though some unconscious monologue might spill from her, too. We sat in silence until Jake returned, laying his tray down with a proud thud. Do not talk to me. I have further business to attend to. Which suited us just fine for the time being. I wasn't angry at Moan, just surprised and angry with myself for being so casual about showing up again. Foolishly, I'd hoped to meet with the gang and act as if nothing had happened. Yeah, right. Maybe there was a rule, though. I just needed to clock up more tragic incidents in my life. If a few more added to the list, the topic of death could be just put down as a natural phenomenon, as boring and mundane as the weather. When you're dealing with Mila, early death is a common occurrence. Did you hear? Jake said, a wry grin seeming to spread through his words. About the recent, weird, impossible event that might be of some interest to members of our close-knit circle. Moan narrowed her eyes, and I took a deep breath, only able to think of circles relating to evil stones, seals, and dragon witch wars. You mean that Moan is dating somebody secretly? A voice announced loudly, placing hands, one on Moan and the other on mine, from behind. Moan rolled her eyes and returned to her phone, but I definitely noticed a blush and her eyes scanning the room for any students who might have noticed, which was everyone, by the way. Then Taylor sat opposite us, thudding his food tray next to Jake. We should talk about the 14th wonder of the world some more. Taylor bit into his burger, which Jake was eyeing as he was nearly through his second. Seriously, I needed that boy's dieting secret. Taylor, however, was more than eyeing Moan, making me slightly suspicious. "You two are very, very stupid," Moan said without taking her eyes from her phone. The intensity of her forced concentration might have melted the screen if she had been a witch. "That's all there is to this mystery. Unless you want me to disclose secrets that I know about each of you, I would leave this discussion alone." "Moan, this is big," I said, lifting my hands apologetically when I saw her glare. Talk about dragon fire. She could give Jake a run for his money for his eagle stare ability. We ate in silence for a while, listening to the rabid choral chatter of the lunchroom. "I feel like I should say I'm sorry about your dad," Taylor finally said. "When you're ready to talk, we'll do that. When you're ready," stressing the last words. The rest of the gang agreed, and I thanked him. "How's your arm?" I asked. Taylor flexed his left arm, doing a bodybuilder pose. "Never been better." When I frowned, he added, "It's strange," and leaned in covertly. Our whole table became more still. Obviously, this conversation related to some dark stuff that we didn't necessarily want everyone in school to overhear. "It's almost like that huge wolf wasn't really trying to hurt me. Almost like," he had leaned in even more, lowering his voice to a murmur, "like he was trying to warn me or something." "Okay," Jake said loudly, then patted Taylor's head, making the loopy gesture. "I'm taking you to see the head doctor right now. Come, let's go." "Yeah, you're so dramatic," Moan said, letting out a breath and leaning back in her chair. "I thought you were going to say something sensible for a moment." "What?" Taylor's voice rose and he threw the fork down on the plate with a clunk. "It just pinned me down. I hardly felt a thing. It's possible. If it had wanted to kill me, then why did I barely have a bruise the morning after? Look what the other one did to care—" He cut off, turning his head away and staring off into the distance. He continued, his voice thick with frustration. Now he was stabbing at his french fries, the ketchup beginning to look an awful lot like blood. "I can't stand not knowing what happened that night. You're all thinking the same thing right now, aren't you?" Our table was dead silent now. Jake made the "less loudly" sign. Taylor leaned in again. "Something freaky's happening in this town, and it's freaking me out, man. First that Graham boy, then Kara, now Milla's dad, and those are only people we know." "Leave it," Moan said, and I felt her hand on my thigh under the table. "We all feel responsible, but that night was just a freak accident." "No," he hissed. "You're all thinking it. Especially you, Milla," now focused on me. "You know about this kind of stuff. You're always reading about it. I can't stop seeing it in my nightmares. That creature that got her. We can't just pretend it didn't happen just because the police don't believe what we saw. We need to settle it right now because that thing that got Kara, it wasn't an animal. And it wasn't a human. It was something else. I think it was the same thing that Graham saw." "Monster," Jake said simply, putting the last remaining piece of burger down. I really wished he would finish it together with his conversation topic. Nobody spoke, and the sound of lunch chatter filled in the gap all over again like an incoming tide. And me, I just breathed like an asthma attack was on its way and started at the unfinished piece of burger. I had to get away. The weight of what had happened yesterday returned to my shoulders. There would be no shaking this responsibility, this curse. Taylor still had a father and a little sister, Abby. In fact, of all of my friends, Taylor and Jake were the most at risk of being caught in the oncoming war, living so close to the mountains. I had to say something. God, I was already an ass for not walking up to Graham and explaining that he wasn't crazy or loopy or a nut, that I knew what had happened to him was real, and that I had proof. My turn to lean in. "What is it?" Moan said in my ear, eyebrows somewhere where her hairline should be. The others shared similar expressions. I just waved her closer until the whole lot of us had our heads huddled at the center of the table. So what if it looked weird? Things were probably about to become a whole lot weirder in the next days or weeks. Though it did look quite funny with the four of our faces making a circle, like we were the four sides of a tent or something. The last time we'd been this physically close together would have been junior high, agreeing on what game to play next around the school playground. My heart fired 1,000 miles per hour. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I had to say something. "Be careful," I said, feeling suddenly connected to each face. Warmth and love spread through me. These are some of my favorite people on the planet. Their safety meant everything to me, despite my being the secret reason for their grief. If you hear or notice anything out of the ordinary, do not investigate. Run away and tell Jake's dad or something. Trust your instincts. "What the hell are you talking about?" Now Taylor's eyes were hard. Maybe Jake's eagle eye feature was a disease of some kind because he had just notched up the killer look. I could barely look at him as his wild rock star hair flashed around. "You know something!" "No," I said quickly, thinking faster. "I heard something from the officers. They're secretly worried about certain patterns to do with the recent deaths. They think something more organized and deliberate might possibly be happening." When Taylor became even more rattled and demanding, I hushed him. "Please, there are things I learned because of... you know why? The thing I don't want to talk about yet. Don't press me on this. Just stay safe and warn your sister, Taylor. All of you, just be careful." Then I took a deep breath. "I might need to go away for a few days. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." No amount of questioning was able to draw more information out of me. My friends and I departed, dissatisfied, and Taylor in particular watched me with an intensity that I couldn't ignore. Chapter 4. "Milla, you received my invite," said Artie's mom, who was dressed in an all-gray cloak. It was the traditional color for this kind of funeral, apparently. "Thank you for coming, my sisters." And she hugged my mom and me, gesturing for us to follow the guide witch who was ahead of us in an emerald cloak. I didn't say anything. Maybe it was common for witches to refer to a mother and daughter as sisters, though it seemed like a confusing system to me. "Did you find out anything, Sophia?" Mom asked, clinging to the witch's gray robes. Sophia made a line with her mouth, which my mom clearly knew the meaning of. Nada. "My suspicions remain," Sophia said, "but there will be time for that. How are you?" And her eyes sharpened in that way they had with me. Mom simply looked down, still holding onto Sophia's robes, and the witch stroked my mom's hair. The action kind of, as in a lot, surprised me. Sure, they'd known each other since even before the witches set Elamir free to fight the dragon shifters, but this was way more intimate of a sisterly relationship than I'd imagined. "I want you to leave the worrying to me," Sophia said. "Our sisters will cry together. Some of us will fight together. But not you, Jackie. I want you to recover from your loss. Deal with your emotions." My mom gripped the cloak harder. "It's fine," Sophia said. "I will take care of Octavian. Now I need you to accompany your daughter as we bury mine. Your strength is your feelings." Her voice became more formal somewhere along the line, carrying the air of a headmistress. "Mine is cold calculation." My mom nodded, reached for my hand, and we followed the witch in emerald, who led us down a soil pathway. While the witches were wearing boots, my mom and I had both come in heels, which I was currently regretting. Well, it didn't matter. This was about Artie, who had lived and died as my friend. As it was autumn, many of the trees were already leafless, all bony brown limbs, some grayish with age. We treaded through the mushed-up leaves, damp soil, and the odd branches that wanted to poke you in the side of the face, drawing deeper into the woods. This was the most original funeral I'd ever been to so far. Thankfully, Mom had been lucid enough to drive us in her silver minivan that was somewhere between a hippie bus and a normal person modern SUV, though my mom was in no way sloppy or alternative in looks. My mom's long blonde hair and traditionally beautiful face, all symmetry and cutesy-nosed, with her black stiletto heels for which most male drivers would slow down if she walked on the side of the road, seemed out of place with the adventure trail. Sure, this might make a good Tough Mudder or some other endurance race where you were expected to step through deer droppings and end up looking like you'd had a mud bath, but it wasn't so convenient for a formal gathering. The Emerald Witch didn't seem to have a voice, just another member of the Coven's giant membership group. We followed behind her at a gentle pace, which I was grateful for, to be honest. I'd never quite mastered the art of walking quickly in high heels with grace. The cold leaves tickled against my toes from time to time. I just prayed no mud stained my feet. Soon, we were so deep into this section of woodland that two things occurred. First, shadows loomed over us and darkened our trail. Second, I got a little paranoid. Not so long ago, the fake Coven, so-called Mother Witch, betrayed Trevor and me, leading us into a trap before Mr. Octavian tried to blow out my eardrums with sonic blasts. But there wouldn't be any chance that they would side with the Dragon King, especially considering what had happened to Artie. Would they? "Mom," I whispered, staring at the back of the Emerald Witch. "Can we trust them?" "Yes, of course, darling," Mom said, though her words sounded drunk. If I'd asked her whether we could trust unicorns, she might have provided the same answer. Her mind was clearly on other things. "Sophia is scary, isn't she?" Looking at Mom, trying to read her. "I didn't say that, but I guess, yeah, she does seem strong." Mom laughed in a croak, making Emerald turn her head to the side once. I got the feeling Mom was drowning in tar deep inside. "Sophia is a powerful witch. She was attracted by the dragon shifters at her area when this first started out. If only she had reached us in time, much would have been different. Octavian messed with the wrong witch. Now she has the whole Coven behind her." "Sorry? I thought she already had been backed by the Coven." "We're all sisters, but now I'm quite sure she's secretly been given the new title of Witch Queen." Mom looped her arm inside mine and we walked in step together. "Who was the Witch Queen before her?" I asked. Mom's body was tight. "Milla, dearest, please don't ask me more questions. I'm very tired. I wish we could just comfort each other and forget about who's who and whatnot. Gosh, when are we going to get there? I can't stand walking in this muck. I can't even see what I'm stepping on." "Mom!" I barked, making Emerald turn to glance at us decidedly, so I lowered my voice to a hiss. "How can you say that? We can't just pretend like everything's all right." "Oh, stop it. You're starting to sound like her now." "And is that a bad thing? Sophia is scary. I should be scarier. I'm carrying around something so unholy that it nearly destroyed all of us. I'm like the Antichrist or something." Mom laughed crazily, and I suddenly wanted to pull away from her. Who was this? Her body was all stiff, but her words slurred. "Milla, baby, you're so scary at times, but I could never be afraid of you." Damn, well, that had been the right thing to say. Maybe I was just looking to pick a fight. My phone buzzed, and I checked it just for something to distract me from my uneasy stomach, caused by this walking contradiction beside me. Tay. Mills, you're not in class. So you weren't kidding then? Where are you? You can tell me the truth. From the fact that this was a private message, Taylor clearly wasn't joking around when he'd pressed me for information earlier. The boy was determined to wriggle his way into the woods, worms, and mud, joining the rest of my dark sisters. Tay, I'm confused. Why would you have a secret life all of a sudden? Look, call me when you get this, okay? I couldn't think of a reply at that moment, so I just tucked my phone away. Honestly, I didn't intend to reply. Some truths were too unbelievable. Besides, I didn't quite know what the truth was just yet. The trees parted, giving way to a medium-sized clearing. Rows of witches were arranged, forming something like a concentric circle. So when we entered the clearing, half of the witches, from our line of view, had their backs turned to us. A few on the other side of the circle looked up at our group. I didn't recognize any faces and mostly did not make eye contact with anyone. My belly burned, not with indigestion but anxiety. My chest was tight, and I had the urge to do yoga or run. While I wasn't a couch potato, other than recently, due to having my reality pulled out from under me, I did not often have the urge to do a workout. The aura here just felt oppressive. Were these witches good or very, very dangerous? Possibly both. While none stood out, together they felt like a wave ready to crash against a mountainside with the force of 1,000 oblivions. Blood, wrath, these were words that came to mind. But we were the good guys, weren't we? They, the dragons, had taken away our dear witch, Artie, and now it was our righteous cause to inflict our witch wrath on the perpetrators. Not to do so would be wrong, wouldn't it? Crap. I was breathing like a scared rabbit now. And why did this seem like the snare? Calm down, Milla. Elamir wouldn't do anything crazy with this many witches about. At a time like this, I needed to focus on the real enemy. Octavian wanted us to panic and to fight amongst ourselves, to be divided. We wouldn't. Instead, his vile orders, who else could be responsible, would lead to a unified coven, led by a new witch queen on a mission for truth. The Emerald Witch gestured for us to keep following, and the circle parted, opening for my mom and me. Then she stopped. I stared at her, confused. She was a woman roughly in her early 30s. In a way, she couldn't look more witch-like. Her crooked nose had a mole above one nostril, and her teeth looked like they might have been better off with some kind of corrective dental intervention in younger life. You want us to separate? Mom's voice trembled, and she kept her arm firmly looped in mine. No, I said just as firmly. No, thank you. We would rather stay together. These are Sophia's orders, Emerald said. Why hadn't she called Sophia the Queen? That probably meant the new title wasn't quite yet official. All right, my mom said, then took a long, shaky breath. Milla, I'll be just behind you, okay? Mom, I said urgently and quietly, as several witches had turned to observe our interruption, we should stick together. Your positions have been chosen, Emerald insisted. Please follow our rituals out of respect. After another pause where it was clear that Mom wasn't going to intervene, I said, Fine, leaving Mom in the third to last circle. Emerald continued to guide me all the way into the inner circle, where all frustrated thoughts gave way to the sight ahead. There, Artie lay down, eyes closed. Well, sort of. The Artie I knew would never have worn high heels or a white dress, though he might have approved that it was sleeveless. Artie definitely wouldn't have chosen red lipstick. The only thing arty about this corpse was the shocking blonde hair that barely reached his ears in length. Underneath him were countless brown twigs, laying one over the other like thatched needlework. I clenched a fist. Emerald gave me a last glare, ensuring that I would remain in my position between two black-cloaked witches, then disappeared. I just struggled to control my breathing, trying my hardest to relax from the swirling emotions inside that made completely no sense. The two witches beside me had powerful auras. I was nervous to even glance at them, but they seemed to stare straight ahead for the most part. Every now and again I summoned the courage to look up, but only high enough to meet Artie's legs. Seeing the red heels burned my stomach with rage for some reason, but I let it go with deep breaths through my mouth. Artie was a unique, almost indefinable boy who had lived in such the same way, but he was also a member of the Coven, at least by blood. I suppose that linked me to the Coven, too. Perhaps when I died, they would place me on a bonfire, too. Of course, I don't remember Artie agreeing to have his body roasted like this, and I personally would prefer a burial myself when I died. My phone buzzed more. I just switched it to completely silent mode without taking it out of my jacket. The witch to my right stepped away from me, and my heart stammered with a pang. Before I realized the circle had parted, Sophia's erect figure drifted right beside me. I went to apologize, but caught her eyes, which were soft. She was even smiling, comforting me instantly. Something in the way she held my gaze made me feel seen. Okay, that probably sounded like it made no sense, but I would dare you to meet Sophia's gaze and not feel suddenly there, as if before you'd been wearing a mask and Sophia had asked you to lower it. Then she continued, heading right for Artie's body, laying a hand on his leg. I couldn't see her expression from my angle. The collective had already been silent. Now the very woodlands seemed to deaden. The sky darkened, and the two figures came into focus. We stood like that for a while. All auras stilled. Sophia moved away from Artie, blinking slowly in her measured way, and walked slowly from one side of the bonfire to the other, round and round as if studying her dead son, or rather, daughter. Then her gaze turned outwards, to us in the circle. Immediately, her aura sent a jolt up my spine, making me alert. "I understand your conflicted feelings," Sophia said, her voice carrying across the clearing with ease, the oratory clarity of a stage actor. "You want to celebrate this little light and to think of how it shone during its short time." A series of sounds that I did not understand ran through the clearing, seeming to warm it. The sound was surprisingly deep for a group of all females. "But," Sophia continued, "you also feel dark, wicked feelings." The Coven witches made a noise like 100 sticks scratching against stone. "You want vengeance for an injustice. It has befallen my angel, but it could have been any one of us. The darkness does not care. It only seeks to be the one, for in its eyes we are a nuisance." And she allowed the scratchy sounds to build up. "But our complicated feelings are our greatest power," she continued. "We can love as I loved Anna. We can also strangle everything that stands in our way, bleed the very sun and call the heart of the woodlands to our wrath. I did not create this wave of unity that you see today. The will of our magic did. We have been roused. Now the land will know our name." So, this was it then. All I knew was, if Sophia was our general, I would follow her right into the darkest night. The witches beside me took my hands, which were cold for some reason, as if this were a great gathering of zombies. We were humming now. Okay, I could hum. and it grew and grew until, I kid you not, the ground began to shake. Now, I'd obviously expected somebody to throw lighter fluid on the bonfire or something, then set it off, so this was unexpected. The ground trembled so much that I heard my teeth rattling. It felt like standing on a carpet that had been flooded underneath. That was another thing. If they intended to start a fire, that could be dangerous to the surrounding trees. I had to hope they knew the risks and had some alternative to laying out sand on the clearing. When the tremble got so massive that my vision blurred, I decided not to move my feet. That didn't feel like a good idea just now. Sophia stepped toward me, taking my hand, however, clearly unfazed by it all. The witch to my right stepped aside so that Sophia could join the inner circle with us. Sophia's hands were warm. For some reason I wanted to cry. I didn't know why. Maybe it was the feeling of belonging or something like that. I had to admit the Coven Witches put on a great show. Light works and everything. You'll see what I mean. First, the ground around Artie crumbled, lowering him and the sticks into it. My heart skipped just a little at the sight. Until that moment, nothing had felt so final. But seeing him being swallowed into the ground was about as final as things get. Next, the hum began. A chant that sounded like water sprayed on a pane of glass in bursts. At first, I just let them do their thing. Then I felt the aura channel through me, and I knew the words. They spilled out of me as the whole grew and grew. Blue flames that somehow carried no light other than inside themselves leapt up from the falling twigs, then wrapped around Artie, and he was lost. And the whole thing fell. Things became darker, actually, despite those flames. I looked up to see the trees close around us, their joints creaking. Our clearing darkened further as the sky was blotted out. When Artie had fully disappeared into the earth, the clearing was no longer a clearing.
Chapter 5. Trevor. "Shut it," I said, but Eli just poked me, then the man-child jumped over me inside our living room. His square head probably brushed the ceiling in the process. "Shut it," Eli mimicked in a whimpering voice. "Jack, he's not only got a broken leg, little Trevy's dying of a broken heart." Jack doubled over on the sofa, then winced, the movement having shifted his arm brace uncomfortably. "You're a lucky bastard is all. Why were you the only one not to get injured? It makes no logical sense." "What do you mean?" Eli said, stuffing his face with a handful of my favorite juicy, seedless grapes that Mom had just brought all the way from Main Street Grocery. "I've been thinking about it," Jack said. "You're no better at fighting than me. The probability that you came through our battles with the dragons unscathed seems unlikely. Little bro, on the other hand." I tried my best to ignore their masterful disses. For a moment there, I thought Jack was actually criticizing Eli rather than setting me up for another trademark big bro bully remark. The worst thing about these two was that if you showed any reaction, it would only make them try all the harder to poke at you. "If you have a date with little Mills, I'll will you to her," Eli said, finishing my grapes and now making his way back to the kitchen for something else that wasn't his to wolf down. Okay, Jack said with finality. "I think we've been hard enough on the pup. I think he's clear on his position in our little temporary wolf pack." "Thanks, bro." "I'm going stir crazy," Eli's voice rang from the kitchen as he wolfed down some unknown food. This isn't enough for 2 fully grown wolves." And another grand diss. 2 fully grown wolves. So I suppose I'm not an adult now that they're living at home. Jack chuckled, rubbing the sling which carried his broken arm. a habit he had been doing ever since getting the all clear from the hospital. It was like my older brother imagined it might magically heal if he rubbed the white bandages regularly enough. In fact, Jack was crouching in the middle of the living room like he was about to take a huge dump, seeing as he was unable to sit down due to his fractured tailbone. I thought he secretly enjoyed the thick rugs that Mom had lined most every room in the house with, including my own. The rugs were an array of different colors, but all had Native American patchwork vibe to their design, and every so often Jack would also rub it, sometimes fingering some of the loose threads. Several years my elder, both had defined, square jaws with broken noses from too much fighting as pups. Me, I was just sitting on our thin couch with my straight nose and round face, feeling like a big balloon, glad that Eli had given me a moment's distance from his musty smell. For flip's sake, why did Eli's smell have to be so damn intrusive? Half the time I barely registered what the TV was doing because the odor distracted me so much. When this was all over and they all returned upstate to their studies, I would be a happy pup. Wait, happy wolf, not pup. I was definitely not a pup. Don't let them brainwash you. It was just the way with wolves. Bring adults together of the same sex, heck, even two females in a pack with another male, and inevitably, they began jockeying for position and authority. Clearly, I was the tennis ball thrown around to keep Eli and Jack from turning on each other. Why was I tolerating this abuse? Well, for one, where the hell was I going to go? And two, they'd helped to save Milla's life. I owed them one. Doesn't matter if I'm 6 feet tall. Right now they see me as a little pup. If it keeps the peace until Jack is healed enough to sit in Eli's Hummer, so be it. Then again, I had the feeling Eli didn't intend to leave until he had other answers. Square-chin brother number 1 plopped onto the thin sofa dramatically with a loud, "Ooh, ah, time for more food," and my whole body bounced a little. Though I was 6 feet with muscles and a broad chest, Eli was me, just bigger. Last time I checked, he was 6'3". Number 2 over there, squatting in the center of the room, was an inch shorter than Eli. Clearly, our genes were built for power, though none of us were quite as tall as Dad had been. Had been. Was he really dead? "When Dad gets back, nobody tells him I raided his personal stocks," Eli said, sending a tingle down my spine by the coincidence of his statement with my track of thoughts. "What?" I said dully, staring at our new residential head king wolf. Obviously, I was joking, just to be clear. Eli was only the king of eating everything in sight. Ouch! Eli decided not to punch me again, perhaps drawing on some deep hidden layer of human empathy that he might have. Then he continued to demolish Dad's store of beef jerky. The real kind that's so thick it would take a non-wolf 2 days to chow down. "What was that for?" I said, pain in my voice. Big mistake, as I caught a flicker of Eli's wolf sense for weakness in his face by the way he revealed some of his canines. "And Dad's not coming back, so you might as well..." Arrgh! Another blow to my arm. This time I felt my muscles crush, definitely the beginnings of a bruise. "Still the big baby boy, huh? Can't take a punch?" Twisting Mom's nickname for me with the addition of big, which perhaps I should be happy about. "No body, no death. Don't jinx it." I sighed. Obviously, there was no use explaining that it was illogical to conclude that someone was alive just because you hadn't seen them die. How long had it been since we had last seen Dad? 4, 5 months? Yep. That was not like him. Some fathers, like Milla's, might disappear for long periods. Not Dad. He was the man of the house. Anything went wrong, he was there on call. There it was. Another sign that Eli wasn't going anywhere until he saw a body or drew answers from the last person to have seen it, which would be our dear old ex-antique store owner, Mr. Simmons, whom no one had seen in Strangeville since he and Dad had gone toe-to-toe. Were they both dead? Having mortally injured each other? Jack didn't say anything on the matter. As an engineering student, he actually had a capacity for rationalism. It was best to allow Eli to come to terms with Dad in his own way. As far as wolves go, Eli was among the more stubborn variety. Eli flicked through the channels at leisure, not bothering to find one channel we all agreed on, then sticking to it. That was more a witch sort of thing to do. Man, these last few weeks had been bone-chewingly grinding at times. Maybe Jack could squat in the Hummer all the way out of Strangeville. "Shouldn't it be about time for you to start your own pack?" Jack said after a couple minutes of channel flicking, which transitioned from booty-shaking music videos to news presenters cut out mid-speech before moving on to Bugs Bunny chewing a carrot on the Disney Channel. Did they really still play that cartoon? Wait. I sighed, realizing that Jack was having the conversation with me. Bad move. Eli paused on Bugs Bunny, snapping off a carrot, which happened to be how I felt in that moment. "Answer the question, baby boy." Eli lowered his voice, somehow sounding dirty like some pornography director. "Shouldn't you be having your own pup soon?" I clenched my teeth together, but on the outside kept my expression dry, making my face read, "Did you say something? I was sleeping just then." "Ooh," Eli drew out. "I think he's in love. This one's special if it's got him this touchy." "Come on, Eli," Jack said. "Go easy. I remember my first love." "Greta?" Eli said, genuinely shocked. "You left her for Nancy after she caught you with Ula." "Well," Jack smirked guiltily, "maybe Trevi's got a more gentle version of love, but I understand." "I think he's taking this defender of the wood witches thing too far," Eli made a Superman voice. "We almost died for his little crush. You'd better form a pack with her so this was worth it." My face went red. They were going to start asking about her breast size soon and what base I'd moved to if their previous discussion about girls together were any indication. Bloody animals. There's no way Dad was this wild at their age. Of course, I still said nothing. Here were the rules. When Eli was busting your balls, saying anything was only like offering your arm to a hungry lion so that it wouldn't go for your throat. Just say nothing. Keep your distance. Thankfully, the door clicked open at that moment. Our ears pricked, though we knew who should be at the front door. Yet immediately there seemed to be unfamiliar smells and numerous footsteps following after the first set. Magic. Powerful, unfamiliar magic. Eli leapt up. I pulled my wheelchair to me, trying to slide into it. Mom waded through the living room door with a shake of her umbrella on the mat. At that exact moment, I slipped, losing grip of my wheelchair handle, and tumbled onto the carpet, gritting my teeth and growling, though I was still ready to let my inner wolf burst out at any moment. From my side glance, I saw Jake put one arm forward in his crouch position, probably ready for it to become a paw. "Eli, Jack, please, there's no need for alarm," Mom said, then exclaimed when she saw me helpless on the floor, my face pressed against soft wool fibers. "My baby boy!" She came running to my side to help me up with her surprisingly powerful arms. "I'm not a baby," I groaned as she heaved and dropped me into the wheelchair, sort of like you might put a baby into a high chair. "You don't call the others that." My face burned hotter as my words sounded even more childish in my head. "Don't be silly," Mom said. Then we both turned to the strangers by the door as Eli was audibly sniffing. A rather tall witch stood by it, along with 3 black-cloaked ones. Her posture was so erect that it gave the appearance that she was looking down on us. though she wasn't nearly as tall as either. Wait, maybe she was taller than me, seeing as I was seated in a high chair. Between them was a smell I knew like the back of my hand, which I knew quite well. Mila. I wanted to literally roll to her, but no way I was doing that with Eli and Jack here, not to mention a room full of unknowns. Showing affection to Mila around my mom was awkward enough. Why did Mila look so distant? Maybe I was imagining it. "Who is she?" Eli said, his hands making fists by his thighs. The air tingled, and for a moment, I imagined Eli bursting into a great huge red-furred wolf and launching himself at the Grey Witch. Nobody wanted that to happen. Of course, Mom allowed Eli to address the witch without interrupting. There was a chance he might transform just out of making a statement that he was the temporary alpha wolf while he stayed until... Well, it was becoming more likely that Eli intended to stay until he saw rock-hard evidence of Dad's death or aliveness. "My name is Sophia," the witch said in a rich, calm voice that poured into the room like milk. Eli licked his lips. "Your mother has very kindly agreed to shelter Mrs. Dubois for a brief length of time." Eli growled lowly, then turned to glance at me. "What has changed? She lives with Mila, no?" "Much has changed," Sophia said, still as calm, though I wasn't sure she wanted to go around playing with Eli's words like that. He might take it as offensive so close to the wolf's den. Just at that moment, the air prickled with electricity. A fine amount, perhaps the level that only wolf senses could detect, and I realized Sophia was the source of powerful magic that had caused Eli to leap up in the first place. Silly. That wouldn't threaten him. It only meant she would be the first to go if things got violent. "What has changed?" Eli said impatiently, his words becoming slow and deep. "War," Mila said. "We're going to war against Octavian." "We?" I thought to myself. It had sounded before like Mila and her mom would be sheltered at home with us, where they belonged. I tried to catch Mila's eye, but she didn't look at me a single time. "You should make your sons come too," a witch in emerald said. She had a nasally stuffed voice like she had caught the flu, then eaten a too-big turkey Christmas dinner. "Only Trevor answers to his mother," Eli interjected before Mom could reply. Now speaking more carefully, a warning. "We are no longer witch pups running and skipping around the woods." Sophia's eyes sharpened, digging into Eli's for a long while, then seemed to nod to herself. "Kathy, please apologize to Eli." "My apologies," Kathy said without hesitation, managing to deliver it without a hint of remorse. "There was a time when it was true," Sophia said, "when wolves were domesticated witch guards." "Was," Eli reaffirmed. "Other than little Trevor, there are no pets in this room." "I'm not a pet," I said weakly, irritated by how whiny my voice sounded. "He's just kidding," Jack said, giving me a wink, then a more calculated look at Eli. The look read, "Not a good idea to show any weakness or division inside the pack." Jack put out a hand, offering a handshake. "We just like to tease our younger brother. You caught us off guard. Usually we like some warning before guests visit." Our mom apologized diplomatically, maintaining appearances, and Sophia shook Jack's hand. I blew out a breath. Well, that had worked. Some of the tension in the room dissipated a little. "Why now?" Eli asked, locked in eye contact with the head witch. "Why attack?" "The Dragon King has drawn first blood," Sophia said. "First blood," Eli mused, scratching his stubbly square chin. "By attacking a minor who was of no obvious threat? A pure act of bloodlust." Sophia's eyes sharpened. She seemed to be studying Eli's mind, perhaps sizing up his intelligence. That was no ordinary miner. She's my daughter. We will travel at night and assassinate the Dragon King and his people." "How did you obtain the information?" Jack said without missing a beat. Though mine was revving up to jet fighting levels, my engineer brother's mind was lucidly adding up data for assessment. My thoughts were simpler. A single question / exclamation. Assassinate the Dragon King himself? "We cannot say who," Sophia said. "But we have a source." A source? Milla shifted a little. Was she thinking the same thing as me? Noctis. Milla was looking away again as though I weren't her boyfriend. "Can you really trust this information?" Jack continued with his mini interrogation. Kathy, the Emerald Witch whose troll face on closer analysis looked like someone had put it through interrogation, what the hell was with that big crooked nose, shot Jack a scathing look that was quite horrific on her. Jack caught it but had no change in tone. "It's no use getting emotional. I asked a fair question. How do we know it's not another trap?" Sophia sharpened her eyes on him now. "It almost certainly is." Eli put hands on his hips. "This woman is crazy."
"Watch your tongue, Wolf,"
Emerald or Kathy hissed.
"Since when did your kind disobey witches?"
Eli remained cool, which was starting to scare me. I'd had enough of blood. "Look," he said. "Lady, I'm not scared of you. And I don't obey no witches. I go to college upstate. I plan on buying a big mansion in Beverly Hills someday. Better yet, Hawaii. And I'm doing you a favor by helping out here. I'm mostly doing my hapless pup brother a favor." Cheers for another masterful half-compliment, bro. "We need answers," Jack said, glancing at Eli to check his reaction. "Our father was attacked by one of his underlings a few months ago." Sophia nodded. "We wouldn't turn down the assistance of a wolf. It might cut down navigational time. We're leaving now, however." "Then so am I," Eli said. "Me too," Jack said instantly. "No, Jack, you look after the den," Eli said, "just in case." Sophia turned to Jacqueline, who had her arm looped through Milla's. "We will have messages in the woods to alert you if something goes wrong." "What about Milla?" I said before I could stop myself. "You didn't mention her." Milla avoided eye contact. While she had been doing that since she walked in, Milla continued to avoid eye contact with me. "She will come too," Sophia replied. "I won't let her leave," I said firmly, and this time Milla met my eyes and smiled sadly. Now I knew why she had avoided looking at me. Eli laughed wildly, then rolled his eyes at Jack's disapproval. Sophia sharpened her eyes on me. "We could do with another wolf shifter," she said. My brothers exchanged looks again, probably assured that she was loopy. "I doubt I'd be much use," I said, slowly raising a questioning brow, my cheeks burning. Man, why the hell did my leg have to be broken? All I wanted to do was rip apart those dragons for what they did to Dad. Sophia stepped toward me, then paused to check Eli's reaction. He simply turned away, folding his arms. The witch crouched and pressed a hand to my bandaged leg. I felt waves of warmth ripple through it. Then the waves became hot and powerful. My body rose slightly. I felt so light I could fly off into the ceiling. When she finished, I knew the bone was healed. "I've been analyzing all of your injuries since arriving," Sophia explained. "My expertise is in healing. Jack's broken arm would have been less costly, but I can see you are determined to stick to Milla. I cannot spare any more magic, but yours will be worth the price, I hope. Your assistance tonight is appreciated." I rose from the wheelchair, shaking a little from the unfamiliar feel of it, then stomped. "Thanks. Give me 5 minutes."
Chapter 6. Trevor. The air was cool, the sky was darkening, and Sophia issued instructions to make our way to the old coven where Mila and I had once been trapped and imprisoned. Eli, as usual, took charge, apparently remembering the route from the time when Dad had taught us as little wolves.
"Walk ahead with me," he growled. "I need your eyes, ears, and nose in top form."
I'd hoped to get a few moments with Mila, but each time I turned around, she was walking beside the tall witch. Many a time, Sophia's long neck would be bent down to mutter something to Mila, all conspiratorial-like. A few times I overheard bits of their conversations. Something about balance in the woods and how magic in the mountains was struggling for equilibrium. Anyone with half a nose could tell that. The magic in Strangeville, and especially in the mountains, was all sorts of messed up. You even got the feeling that the wood creatures were conspiring to warn of our approach to the Dragon King. In fact, maybe I wasn't imagining it. "Do you smell that?" I asked Eli.
"You mean the filthy dragon magic?" Eli said.
I'm not sure, I said honestly. It feels dark, but whether it's dragon, I can't say.
"Who else would it be?" Eli said easily. "But it's been surrounding every inch of these woods, which means it's not a spy. We'd have heard it. The smell is just spreading across the whole town. As they really need to wash, we can give them a bloodbath."
"I guess so," I said, still not convinced. Damn, Eli was really turning wolfish now, already talking about a bloodbath. Then again, dragons were evil. Every true wolf knew that. If they were eliminated, it would make these woods smell a whole lot sweeter. I caught sight of Sophia pointing at some plant.
"The properties of sabeline are classed as a lethal sedative," Sophia lulled. "1 crushed leaf will lead to drowsiness. 3 will put you asleep. 6, and you are unlikely to ever wake up."
It was hard not to picture them as mother and daughter, so comfortable around each other already. Maybe this coven witch would ensnare Mila and convince her to go off into the collective. I needed to talk to her as soon as possible, to read her feelings towards me. Maybe something had changed.
"Daydreaming about Juliet again?"
Eli said, sniffing the air for any new smell. Rather than reply, I just pretended to look at the trees above the walking Insta family. Why was I the one worried about Mila? Shouldn't Mrs. Dubois have said something against Mila walking off into a war zone? The woman was starting to worry me. One look at Jacqueline, Mila's mother, and it was clear her reactions were off, just sluggish. By comparison, Eli looked quite sharp. Dad would have been proud of his hunter instincts.
"Your girlfriend's starting to use magic again," Eli said, sniffing the air. "You'd better snap her up before Noctis shows up."
As we treaded ahead of the war group, I wasn't sure if Eli was teasing this time. Something about his tone had seemed genuine. I didn't reply, just checked behind me and did another quick count. 14 black-cloaked, higher-up sister witches, Mila and Sophia. Together with me and Eli, we were a covert missile, powerful enough to wipe out even the Dragon King, perhaps streamlined enough to cut through to the target quietly. The 14 black witches did a remarkable job of masking their powerful auras, probably among the most powerful in the coven. Even this close to me, it wasn't overwhelming. For dragons at a distance, they would be untraceable until they were too close to avoid. With this amount of magic power, Octavian would be mush before he raised a pinky finger. "Is that why you left town?" I said. "The smell?" Eli, a step ahead of me, didn't reply for a long while, and I decided he was ignoring me until he suddenly spoke.
"Yes."
A wind chilled me and I snapped to my left, unable to fight the instinct that we were ensconced in darkness. Could dragon smell really have such wide-reaching effects? I barely recognized these woods anymore compared to the early days when the seal had first been broken. If we didn't kill Octavian, who knew how strong the dragons would become? Divided dragons were much safer than united ones. However, dragons and wolves were as different as fire and wood, and they did have a habit of acquiescing to power like us. And once Octavian was gone, who could step up in as dragon leader? Noctis, maybe? but he wouldn't. So it meant the dragons would fracture, then split, leaving the woods clear again.
I couldn't stand the thought of raising pups around them, Eli spat, though I'd assumed he had finished on the matter. Now look how bad it is. Awake or asleep, dragons all smell the same to me. We should have wiped them out when we had the chance.
Eli, I said, Dad wouldn't have wanted something like that. Dragons are the ones with the affinity for evil, not us. Wiping them out when they had forgotten they were shifters would have been cold-blooded murder. Eli shot me a cold look that made me straighten.
Open your eyes. See what they've done to this town? Soon there'll be nothing but ashes and bones. See reality for what it is. Dragons and wolves are enemies.
I know, I said, but added nothing more.
Good. Now stay sharp.
Eli scanned the section of oak trees before us, parting a branch before continuing through. I caught a few of Sophia's words.
Yes, Milla. Just like absorbing the auras of the forest, the most trustworthy magic stems from controlling your breath, just like the...
But the rest was lost to the wind as Eli ushered me forward faster. No use now. They were out of earshot, even for me. I even considered going into wolf form to enhance my hearing range. But that would be stupid. I wanted to conserve all of my shifter magic for Mr. Simmons. My brother and I would have a hard time keeping him alive long enough to talk, as dark as the thought was.
We're here, Eli said, gathering the group. From this point, be on guard. If you detect anything, tell us immediately.
Ahead were the same bunker buildings with large, dark windows. A part of me chilled, remembering that I'd been held in one of those several weeks ago. I was lucky to be alive, thanks to my rival for Milla. Stepping slowly, we circled the encampment, scanning one end to the other. There were buildings, rustling leaves, and not much more, unless you counted the woot-calling birds.
Looks like we caught them on their day out, I whispered.
Eli shushed me.
There could be some useful information inside.
Wait, what was? Noctis? My muzzle, or nose, wrinkled, and I sniffed about successfully for the scent.
What is it?
Eli spun at me, voice a razor. I hesitated, unwilling to believe it. He couldn't be here. Was he following us around? He seemed to do that quite a bit.
Don't make me ask again.
Eli's pupils were lines, wolf instinct sticking up the hairs on his arms. Nothing, I said, not wanting to get Noctis killed if he was really nearby. Eli growled at me, pulling me up by the scruff of my neck and shoving me against the rough bark of an oak tree. Trevor? I heard Milla call, which meant their group would have pulled up seeing us going at it. There was no avoiding it. It was just a whiff, I said.
Who?
Eli was sniffing about now, though his eyes locked on mine, insane and wild, on the edge of transformation with me as their focus. Noctis, I muttered, looking at Milla, whose eyes widened. He's here? Milla exclaimed, looking around the thick trees surrounding us. I think so, I said. It was only for a second, but I'd recognize that imprint anywhere. I did not mention the fact that I'd once considered hunting and killing my rival for Milla's love.
Now he tells us, Eli said, eyes bulging at me too. What the hell? You trying to get us killed now or what?
He's not like that, I said as hard as those words were to say. I caught Milla looking deeply into me.
He won't be a problem. He's a dragon,
Eli spat. I mean literally. Some of his saliva touched my face like very fine rainwater. Elamir was dark, I said, pulling at his arms, which still reached around my collar. I struggled half convincingly. I wasn't about to do a full-on challenge to the alpha. And she was a witch. Eli let out a low laugh, looking Sophia in the eyes.
My idiot brother's been seduced by a witch.
Then he pulled me right up to his teeth, which already had a set of fangs growing.
If you went to school rather than running around after Mommy and Daddy, you might know Elamir is known as the young silver tongue.
Clearly, she infected your mind with her twisted logic. Then he let go, and I almost buckled from the sudden release.
If you could wake up for me, we appear to be in great danger. We have a battle to fight.
Shrugging himself off and talking more coolly, sniffing.
I can't smell anything. Maybe you hit your head.
We stood around for a long time. Perhaps I'd imagined Noctis. It wouldn't be the first time my jealousy had made me paranoid.
Great,
he nearly snarled the last words. Uh-oh, now that I focused, holy shit! Sulfur! Imagine walking into a room filled with rows and rows of rotten eggs laying around for weeks on end. Well, that's how suddenly and densely we were saturated with the smell of killing intent. There didn't appear to be many, but wherever they were, these dragons were confident and aware of us.
We're surrounded,
Eli murmured lowly. I barely heard him.
Let's split up, he said. It will make us less vulnerable to work in squads. Large groups aren't so good against dragon shifters. If you find any, don't attack unless you have a big advantage. Kill Octavian on the spot. You'd better be right that Noctis isn't up to something.
He won't be trouble, Milla said, if he's really here.
Where are they? Milla asked, straining her eyes.
They're hiding their auras like we are, Sophia said calmly. If I had to guess, they've been waiting for us and are placed in strategically advantageous positions for maximum damage to our party.
How was the woman able to maintain her composure when we were all about to become roasted meat? Last I heard, dragons were fond of eating their enemies. The thought of Dad being eaten by them made me growl.
Not just yet, little brother,
Eli said softly. Little brother? I couldn't remember the last time he had called me that. Several of the black witches were banding together in little groups. No, no, no! That was the worst thing you could do in this situation. Damned witches, they would become a tight-knit group of roasted witch jerky like that, all lined up and gummy.
We cannot detect their auras, Sophia continued in her disaffected voice.
Of course, she hadn't joined the knot of scared witches. Her eyes were shut. She appeared to be feeling for the slightest hint of the enemy's location.
You will have to tell us where they are, Eli.
Eli growled.
They must have werewolves with them. They know exactly where we are. Otherwise, your suppression spells would be masking us too.
He stood thinking for a moment.
Eli, Sophia said, where are they?
Everywhere, he said, and for the first time I saw a trace of fear in his eyes. Eli, I said, staring at my still brother, what do you...
All of you, listen now.
Eli snarled those last words. Then he pointed at various groups, speaking lower.
You 7 will come with me. That other 7 with Trevor and Sophia. You run in that direction to those bunkers,
pointing at a double set of conjoined beige ones that were faded enough that they might have originally been painted cream. Checking that, I understood. He continued.
We run here, aiming at the opposite ones. If you get trailed, split again.
I understood. So the first group would run in the opposite direction to the second. He was trying to stretch out our hidden dragon foes, making their tactics less effective.
You don't stop moving, Eli said. The aim is to work out where they are, then attack. Don't stop before you know their numbers and positions unless you're forced into an altercation. Got it?
We all nodded slowly. Eli was doing the only thing possible in this suicide mission. You did not want to be encircled by a group of dragons, even half-form ones. Once they had you surrounded, you became the main course inside of a barbecue pit. The hairs on my body were on end. I was supercharged for war. Only this was the exact situation you didn't want to fight. Our only solution, therefore, was to run as fast as possible, hoping to break through their net and divide their numbers, forcing a close proximity fight or evading their capture and confusing their ranks.
Go now,
Eli said, and we broke apart. I grabbed Milla's hand, and we ran with our group of 8, including me and Sophia, headed for the right side of home base. Looking one last time at Milla, whose face was inches from mine, I said, kicking off my boots while still running, "You'll be safe." Then let go of her hand and let my inner wolf burst through. Come get me. I growled with a spike of aggression and clarity of sense, my vision sharpening and lowering at the same time. Only a little,
as I was a huge black wolf, not the regular kind you see in the wild. And any dragon that got too close was going to feel my fangs wrapped around his or her throat. It felt good to feel my giant padded paws slap against the leafy underbrush of the woods. Compared to clunky shoes, it was like going from walking barefoot on pebbles to strolling on soft, warm sand. This was my element. From the way my giant wolf ears pricked for the slightest disturbance in the distance to the razor-edge keenness of my magic detection. Eli had been perfectly wise to divide the group between two wolf shifters. Not only could I detect the werewolf and dragon cohort on the side of the circle we were rushing toward, I could detect each individual one. But not only had Eli thought of this strategy, he had done it under pressure, while I had panicked. The wind disappeared, except for near my ears and eyes, where the fur was less. I felt invulnerable, a giant among ants, and I was eager to prove myself. No more pup stuff. What I did now would decide the fate of the pack I was in charge of. I was the alpha now. If they killed me, they'd be completely blind and left to face dragonfire, which was completely merciless. I spun around a tree, pausing only to give the group time to catch up. We rushed through the bunker Eli had pointed at. Sounds didn't matter so much. I mostly ignored the panting, frightened whispers and random snapping twigs. I focused on the smell of sulfur. I took half of the witches, including Mila and Sophia. I focused on my smell sense, but nothing. Nothing. What the hell was going on? I think they've abandoned it, I said after a long while of walking between buildings. You cannot detect them? Questioned Sophia. I shook my head. Not even Noctis anymore. We need to check inside one of the buildings, Mila said. I swallowed, then nodded, though it was silly. If there was a dragon army, there was no way I wouldn't be able to smell them. We entered a dark bunker. The door hadn't even been locked. The place was dusty. I noticed a cobweb in some ceiling corners. My wolf eyes strained to make out the far end of the building. I opened my mouth to laugh, and then it happened with a whoosh so suddenly it felt like watching a movie. Glass exploded, air bent, metal twisted. Fire scorched one side of the room, turning the air into steam. I'd used saunas before, and this compared. Sophia had her arms outstretched. She had managed to block the strategic inferno. She'd been so fast to react. Shit, I said. They knew we would run in here. How? Our party backed away from the windows, pressing close to the walls. I was nervous, imagining dragons scorching our group in the bunker. This felt like one huge trap, yet I still couldn't detect any dragons. It was incredibly frustrating. Where are they? Mila asked, straining her eyes. I don't know, I said. I can't smell anything. This was a trap the whole time, Mila whispered, as though having a revelation. They knew we would come. Why wouldn't they have left more dragons, I said. I don't know, Mila's eyes widened. The Dragon King knew we would want to come to kill him. Maybe this is a diversion. A diversion, I said. He has some bigger plan, you're saying? I don't know, Mila said. The dragon who had fired had disappeared. Eli had pointed me straight opposite his trail. However, there was at least one dragon in that direction hiding somewhere. Bang! Crackle! I spun around, looking out towards the bunker Eli had run for. A wall of flame still coated the side I could see. Southerly, it looked like there were even more. Clearly they expected us to make a run back the way we had come. We had to go deeper into the woods away from the death trap. But to do that would involve running through bunker after bunker. Running out in the open from dragons for too long was suicide, and I didn't know where the dragons were. Staying in a bunker was worse, however. Be ready, I growled. We need to force them to reveal themselves. Either that or get the hell out of here. I don't think there's many of them, Mila said. Huh? I said. How do you know that? Think about it, Mila said, crouching away from the crispy wall which now sizzled with smoke. If there were a ton of them, do you think they would be patiently playing hide-and-go-seek? No, I said slowly as Sophia and I studied Mila. They would rush at us at once, and it would explain why I can't sniff them out. In that case, we can't sit here like trapped ducks. Who knows when Octavian will return? Tell us when, Sophia said, her eyes still closed. Now, I hissed after a long moment of pointless sniffing. I felt blind. Bang! A nearby portion of Earth exploded. Fortunately, the dragons had been off in their aim, and I had an inkling of the rough direction it had come from. Were they positioned on the perimeter? The 8 of us practically sprinted through the clearing. The witches were either murmuring spells at the ready or yelling from a sharp branch. A bit of blood wouldn't hurt, just a scratch. Dragon fire, on the other hand. My father had once described how it worked. 2 separate fluids spilled from each nostril. When mixed together, they formed a brutal fire, if you could even call it that. Fire burned you, but not dragon fire. It instantly killed cells like breathing in lethal gas. Dragonfire was so hot, it could melt bone within seconds. Yep, the only thing we have going for us was that these dragons were only half formed. I considered our odds as we entered another bunker, this one rather massive. Sniffing, I instantly recalled it to be the one where they had imprisoned Mila and me. On one end, it led to a dark passageway where it would descend into the earth where those wretched cells would be. What had I been thinking, questioning Eli's fear of dragons? If we allowed a single dragon to remain after this war, that could be enough to wipe out the town. Noctis. It was no coincidence that he was here. How else would he have come so close without going under fire from our attackers himself? Nope. He appeared and disappeared just long enough to confirm our position, so the coward had finally decided to turn traitor. Just then the darkness exploded into bright orange. I dove, pushing Mila out of the way, feeling fire searing the wolf fur across my back. Several witches screamed. I turned to see one covered in flames. Sophia was launching an attack at the dragon who had been positioned inside the cell bunker. I swore, angry that I hadn't anticipated that. Several black-cloaked witches took on the hidden dragon who yelled in pain. Sophia set about healing the burned witch, but it was clear she was gone after several moments. "This is a death trap!" Mila screamed. A bolt of fire launched from the entrance, blocking our path. There was no choice. I launched through the charred front entrance using the steam as cover, just managing to avoid another fire attack. Then I spotted him. The dragon was positioned on a tree which I pretended to avoid before plotting a route under shrubbery. "Now!" I growled at the witches in the bunker, bursting through the trees and launching at the dragon in a flurry of dust, fur, and teeth. Ripping out his throat, I saw another collapse into itself as if an invisible anaconda had instantly strangled the spine in half. Sophia muttered more spells, but the third dragon nearby, I hadn't seen them at all, had already managed to fan out. No matter, let them keep their distance. With the first dragon dead, we had a clean break for it. Or so I thought, as 3 jets of orange rushed at us from one section of trees, several dozen meters off beyond view. Being unable to detect their scent made their attacks all the more frightening. There was nowhere to go. "We cannot go through them," Sophia said quickly, and in a second she broke the wall of fire with a wall of ice. "It would be the same as running into 50 dragons, maybe worse with them clustered like that." I growled. "Hide. Mask your scent. Divide into 2 and run in opposite directions, perpendicular to the witches." "Trevor," Mila called. But I shut my jaws, growled, determined to save my pack, and ran right into the 3 hidden dragons. At least I hoped they were still there. Chapter 7. Trevor. My pupils sharpened, and I saw through the trees just a little, one of the weird oddities of wolf shifter vision. Our magic rivaled the dragons in its own way. If I really strained, I could make out the outline of the mountains many miles away. I saw one running, probably intending to find another hidden position to attack me from. "Hide as much as you want," I growled. "It won't save you from crumbling." I found my first victim, which I instantly killed by closing its head in my jaws. The next one managed to grab me,
digging its disgusting long black nails somewhere in my fur, which was thankfully long enough that I only felt a bit of pressure. Shaking the dragon like a rag doll, I desperately tried to get its arms off me. I growled as a line of pain tore through my hind leg. Another 2 dragons emerged, surrounding me, slashing so frantically they were hitting each other. They're going in for the kill. I shook the one in my mouth harder, trying to keep at it until I felt the neck break, but it slipped away. "Leave our lands!" I barked, and the 2 dragons backed away, looking at their 2 dead companions. I spun in a circle, snapping and thrashing at any who got too close, prepped to sprint if they fired as one. One of them ran away in the direction Mila had gone. The other dragon blocked my exit. I also saw another dragon further away running in that same direction. It hit me. Then I felt it. Mila, like an enormous wave. The scent of rotten eggs, a killing intent, converged onto her location like missiles. It seemed as though every remaining dragon was honing in on her and Sophia. No, this whole time, the plan had been to get Mila. What was Sophia doing? I told her to mask all sense. They were like a beacon like this. They wanted her, but why? The red stone was crushed. Mila was of no use. Was it the queen they wanted? It didn't matter. I tore through the 2 dragons in a giant spring, earning myself another gash of pain near my belly. That had been dangerous. If they had cut my belly with their long black claws, I would be done for. Luckily, they hadn't expected the move. The torn area was pretty thick with fur and probably wouldn't bleed much. Zooming like a missile myself, I left the shifters in my dust and honed in on the only smell that mattered to me right now. Hold on, Mila. I even ran past another dragon who, by the time she noticed me passing, I zipped by like a passing bee. Wind whistled lightly in my specially filtered ears, and so I was able to hear clearly when Sophia's voice whispered, "We're by the hollow oak tree, a 12 paces from this scent." What? Just then their scents disappeared completely, including Mila's. I slowed down, then paused, doing mental calculations. Traveling at a skulking pace towards where the scent had ended, I found myself facing a particularly large oak tree. No one was there, so I continued on. "Walk into the hollow space," Sophia's voice whispered. I snapped back around. No one was there. "Do it now," Mila hissed. "Quickly, before their scouts arrive." Trusting Mila, I dove toward the space and my face banged against thin air, bruising my poor muzzle. "Go around, squeeze in," Mila said urgently. Nothing about this made sense, but I could smell a shifter closing in very closely, so I obeyed and found there was no wall in my way. On the other side where air should be, my furry body was pressed in, as if I was actually squeezing through a tight space. With a growl, I popped onto the other side, only to find the hollow filled with the witches who had been on the run together. "What the hell is going on?" I whispered, then turned to the entrance to see what had happened. Sophia was crouching next to Mila. The Grey Witch's hands were in front of her, palms facing out as if pushing a wall. In an ovular shape, the air warbled, casting a fuzzy distortion over the air so that the trees beyond looked like something out of a blurry watercolor painting. "Shh," Mila hissed, "and stay directly in the line behind the shield or they'll smell you." And that's when I understood. Sophia was, somehow, masking everyone's scent and rendering us invisible at the same time.
"Mila, it's an invisibility shield," Sophia said. "You mean you can completely hide us from view?" Trevor said, making his face look like a cute puppy by pouting his mouth slightly and pressing his eyebrows in. Honestly, despite how dangerous the situation was, it made me want to laugh. "Is this really the first time you've heard of magic?" I said, teasing him. "No," Trevor said defensively, reminding me a bit of a baby. No wonder his mom called him baby boy. "But you have to admit, It's pretty impressive. Yes, thanks, Sophia, I agreed. You saved us. That was a close call. But Sophia didn't look too relaxed, which as a result put me a bit more on edge. I didn't know how many dragon shifters were out there on the prowl, probably not many, but they knew the terrain and hid well. Would this shield be enough to throw them off? And for how long? We have to hope that they do not circle around the other side of this shield, Sophia said. While I'm using it, I cannot suppress my aura. I don't understand, I said. Doesn't this block auras? If it didn't, I would have expected the dragon shifters to be burning down this hideout even as we spoke. Yes and no, Sophia said in her typical instructional cryptic language, so I just waited for her to continue. Her face was straining, so I didn't want to be annoying, asking questions at the worst possible time. Crap, I whispered, as a dragon shifter came nearby the slot in the shield. I didn't recognize the guy. He had a wide, square face that made him look like a running back. He was about middle-aged, with a balding head that should have been shaved in full. The dragon shifter squinted in our direction and then looked up above the tree line. We got to attack now, Trevor hummed. I could tell he wanted to growl and run at the shifter. He had really been quite aggressive as of late, maybe since his two brothers had begun living at home with him. What was that? Maybe boys in groups just do that to each other, but I have a feeling there was something more to it. Peer pressure, maybe? I really hadn't been spending enough time with Trevor lately. I didn't want him to think that I was a negligent girlfriend, but with so much going on, I had to focus. Was Noctis really involved in this dragon ambush? While we've had our differences, I still found it next to impossible to believe he would do such a thing, not after risking his life only recently to save us. He won't be able to see or detect us, Sophia muttered. But there's a chance that another one of them is prowling behind the side or behind. They might just do it. That doesn't make sense, I said. Sorry, I don't mean it in a rude way. Sophia was breathing slowly, clearly focusing a lot in order to keep the shield active, obviously making me feel a little guilty for doubting her powers. It's one-directional, she said. If they get the idea to sniff around from another angle, we'll be revealed. But perhaps their small number will make that less likely. However, like clockwork, there was a yell from directly behind us. They're in this tree! The dragon shifter in front of us stiffened, arms out like a snowboarder, and his sharp eyes locked right at our hiding group. Double crap, I said. If he tried to smoke us, we'd be roasted inside the building like a furnace. But he had misunderstood his buddy, and he was staring up at branches overhead, unable to see us in the hollow below. Trevor darted out at the dragon, while Sophia and the other witches began muttering other incantations at the one who had detected us. Due to the advantage of the shield, Trevor was able to bite the dragon's arms. From the dragon's perspective, it would have looked like a huge wolf appearing suddenly out of nowhere. Thankfully, that bite saved us from having to face dragon fire. Even from a half-dragon, I was not looking forward to feeling it. I couldn't believe how malicious Trevor became with the increased advantage. In wolf form, defending his pack, which was probably how he looked at it, he became completely savage. Trevor snapped viciously at every inch of the dragon he could bite, scurrying to the side and then ripping again, while the dragon was on the ground yelling in pain. Then all hell broke loose. The other dragons must have heard the scout, too, because the remaining 4 rushed at us, spraying the air with fire. I dodged out of a flame stream, banging my elbow in a very awkward position that made me see red. You know when you bang your funny bone so hard that it's not funny, Well, that was me, screaming so violently with pain that I didn't make a sound and just looked like a mime act. Sophia rushed to my aid, but not before sending electric bolts in a huge wave from the direction my attacker had fired. We can't win with them surrounding us like this. There's too many of them, I heard her say as she gave me a hand up. Now that was the last thing I'd wanted to hear, seeing as up to this point, Sophia had been the leader and I'd looked up to her direction on this whole mission. Milla, she said, holding both my hands and looking me carefully in the eyes, even as the other witches fought a losing battle around us. I've heard how powerful you are. My heart sped up. No, I'm not powerful, I said, and pulled away. But Sophia grabbed my hands again, and this time spoke more firmly. The red stone channeled the powers trapped within it to you. That was why you could defeat Octavian. There's no doubt you might be the strongest among us. You just need to know how to use it. You don't understand, I said. She didn't know that the true source of my powers was from her. Elamir. But I couldn't tell Sophia that, or anyone for that matter. What would happen if they found out I was possessed by the very same dark witch that turned against everyone, including her own kind? Would they still see me as the heroine who defeated Octavian, or as a threat that must be destroyed? You can control your powers. Sophia was boring into my eyes now, coaxing me to see that she truly meant her words. She's serious. Can I really handle this much responsibility? I'm just a schoolgirl who, at the beginning of the year, thought that witches and werewolves were just things you read about in stories. No, I whispered, realizing for sure what Sophia was getting at. Let me in. I put both hands over my ears and knelt down, feeling Elamir reappear in my head. I don't want... Then I heard Trevor whimper and let out a loud wolf howl. My eyes found him at the exact moment when Mr. Simmons, in dragon form, shot a pulse blast, making him go limp. Then the dragon, whom I grew up knowing as my friendly local antique store owner, raised a giant clawed hand to go for the kill. Mr. Simmons struck, slicing a gash in Trevor's side while the huge black wolf just trembled. I can save you. Anger burned me, and Sophia groaned, which must have meant she'd been hit too. The ground shook, witches screamed, the immediate surroundings heated up from dragon fire, and I could not shake off the sight of Trevor being mutilated by Mr. Simmons. This is revenge for my wife. I made sure to be one of the 5 dragons stationed awaiting you, he said. I'll make sure to cut off your head and put it on a spike for Mommy to see, you filthy wolf. Okay, I said. Take me. Just save my friends. I fell into the darkness that I'd been suppressing so long. I went blind and mad with it. At the same time, I felt power rush through me. If you've ever felt untouchable, for example, when overstudying for an exam, or the moment before you knew you were about to score a goal, that was exactly the feeling I had. Glory. I submitted to this other side of me, this strange girl whom I didn't know whether to trust or despise. If this worked, it wouldn't be the first time she had saved my life. Seeing as Trevor might already be dead, and Sophia was down, I had nothing to lose. Even if I did, if we both died in this body, it would be worth it if I killed a few of them. There was no way I was going out without a fight, schoolgirl or not. Die. And one by one, I shot down the 5 dragons. The first one, whom Trevor had launched at, had already been half down, but Elamir didn't seem to care. White bolts of magic fired at dragons simultaneously. I gritted my teeth and pulled up the branches of nearby trees, cutting them in the air, until I had 1,000 sharp spears. Mr. Simmons paused his final attack to look at the enormous sight, not believing what he saw. Mr. Simmons revealed his gritted teeth, his face somewhere between anger and amazement. All the other dragons had also stopped attacking the other witches to look at the fractured pine trees, and me with arms above my head. "You are going to be lunch meat," I said. Then I threw 100 spears at Simmons, but he was prepared and blasted that direction with fire. Annoyed, I launched the other spears and skewered the already injured dragon. I cut right through a second, but the other 3 used Simmons' technique by lighting up the air. He's quicker-witted than I gave him credit for. No matter, I would get up close and personal. With the speed of movement that amazed me, I sprinted at one of the dragons who got away, then grabbed both of his arms and flipped in the air, maintaining hold until I had both arms gripped back to back. Then I pulled. "Arrgh!" the dragon wailed as his arms cracked out of the sockets. I just smiled and licked my lips, causing another dragon to back away in alarm. "All of you, kindly die for me." Something pulled up beside me. A black wolf that looked half dead. I just kicked it to the side, using magical force, and sent it flying into the side of a tree with a loud yelp. Pathetic dog. Just to make my point clear, I summoned a very powerful and unique fire incantation. "Let's see your dragon scales block this," I said with that ancient voice. Then the dragon whose shoulders I had cracked exploded into flames, shrieking and yelling. "You love this, don't you, Milla? You hate them." Yes, I did hate them. I wanted them all gone and dead. I wanted everyone gone and dead so I could be alone without anyone to trouble me. "Milla," said some witch, the Sophia one, "control your powers." But in response, I just bent the trees and sent a few broken branches flying at the stupid woman. No one tries to control Elamir. I control everything and everyone. I had learned a long time ago that my worst enemy was the other older witches. The 2 remaining dragons tried to run, but I just kept burning their escape trajectories with my unique green fire, angering them with my superiority. Without their dear old dragon king to save them, they were pathetic. Laughing hysterically at their terror, I smashed witches against trees and shot bolts of magic and scythes, scorching the ground with whiplashes of destruction. "Milla," Sophia somehow managed to still mutter from under the branches. "Stop." Sophia?" I said, suddenly rising to the surface. Wait, who was I? I didn't know anymore. "Let me complete my revenge." "No," I said, fighting to pull back Elamir's presence. "She's so strong." Elamir just laughed again, then shot out another burst of green fire that completely destroyed a line of trees. The wind picked up, becoming the force of a miniature tornado. "Shut it! I am too powerful," but Elamir cut off as I willed myself further to the surface, becoming more and more awake. "You won't hurt my friends." If there was any principle I had, it was that I would do anything for a friend. "Why? Why do you want to hurt everyone?" "I won't let you." Then my surroundings swayed. My vision blurred and Elamir's laugh cracked out again, but became more distant. The last thing I heard before falling completely unconscious was, "You really think you can save your friends?" I was walking down a perfectly white set of walls. A corridor. The only sounds were the pitter-patter of my shoes, which squeaked every now and then, echoing down the hallway. I passed by a long window, beyond which was a dark skyline. If not for that, you would think it was daytime in this corridor. I took a left, where there's a sign reading, "Blue Zone, Burn Treatment Ward." Smiling to myself as a nurse scurried by, looking right through me without seeing me at all, I moved to the side so that we didn't knock into each other, and for a second she turned around, perhaps having sensed something, but because of my invisibility shield, she didn't see me at all. More importantly, neither did the cameras. I continued my approach, reaching the colored double doors with "Blue Zone" written above them. I was careful to make sure that no one was on the other side, as they might wonder why two non-automatic doors opened up all by themselves. After another few minutes, I reached the single door that I sought. Opening it a crack, I slid in, looking at the sleeping boy with blonde hair before me on the white hospital bed, with sheets up to his chest. He looked bored. I could help him with that. Then I manipulated my invisibility shield so that it was only visible from the direction Artie was looking at me from. He noticed me and his eyes lit up. "Milla, couldn't you sleep?" I smiled, letting it spread from one ear to the other, then slowly crawled up on the bed, on top of Artie, who looked surprised because his eyebrows shot up. Then I was sitting on top of him with him between my thighs. He looked too surprised to react. So I leaned in slowly, with one hand reaching for a nearby pillow. When my lips reached close to his and I saw him swallow, I said slowly, "Milla's not here right now." The expression on his face was one of confusion. It's like when you first found out the tooth fairy wasn't real. I'm not sure if he was more shocked by those words or when I first climbed up onto him, as if I was about to do something very naughty. Before he recovered, I grabbed the pillow and pressed it on his narrow face. He struggled, of course, arms flapping around, trying to push the pillow from his face. But he's weak from his treatments, and I am unusually strong with magic. It felt like riding a horse, the way he shook and spasmed frantically. My breath sped up with the excitement of what I was doing. The danger and thrill of it, and what it would eventually lead to. It's all over too soon when I feel his resistance slow down. I just pushed the pillow over his face harder, however, showing absolutely no mercy. The pillow shook in my hand from his attempts to breathe through it. Then all went still. Chapter 8. Milla. I woke with a jolt, sitting upright and banging my back against something. "Milla, it's okay." Trevor's voice, then his hands steadying me. I leaned into him, crying, disoriented, but happy for something familiar that I could trust. My heart was at 200 miles per hour, and I was saying things that even I didn't understand over and over again. "Milla, you don't have to apologize." It was Mom's voice this time. "Everything is okay." It took me another few minutes to believe that I was not in a hospital room with Artie pressing a pillow to his face. As far as dreams went, this one had ranked extraordinarily high on the realism scale. I could still even smell the sanitary hospital smell. "Just give it some time," Mom said, seeming to understand that I was recovering from a nightmare. "Soon it will fade. They're always most vivid right after you wake." I suddenly felt self-aware. Was I being cradled by Trevor in front of my mom? There was no way she was going to let this one go. Later, of course. If I knew my mom, it would lead to a minimum of 5 attempts to have the talk. Just a girly version of it. In order to keep this number down to a manageable level, and despite the quite hot, musky smell of my wolf boyfriend, I thanked him and pulled the sheets close to me for security instead. "What was that?" Trevor asked, his brows showing just how concerned he was. "Were you reliving your attack?" "My attack," I said in a squeak, fear flooding my body again, as much as I didn't want to believe what Trevor's words insinuated. He frowned deeper, glancing at Mom. "What?" I said, looking between them. "Don't you remember?" Trevor said. My mom placed a hand on my forehead. "Maybe you need more rest." "No, I'm fine," I said, and then realized that Trevor was wrapped up like a mummy again, with bandages all around his side and on one shoulder in particular. "What the hell, Trevor?" "Don't worry about me," he said. "I'm fine." He was rubbing the shoulder, however. It must have hurt him even to cradle me, but being the same old Trevor, he put himself last as long as it meant that I was okay. I noticed my mom giving me a sly look, like one that said, "He's a keeper," and my face flushed, but I forced down the embarrassment. Now was the time for information, not gossip. "If you two don't start speaking," I said, "I'm going to run out of this house and interrogate Trevor's mom instead. Now talk." They both looked startled by the outburst. No, afraid might be a closer word. Were they actually afraid of me? Why? "You, went a bit crazy," Trevor said. "Okay, you're going to need to be more specific," I said, growing irritable. "Or should I poke you in that shoulder to get you to talk?" "Mila," Mom said, sounding outraged. "Be nice to your boyfriend." Making my face hot again, though Trevor's was glowing red. "I'm sorry," I apologized, surprised at my sudden outburst. "Yeah, I'll tell you," he sounded, eager to change the topic now. "Well, we snuck into the hideout. Unfortunately, neither I nor Eli smelt out their 5 sentries. Then we got surrounded. After getting caught again, Mr. Simmons had me down for the count." By the way Trevor's voice faltered, it was clear that the subject was painful for him. "Anyway," Trevor continued, "you went berserk. You weren't yourself." "Elamir," I thought to myself, "your eyes went red and you flipped out on the dragons. You almost killed all of them, but I decided you were losing it too much. When I tried to stop you with a few other witches, you knocked us aside. Then you just fainted," Trevor said. There was a long moment of silence where I couldn't believe that I could have done all of that without remembering a thing. "What's the last thing you remember?" Mom asked in a gentle voice. "Us heading for the camp, then being attacked and thinking we were all dead." Trevor and Mom shared another look, making me think they might as well become a couple, seeing as they were keeping secrets from me. Then again, wasn't I the one keeping a secret from them? At the thought, my heart rate shot up. Trevor looked ever concerned as his eyes barely left my face. I couldn't stop seeing the pillow and feeling Artie's shaking body, and my telling him, "Mila's not here right now." The more my feelings resurfaced, the more I began to suspect who was behind Artie's death. Me. Elamir had possessed me, then gone to the hospital and murdered Artie in his hospital bed, leaving me with no trace memory of it. That would explain Artie's painful last moments on the CCTV. That meant Elamir used an invisibility spell, perhaps like the one Sophia used, but much more powerful. If I recalled correctly, Sophia's shield was one-directional, The one Elamir cast clearly was not, seeing as it managed to mask my entire presence from every angle. There in that room, guilt tightened up the muscles in my stomach, making me want to throw up on the bed. Artie, my close friend of years, who I had grown up and shared adventures with and spent hours reading about mythology from old beat-up leather-bound books that hadn't seen the light of day in years. Artie, who used to be able to read my mind on the kind of thing I was interested in reading up on next, even better than my dad. Literally, Artie would hand me a book about something that I had just started to become interested in, as if it were obvious. Thinking about it, Artie must have sensed something magical in me. Or the both of us. Maybe witches were connected to each other and magical like that, even with their memories wiped out by a crazy stone seal. The more I relived the flashback in my mind, heard the squeak of my shoes on the hallway, the more certain I became that Elamir had forced me to kill him, and had somehow managed to do it without me realizing. Terror gripped my heart. I had been possessed and made to kill. It was a miracle that I was even self-aware at this moment. Who knew how long it would take before Elamir had 24/7 control of me? She wanted to reverse our arrangement, I thought desperately, as Trevor's moon face and my mom's beautiful blonde face beamed at me, so that I was asleep and she would be the one fully awake all the time. What if Mom was next? Or Trevor? Who knew how many people I might kill? And once Elamir got full control, she would kill everyone, and no one would be able to stop her. Even Sophia said it. I was the most powerful witch among us, thanks to Elamir. But I wasn't powerful enough to restrain her. "What is it?" Trevor said. Maybe because I was swimming in his blue eyes, blue as the sky. And at that moment, I wanted to tell him everything. "Are you okay, baby?" my mom said, bringing me back to my younger days when I was still the innocent child. I couldn't bring myself to tell her. It's not like she would judge me, but I just didn't want her thinking of me in that way. What I had done if my assumption was true. She could never face Sophia if her own daughter was the killer of her comrade's daughter. When I asked her to get me a glass of water, she just told Trevor to do it for her, saying she didn't want to leave my bedside. "Don't worry, baby," Mom said, interrupting my impulse to speak to Trevor. "You did the right thing by killing the dragon shifters. I know you feel guilty about it, but they deserve it for killing Artie." This made my level of guilt reach maximum proportions, to the point where I just turned over in bed and wrapped the sheets over my head. When Mom tried to stroke my hair, I batted her hand away, which made me feel even more guilty. But I couldn't be touched by anyone. I was too contaminated. It wasn't until the sky turned black that I heard my mom leave the room. Finally. I snapped the sheets off my body and sat with my legs crossed underneath me, then spoke. "Elamir," I said softly in the dark room, feeling chills along my arm. "Where are you? I need to speak with you." Annoyingly, nothing happened. So I asked again, this time demanding an answer. There was no way I was about to fall asleep again with this potential killer inside me just waiting to send me dream murdering. "What is it?" The voice sounded ancient. I clenched the bed, trying not to scream. No, I still wasn't used to the sensation of having a dark spirit inside me. "I need to speak with you," I said, pushing through the fear. Are you there?" The response at first was just the sound of blowing trees and the rain pattering against my window. Well, at least that would mask the sound of me talking to myself from Trevor's overly sensitive ears. In an odd way, it was comforting. Speaking to Elamir alone in dead silence would be a little too frightening. "Speak," making me jump again. How was it that someone could speak in your own head, yet it sounded so real that I could have sworn a person right next to me had said it? I don't want to play games, I said. Did she really think I was a fool? I need to know what happened on the night of Artie's death. Elamir's cold laugh burned my eardrums, boiling my blood. Shut it, I said. Answer the question, refusing to back down. Don't you already know the answer? Just tell me what happened. I took you for a lovely stroll that night. And where did we go? I said, growing more terrified of the answer. Well, we may have gone to the hospital. You, I could barely speak. Did you kill Artie? Yes. Why? Then I lowered my voice, calming myself down. I thought you were my ally. You've saved my life and helped me to defeat Octavian. I don't understand. You do not need to understand. What does that mean? Of course I need to understand. Artie was my friend. I am helping you to fulfill your destiny. To kill my closest friends that I grew up with and played with in junior high? If that's what you call fulfill your destiny, you are sick. And I felt like my hands were turning into dragon claws, clenching the bed. Do you have any idea how much I loved Artie as a friend? And you call that helping me? I don't need your help. Why don't you just die and go away? You're pure evil. Shut it! Be quiet. But then I felt my hand go to my throat. Thank you. I have you now. What are you doing? I tried to speak, but Elamir made me squeeze my windpipe. That's it. Curse me all you want while you can. That's not true, I croaked. Soon I'm going to slit your mom's throat. Then I'm going to roast Trevor alive in his bed. Elamir's strength was bursting through me suddenly. It was like underestimating the size of a wave on the shoreline, then rolling inside it, fighting for air. She's trying to possess me fully, I thought, as my awareness felt heavy and sleepy. Rest. Can't afford you getting hurt now. With that, she was gone. I couldn't breathe, and it had nothing to do with the hand on my throat. Something inside me was being overpowered. All I could see was Artie's last look, which had gone from a broad smile to see me, to shock when he realized I hadn't been there at all. She was trying to take everything away from me. She had to be stopped. Who knew where Elamir began and I ended anymore? I was too tired and scared and angry and sad to fight this. If I took my time figuring out who I was, my loved ones might pay. I was already so tired. If I went on another day fighting this, Elamir would eventually get me. Then it would be over. Maybe I would become a trapped animal like those at the zoo, watching life pass by behind transparent panes. Sounded much like that horror movie. What was the title again? Go Out or something? There was only one way out. The pattering of rain on my bedroom window had become a battering, as if someone upstairs had traded in rain pellets for grains of rice. That was a fitting setting for how I felt inside. Remembering my training from swimming lessons with Coach Wilder, I stopped struggling and let the wave crash itself out around me. There was no going back, but that last strategy had been enough to gain a small amount of space to climb to the surface, where I took a breath. Elamir was still strong, but I had enough self-possession to climb out of the bed warily and to make a decision. I had to end this.
Chapter 9. Trevor. Something woke me up from Milla's living room sofa. Lying down, my arm thwacked against the bedside table like I was doing a karate chop. "Must be getting this from Milla," I muttered, though I couldn't remember having dreamt of anything. The only thing that seemed to echo somewhere in my new waking mind was the sound of a click, then pattering rain and thunder, and then a small bang. I instinctively looked at the front door, which was closed as it should be. And for some reason, the hairs on the back of my neck tingled. I told my inner wolf to calm down, as it always got excited on stormy nights. Rubbing my aching shoulder briefly, yawning and flopping from the sofa onto the floor like I was in canine form, I stood up and went to the fridge. Milla's mom had been kind enough to tell me that I could help myself to as much food as I had wanted, especially after fighting so bravely the night before. To be honest, I didn't feel so brave. It had been Milla to save us all. I just ended up cut up badly, though I wasn't in nearly as bad shape as I might be if Jacqueline hadn't performed some basic healing magic on me. Eli had sent me a message that he was doing okay. Lucky guy seemed to always get out of scrapes with hardly any injuries. I swung open the fridge door, looking around for something filling. Now that I was injured, my body was going to be craving calories big time. A huge smile spread across my face, too. Without Eli, I was going to be able to eat exactly as much food as my heart desired. There were advantages to being injured, it seemed. Grabbing a big meatloaf sandwich that I was sure Jacqueline had deliberately made for the wolf guest, I literally swallowed the thing whole. At least I had the experience I often had of not knowing how I had managed to dismantle the item of food, and then, staring at my free hands afterward, wondering if I had indeed carried food in it only mere seconds ago, or if it had been a dream. When you exerted as much energy as a giant fighting wolf, food tended to disappear real easy. Limping slightly, I went over to the sink to wash it down with some water. My nape hairs kept tingling. I didn't know why. Everything seemed to be in order. I couldn't smell the presence of any enemies or strangers. Neither could I detect any unfamiliar or dangerous auras. I let my senses travel across my new territory, then realized something startling. Sure, I could feel Jacqueline's aura, which was slightly anxious and very worried. She seemed to be in a sleep state. But Milla's wasn't so forthcoming. That might have something to do with the rain, which sometimes made it hard to detect magical and physical prints. Deciding to be extra safe, I made my way up the steps carefully, shifting whenever my foot stomped on a particularly creaky part of the stairs. I walked into the dark hallway upstairs and was surprised to find Milla's door half open. Still nothing. Moving quicker, I zoomed into the room to find her lying underneath the sheets. I sighed, chuckling at myself. I was already becoming a worried husband or something. The thought made me shy, as I wasn't completely sure Miller and I were even open about being a couple yet. That time when I had consoled her after her nightmare, she had pulled away from me. And that was with her own mother. It was unlikely that she would be fond of public affection in school. Then there was Noctis. How did she really feel about him? Eli had made a dark joke one day to Jack and I. Eli had a theory that Milla's truest alpha imprint wasn't me, the pup, but Noctis, the dragon. That was the reason she was having a hard time growing to love me. She was torn between me and the dragon boy. I didn't buy Eli's theory. My brother was simply always trying to tease and poke and prod at me. He probably just wanted to see my reaction, but deep down, a part of me agreed. Looking at Milla's still body, I suddenly grew concerned at just how still it was. That seemed unnatural. Hell, only a dead... I ran over to the other side of the bed. Milla, are you okay?" No answer, so I put a hand about where her shoulder would be, feeling nervous. Maybe Milla's mom would think I was being the pervy boyfriend, but I needed to make sure. When I touched her shoulder, she felt like a lump of stone. You've got to be kidding me. Some instinct urged me to throw caution to the wind by pulling up her bedsheet, and when I did, I was right. Lying in the bed was a bunch of clothes that formed the outline of Milla's body, and right where the head was sat a few rocks from the houseplant that Jacqueline had brought in to sit by the window. Milla, I said to myself. Trusting my inner wolf, I ran out of her bedroom, clambered down the stairs, and swung the door open to the storm. So I hadn't been imagining things. But where the hell was Milla going at this hour of the night? Did she have a fever? Whatever it was, I had to find her before something bad happened. Either she would fall sick out there in the wet cold, or they would get to her. My leg was already throbbing from running down the stairs due to the injury caused by Milla throwing me 50 feet into a tree, but that didn't matter. I growled and my inner wolf burst through, transforming my quite hairy arms into paws covered in thick black fur. Bandages unfurled around my wolf form. Milla's mom would be alone and unguarded for a while, but there was nothing for it. Something told me I didn't have much time. Launching into the storm, I felt the various aches and pains from the battle. Down my side near my belly was a fiery pain. I sniffed the air and adjusted course, using the faint trail of Milla's scent to guide me. She was heading toward the mountains of all places. What was she thinking? I became one with the night. My wolf vision made out every important protrusion and instantly distinguished between movements caused by the wind and those from animals along the way. The wind whistled lowly in my ears and the sound of my panting grew. As my legs wobbled more and as the pain grew, I just ran faster, willing my mind to overcome it. My thick padded paws had no problem pounding along the rough terrain of the woodland brush, but I didn't want to believe that Milla had run this way. She must be terrified. I was fine navigating with my wolf vision, but she would be running almost blindly in the pitch black with only the nearly full moon for light. The thought of it made me pick up the pace, sweeping between bare trees and feeling the wind and fierce rain blasting on my face. I ignored my tiredness and aches. Nothing mattered now other than saving my girlfriend. Yes, at that moment, I decided that Milla was my girlfriend. I was taking ownership of her. Perhaps Noctis would take her away from me sometime in the future, but for now she was mine, and mine to protect. Woo! I howled into the night, taking a pause to sniff for her scent. She was close, maybe a mile away, but I could hardly believe how long and far she had come in such terrible conditions. And it seemed she had taken a route leading to a particularly hazardous section of the mountains. Not even hikers came this way, as there was no path to map the route. I darted after her, my heart cold and calculating in its objective, yet underneath it was a fear. She was slipping away from me. I had felt it the day of Sophia's arrival to my home. I had been injured then, and I still was, but all the same, nothing had changed. If Milla wanted to get rid of me, she would have to do it from the safety of her own home. Right now, for all intents and purposes, she was the only other member of my pack. Perhaps our pack would have a future together and it would lead to something bigger. Maybe it wouldn't last and she would end up with someone else, but I had never been a toe-in kind of guy. Although I had a relaxed farm boy vibe about me, underneath it all, I was deeply territorial and possessive of the things I loved. That didn't mean to say that I could say for sure that I was in love with Milla, but considering that I couldn't stand the idea of her being hurt, there was a good chance. The scent thickened, and I had an easier time trailing her route. I froze, howling, unable to believe my sight. But no matter how much I howled, it didn't stop the small figure against the moonlight struggling up to the edge of a cliff above, where the rising mountain climbed to a peak. My wolf instincts were buzzing now, making me jump from one side to the other, howling like a lunatic. I knew what she was going to do. It made me growl and howl and snap with disbelief. There was no way this was going to happen. Thunder tore above, streaking the sky, and I glimpsed her soft features in long, curly black waves. She looked to be staggering in the way you do when you're drunk or when you have too much weight in your backpack. If the dragon shifters had attacked and injured her, I would crash at their home territory with the force of 1,000 oblivions. But that wasn't it, was it? Snapping the air and howling one last time, I didn't bother to climb the mountain. I would never make it in time. Instead, I used my wolf instincts to plot a lower path further down on the mountain. My paw slipped, but I growled and pulled myself up, ignoring the blinding pain when the gash on my side opened up again. Rain mixed with blood, making a trail behind me, and I raced forward, my eyes and nose honing in on the staggering figure above. "Mira!" I growl-barked. Then it happened. Like a domino, Mila fell, and without thinking, I launched in the air after 1, 2, 3 great strides. I leaped. She tumbled and I flew, and thrash! I crashed into her midair, launching the two of us into midair, flying and free-falling until we hit the tops of some nearby trees. I felt leaves embrace the two of us like sinking into a bush. The tree was dense, so we were sucked into it for several seconds before becoming snagged to a stop.
Mila. I opened my eyes to see a naked boy with bulging muscles and lots of cuts, some of which looked old and some which I knew were very recent. His big blue eyes were glowing and there were traces of yellow inside them. Trevor, I croaked, feeling all beat up, but nowhere as beat up as the boy who had caught me mid-air, transforming so that he could protect me from the impact with both arms. "You're bleeding." Trevor simply laughed, then pulled me close and kissed my lips. For that eternity, I just felt our breaths, the warmth of his mouth, gazed into the glowing light of his eyes, and my whole body shivered with love. My hands raced across his muscular back, pulling him to me, and he groped me and pulled my hair. We completely ignored the fact that we were positioned way up amongst big trees and that one fall could lead to a broken leg. Much as I wanted to succumb to the heat of the moment, I pulled away. There wasn't going to be any future with this relationship. I was a time bomb that could explode any time. Trevor knew I was troubled and he held me, pulling me gently into his warm embrace. I felt Elamir receding from me in the way that darkness fled from the rising sun. We lost track of time, and the rain didn't seem to matter from the heat of Trevor's passion. When lightning tore through the sky again, I gasped and trembled in his arms, my body too tender and sensitive to even move. I love you, I whispered in his ear. "I know," he said, allowing me to press myself against him. I didn't feel self-conscious as I knew he wasn't judging me. This just felt right, and in the end, I suspected that he had just saved my life in more ways than one. Somebody loved me. Still embracing, I spoke in his ear, prepared to burst the bubble of understanding we had built. "Trevor, I killed Artie." His body froze. "Why do you say that?" "Elamir possessed me last night," I explained. "Like how she made me kill those dragon shifters and attack you?" "That explains a lot," he said simply. I expected you to be more shocked." To be honest, something seemed wrong about Artie's death, other than the obvious talking to the air part. And I wouldn't put it past Elamir to do something like that. All of the stories I've heard about her say she's as evil as they come. though you wouldn't expect it from how innocent she seems. Yeah, kind of like me, I croaked acidly. No, he said, pulling away and shining those blue eyes on me. Not like you. You're not Elamir, Milla. Do you understand? When I didn't reply, he repeated the question. I nodded, feeling a warmth for him that I had never felt for anyone, not even Noctis. How was he able to see the best in me, even when I couldn't see it myself? We should go, I said. You look really hurt. It was worth it, he said, though the comment made me wonder if this would be the last time I ended up hurting him.
Chapter 10. Trevor. We made our way down the great tree with care. Fortunately, it was one of those trees filled with branches which allowed better grip. You know, I said, puffing with exasperation from all of my injuries, if we had landed anywhere other than from above, we would have become skewered meat. I'm sorry. You don't need to keep apologizing. You really thought you would end this all by killing yourself? Milla didn't answer for a while. How else was I going to get rid of her? I want to say that's really reckless, but it's also brave. Milla, you should have talked to us. I didn't know when Elamir would possess me again. Then she might pretend to be me and wait for the right moment to kill you. So I decided the best thing was to completely cut you all off, cut off all thoughts and just leave. Look how hurt you are already. You're bloodstained like a barbarian. I'm a wolf, Milla. Being a wild person is normal for me. We finally made it to the base of the tree. I sniffed the air for any dragons or other predators. Luckily, we seemed not to have been noticed. I turned to Milla. Look, I said, I think we shouldn't go back to your place. I took her hand and started leading her towards my place. As she followed, I sensed that something had changed in our relationship. Rather than asking me the reason for not going to her mom's, Milla trusted me to make the right decision. It kind of made me love her more. The truth was that somebody might still smell Milla's presence in the woods. If we headed back, they might use the smell of blood to guess we were weakened and attack. Going to my place would have been safer with Jack and Eli about, although it would definitely be a lot more irritating. There was no getting away from it. As we continued on, I had another feeling that Milla was lost. I wanted to console her, to give her some hope. Maybe my mom can help, I said. She's wise on many matters like this and knows many old stories related to Elamir. We might figure out another game plan to win. Milla said nothing for a long while, just held my hand, walking a step behind me by my side. How do you know it's me right now? I stopped, and she wouldn't look up at me. Milla, look at me. When she didn't obey, I raised her head with a hand under her chin. Her eyes were closed, and I couldn't tell if it was rainwater or tears streaming down her face. Please, look at me.
Milla. I stared up into big blue glowing eyes and saw determination in them. I can always tell when it's you, Trevor said. He didn't explain any more, but just took me by the hand again and led me through the forest. After about an hour, we saw the distant lights peeking through the living room of Trevor's home, and Eli's Hummer was outlined in them. The softer glow of moonlight lit up the top part of the giant car. Trevor sighed audibly, making me smile. He was going to have a lot of fun being back in the playden, it seemed. Knock, knock. Trevor rapped the door and burst open to the taller frame of Eli, who was eyeing us both with one eye half closed. I smelled you from a mile away, he said. Been out for a midnight lover's stroll? I blushed, suddenly reminded of the passion that had happened on top of that tree by the cliff. Had that really just happened? My cheeks were hot when I realized that I couldn't use Elamir as an alibi for that. Yes, maybe the emotion of the moment had caused me to be crazier than usual, and the way Trevor had put his whole body on the line like that, but I had definitely been the one behind the steering wheel. I remembered every second of it, and by the slight tremble in Trevor's hand, he was also feeling some guilt. If my mom found out about this, she would, well, she might actually laugh and tease me about it. Mom was a crazy lady, but nevertheless, it was still very embarrassing to know that my wild side was way more than I would have guessed. In fact, the less I thought about it, the better. I definitely didn't want to walk into Mrs. Hayes' home with that on my mind.
Trevor. Are you going to let us in? I half growled, and Eli raised an eyebrow, sizing me up. Well, look who grew some fangs. Don't get your knickers in a twist. I blushed even harder, though I hoped the rainwater would mask it. He did a full bow. Your Highness, you deserve a royal welcome. Milla laughed politely, and I let us in. Jack saluted from the sofa, then his eyebrows creased. What in God's name are you doing out without an umbrella? You're soaked to the wolf's bones. Milla, I said, please go upstairs and ask my mom for a towel and some dry clothes. We should have something you can fit into from when my girl cousins visited. She nodded, smiled politely at Jack, and made her way upstairs. None of us said a word until she had creaked out of sight. Bros, I said, I'm serious right now. I know you're going to have 1,000 questions, but I need you to hold off on them. Now is not the time. To my surprise, both brothers shrugged, and I guess they had caught the subliminal sadness in the air. I suppose they were not complete monsters then. Want a beer? Eli said, flopping back into the thin sofa. He cracked a can, which fizzed. I declined, and he shrugged, drinking it himself. Despite how casual they both were, Jack was crouching rather than sitting down still. Their eyes flicked to me every now and again. Something's different with you two, Eli said. Eli, Jack warned. What? Eli said. Look, I'm not being a jerk. I'm being honest. She's looking at you differently now. I shrugged, playing it down. I did not want to give those two any information to use as ammunition later. Plus, I wanted to protect what Milla and I got up to. It was nobody's business but ours. Jack winked and Eli nodded to himself, and though I still gave nothing up, I wondered if their observation was correct. At any rate, there were more important things to attend to. Without saying a word, I made my way up the stairs. Mom, I said, rapping on her door gently. Come in, her voice answered. Milla was sitting on the edge of the bed wearing some clothes that she had left last time she had slept over. Blue jeans and a black top that read School Kitten. It seems we need to talk, Mom said, showing me a seat in the corner of her room. Her arms were folded and she had this permanent look of concern. Yeah, we do, I said. Something bad has happened. We need your advice. It's about Milla. She's sort of possessed. I filled Mom in on everything we knew. When I finished, Mom surveyed Milla from the corner of her vision. If what you say is true, you are not safe near her. Milla just looked down, looking destroyed. Me, I couldn't believe what I was hearing and almost barked at my own mom. What are you talking about? Milla is a special part of my life. You know that. Milla looked up. I didn't care about admitting those feelings. My mom, however, kept folding her arms. Trevor, she said firmly, you don't know what you are dealing with. I won't allow you to throw your life away like that. No, we're beating her, I said, fighting for Milla, who looked like she might sink into the bed, then fall through the floor and earth until she hit the core and melted. Look at you, my mom screamed. I'm not losing another family member. I suddenly realized that I was wrapped in Milla's jacket, while the rest of me was fully nude. Fortunately, it was enough to cover the private parts, but blood was soaking the floor at my feet, and I had several wounds flowing with red. It looks worse than it is, I said. My baby boy, this girl is going to kill you. Probably all of us too. Do you really think you have a future with her? I growl-barked just then, making my mom take a step back with a hand on her chest. I'll ignore those words, I said, because I know you're saying them out of love, but mark my words, I'm with Mila no matter what your decision is. Trevor, no, Mom. You won't see me again if you keep talking that way. It's unacceptable. This is a girl, a human being with a kind heart. It wasn't her fault that she found the stone. I can't let her carry a curse for the rest of her life. With or without your help, I'm going to find a solution and free her from it. There was a long pause, and the only eyes I saw in the room were Mom's. She was gazing at me, trying to work out what she was seeing. Perhaps she had assumed I would back down and obey her wishes. I couldn't do that. I'm sorry, my mom said eventually. I know I'm not the only one who's lost someone dear. You lost your father too, she said, facing Mila. Elamir was waiting for her chance to take over a living body, waiting for this to happen. It just happened to be you. We tried for so many years to keep the stone from others' eyes, but fate turns out to be our match. Hikers, travelers, it became a full-time job for my husband, so that we were working overtime just to keep the household running. I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Hayes, Mila sniffled in a small voice. This is my fault. If I just would have listened to Trevor, he warned me not to go to the mountain last summer. Mrs. Hayes laid a hand on her shoulder. We were all selfish. I selfishly thought I could leave my husband to slave away in this territory and pretend that was fine. And now I selfishly want to leave you to your own devices for fear of getting us implicated. It's not just Elamir I'm worried about. If Sophia finds out about this, I don't know what she would do. Anyway, why don't you two just come in? I spun around as the door creaked open. Jack had his hand in his hair guiltily, while Eli was leaning against the frame with his arms crossed. Great. That meant they had heard my love spiel. There'd be no living this down. So we got to get them out of town now? Eli said casually, as if we hadn't just caught him eavesdropping. Mom nodded, looking at me sadly. The most selfish reason is that I didn't want to see you go. So you'd thought of this already? I asked. You're like a chess grandmaster, and here I was thinking that we would be surprising her. Jack laughed. Well, it's the most logical conclusion. It's just a matter of time now. As long as we get you out before they figure it out too, we'll be fine. I could always kill myself, Mila interrupted, startling the room. What? No, I yelled. We already spoke about this. But Eli was colder. Well, it's a consideration. I spun at him and growled. Say that again, and I'll make you reconsider ever opening your mouth. Eli rolled his eyes. Looks like the pup's growing up, eh, Jack? Finally. Somehow I didn't think he was kidding. Sometimes my brother was extremely hard to decipher. No, that wouldn't work, Mom said, breaking up our confrontation. Seemed she had thought of this scenario too. She really was the chess grandmaster. Even if Miller were to kill herself, it would only force Elamir's spirit to leave her body. Can someone explain all this? Eli said. When Milla took the red stone, Mom said, Elamir herself got channeled into Milla's body. That is what I believe happened. So, Jack interjected, scratching his chin with the arm that wasn't in a sling, you're saying that the day when Elamir was killed, everything about her was sucked into the stone, and then the first person to touch it, Milla, then became the new vessel. Mom nodded. I looked at poor Milla, who was defeated on the edge of the bed, considering suicide. Once the vessel is gone, Elamir will just move on to another. This isn't fair. My voice trembled with anger. There has to be something we can do. Milla, Mom said this time. Her voice was the kind she used when she was worried about me. The fact that you've lasted this long with Elamir is a testament to how strong and resilient your spirit is. I can't believe how selfish I've been. We wolves were once the guardians of your kind. Milla gave a weak smile. I could tell she was fighting away tears. The odds do not look good, Jack said, rubbing his sling absent-mindedly. Just saying, if Milla died and Elamir changed bodies, it would be tough to identify her. It would probably be mayhem when we do. This is giving me a headache, Eli said. I just clenched a fist, feeling powerless. I didn't want to say anything earlier, Eli said, but you should put some clothes on, bro. Any time now. Sighing, I decided it was the only thing I could do right now. Maybe it would clear my head, but it seemed pretty obvious to me. We would have to leave town tonight before Sophia found out. Maybe being away from the magical woods would weaken Elamir's hold on Milla. There is one thing, Mom said as I offered a hand and pulled Milla from the bed. Milla, the more you wield Elamir's magic, the more control she gains over you. We all looked around at each other. I have an odd feeling that the girl I loved might be gone forever in the blink of an eye. I'll know if she tries to do it, I said firmly. I hope so, Mom cast a careful eye at me. That said, it's crucial that Milla stops using her magic unless it's really necessary. Then it's decided, I said. I'm taking Milla out of town. Milla looked up at me. But your family is here. You're my family now, I said, not meeting my mom's eyes. I mean, we both belong to families. I will also belong to my father's. But right now I'm going to treat you as part of mine, a new branch. There was a mysterious silence in the room. Wolves did not utter such words often. Most of the time, such decisions were demonstrated in action. This, however, was an unusual situation. I had to be more overt. When a wolf decided to create a family with a mate, it meant he or she was establishing a territory together and was marking that partner as his or her property in a way. Other wolves were not allowed access, and they might very well fight to the bitter death if an enemy intruded. Mom looked at me with sadness and joy in her eyes. Even my brothers were unusually reserved, and had been since I'd shown up bloody and half nude. I hadn't expected to grow up this much overnight. Seemed that some things in life just couldn't be predicted. I knew in my heart that this was someone I could die for, so I had to take some responsibility fast if I was going to lower the odds of it happening. I need to change and eat something before leaving, I said, wincing from all of my glistening cuts. You're not going anywhere before I bandage you up, Mom said. Just then, someone knocked on the door downstairs. It was a familiar scent. Bloody hell. Witches.
Chapter 11. Milla. I stiffened from the soles of my feet to the top of my neck while my arm was locked inside Trevor's. Suddenly his 6-foot-tall, muscular body felt like the only thing between me and certain death. I felt an amazing wave of gratitude for him and his family. I also felt... No, I had to suppress the wave of emotions. Something told me it wouldn't help the situation. But honestly, I'd never felt so powerless in my life, other than that time Octavian locked me up for weeks on end, or the time Kara was lying on the ground, bleeding and dead, or maybe a part of the deal with becoming a vessel to dark magic was powerlessness. For now, I was still trying to wake up. I'd just tried to kill myself barely an hour ago. To be honest, since then I'd been relying on the composure of Trevor. He always seemed to surprise me. Out of nowhere, he rescued me, pushed Elamir back into sleep, and persuaded his whole family that I was good. Not that even I myself had had an easy time believing I was worth protecting. The cynical part of my mind kept whispering that I had found the red stone because there was something in me that was the same as it. I didn't know. "We know you have her," said a familiar voice, sending chills up my spine. It sounded like that ugly-faced witch who always followed Sophia around like a personal bodyguard. "I'll create a distraction," Eli said casually. "You go out back and drive Dad's ride. They won't be expecting it with the Hummer sitting out front. I'm proud of you, bro. You're becoming stronger. It's all I've ever wanted for you." Trevor and I stared at Eli. I knew he could really be rough on Trevor, but it seemed that Eli also had some redeeming qualities, bravery being one of them. "I owe you, bro. Be careful," Trevor said, and at the same time grabbed a pair of jeans that had been drying on the radiator and threw a hoodie on top of it. "Maybe—" "No," Eli cut me off. "The reason we can't give you up is twofold," Jack said, then cut Eli off. "One, the fact that you were about to offer yourself up proves you're deserving of Trevor. He's lucky to have you. Second, we don't know what Sophia will do to you if she has found out you killed Artie, the Dark Witch. We can't let that happen." "I can't let that happen," Eli said, looking at Jack's cast. "You're in no condition to be of any help. Besides, I'm just going to talk." "I'll go too," Trevor's mom said. "It will make us seem more genuine and stall for more time." "I don't know what to say," I said, blown away by the act of courage the Hayes were showing after being the source of all their recent problems. "You don't have to," Jack said. "Pack wolves are loyal to one another. You're one of us now. Just make sure you get out safely, okay?" Trevor and I nodded, then watched as the 3 Hayes family members made their way down the stairs. "This is going to get violent quickly," Trevor's deep voice rumbled. "What? But they said they just talk." "Nuh-uh," Trevor said. "You don't just roll up to a wolf den and bark out orders. Eli's going to flip out first. And Mom, she's a lot more dangerous than she looks, especially when she's protecting her pups. Doesn't matter how old we get, we're still pups in her eyes." Crash! And then a loud series of vicious growl barks told us that the battle had started before we had expected. "Run!" Trevor said, leading the way. We dived down the staircase. "This way," he said, limping to the side door, opening it. Boom! A crater appeared next to the door, inches from where his hand had been. Sophia had missed, but Trevor didn't wait for her to fire another spell. He launched right at Sophia, tackling her to the ground while still in human form. "I'm sorry to do this," he said, and knocked her lights out. Rather, he raised his fist, then froze in mid-punch. Sophia's mouth was moving, though she was muttering incantations too lowly for me to make them out. Trevor's arms locked to his side, and he rolled over, stiff as a board. Sophia stood up slowly, casting a witch's eye on the fallen boy, perhaps locking the spell deeper in place. My stomach sank with sympathy and despair, again feeling powerless. Outside, the sounds of battle and explosions of spells persisted. Please don't let anything happen to the Hayes, or I will never forgive myself. There was nothing I could do. If I tried to use magic, Elamir would surely possess me. If I did nothing, Sophia would kill me, and Sophia would get the last laugh. "Wait, you don't understand," I said. "I understand perfectly well." Sophia's voice was cold and harsh, filled with more spite than I had ever heard. "You killed my girl, Anna. You throttled her in bed." "No, it wasn't me," I said, though the words were like mucus. "She did it to Artie. It was Elamir." I should have known when you displayed such prowess, Sophia said. I just didn't expect it was her, the treacherous one. After losing my lovely Anna, I missed her greatly. That's when I found you. You sort of reminded me of her. I was blind to the signs. Then it became clear after your little show with the dragons at the safe house. I started to have an inkling after creating the one-directional shield that saved your worthless little life. How ironic is that? So then I went back to the police station and watched the tapes. But this time I lifted your little invisibility spell with a counter-charm. I didn't expect it to work on non-magic technology. But what did you know? When I created the spell, who did I see but my very own apprentice? Either way, Elamir must pay. I must kill her before she takes full control of you. Count yourself unlucky, child. She drew closer, waving her hand around, readying a finishing spell. Blam! Sophia toppled over, collapsing as Trevor hit her with the lid of an old car hood that had been sitting out front. Spell wore off, he said. Run! He moved his arms about to show me. I just watched Trevor, not believing how close I had come to the end. Once in a day was more than enough. This was just ridiculous. The first time everything nearly ended, I said, I thought it was for the best. This time? He asked, breathing hard. I don't want to die, I said honestly. Then let's not, he said, smiling and gazing over me towards the front of the house, sniffing. By the smell of it, my family is holding their own. Let's make their battle scars worth it. Maybe we should help, I said. He shook his head, then even smiled. You've never seen my mom fight, have you? Well, we're probably safer staying out of her way once she's in wolf form. She loses all capacity for reason and restraint. I've already seen a couple of witches fleeing towards the woods, tails tucked. You have strong blood, I said, honestly surprised by the level of strength in the Hayes family. It sent tingles through me, his sweat and scent and aggression. Maybe we would make nice children. Despite everything, I swore he blushed. This was why I loved him. A sharp blast sounded and the car hood flew aside, revealing a cold-looking Sophia, who slowly stood, seemingly unscathed after being hit by the car hood. Nice try, wolf boy. Now see if you can take this. She hissed and sent a bolt of magic at us that thankfully fell short, exploding a portion of grass and sending dirt up in the air. I rolled to the side, getting behind the car. Wow! She never gets old, does she? Trevor panted, sheltering behind the truck too. If she destroys this thing, that's our ride out of town gone. Maybe you do a little bit of good magic? I'm sort of useless long range. No, Trevor, I said as spell dented the truck. Think you can hide forever? Sophia yelled. Crap, I said. Now she's really pissed, Trevor said. Bang! Sparks showered from the hood of the truck with a new venomous spell. Look what you did. How dare you? Sophia was going into a full fit now, sounding like a horse in her tonality. If her spells weren't so dangerous, I might have laughed. Angry witches make mistakes, Trevor said, then burst into wolf form and sprinted around the other side of the car. Unfortunately, Sophia had expected it, and I heard him howl in pain. I immediately stood up, raising my hands. Another blow like that and he would be dead or permanently wounded. It's me you want, I said. Then why don't you come out and face me? She lashed out. It happened so fast. A streak of yellow zipped toward the witch, but Sophia dodged it just in time as Mrs. Hayes struck. "Run!" Mrs. Hayes said. I ran to Trevor. He didn't look good. It was like he'd been involved in a mad science experiment featuring electricity. His normally perfect blonde hair was ashen in places, and his clothes were frazzled. He had a sleepy smile on his face. "Can we go home now?" he asked drowsily. "Yes, but you're going to need to help me, okay?" I dug into the archives of my mind and remembered protocol when dealing with somebody in shock. In this case, he was literally in the after effects of shock. Step 1, talk to the patient. Well, the good news was Trevor was responsive. Step 2, get out of the danger zone. That might be trickier, considering the size of him. Even lifting his arm took some effort. "Okay, if you want to go home, you're going to need me to help you." "I love riddles." Trevor sounded drunk. "Okay, just stand up, okay? On the count of 1, 2, 3. By some miracle of God, we managed to stand up together, and I led him to the car, getting him to slide in. I saw another flash of light and smoke rising from the area Mrs. Hayes stood just seconds ago. Mrs. Hayes managed to jump away in time and was taking cover from Sophia's attacks. There was no time to keep watching, though. I wanted to stay a bit longer to confirm if Mrs. Hayes was hurt from the fight. Please don't let anything happen to Mrs. Hayes. Then I jumped in the driver's seat. Crap. The keys. Trevor was already snoring. When I slapped him in the face, it had no effect. So, as suspicious as this will sound, I frisked him. I started around his hoodie pockets. Unfortunately, that was no good. Seems I had no choice. I started feeling around his tight jeans pockets, feeling the warmth of his muscular thighs. Then I literally stuck my hand down his pockets and thankfully found something cool and metal feeling. After a great effort and an explosion in a line of trees to the left of me, I managed to pull the keys out, fiddling around till I pinpointed the ignition set. "Okay, ignition, ignition," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. While I had driven cars for several hours, I hadn't yet passed my driver's test, so this was really going to be fun. Ignition! I stuck the key in under the steering wheel and twisted it. The engine sputtered and growled. Crap, Miss Ugly must have blown the engine. As a last desperate measure, I pumped the clutch several times before turning again, and vroom! The engine actually started up. Well, there was a lot of steam coming out from where the hood should be, but this was a great start. An explosion hit the back of the vehicle, pushing it forward and completely cutting out the engine. The witches were onto us. I pumped the clutch again, revving the engine and then slammed the gas. The wheels spun for a moment before tugging at the grass and launching us forward onto the black dirt track, and then finally onto the gravel road. Chapter 12. Milla. Trevor stirred and then came to about 10 minutes into the car ride. You could blame my driving skills, but personally, I would blame a pothole in the gravel road for bumping him sober. "Hi, sleepyhead," I said as he stared at the black road, trying to figure out how the hell he had gotten there. "So, I'm not in your living room anymore," he said. I frowned. "A lot of stuff happened between your living room and this truck. I hope you didn't hit your head and develop amnesia. How many fingers am I holding?" "No!" Trevor's eyes went big as I swerved back onto the road, missing a tree. "Oops, sorry," I said. "I'm a bit out of practice. I should probably keep my hands on the steering wheel." A few long moments of silence passed as the car cut through the wet road, making a sound like skates through ice. "I can drive," Trevor said, clearly still nervous about having me behind the wheel. "That's probably not a good idea. For one, you still smell of wolf barbecue." "Ah, yes," he sniffed his underarm. "Now I remember. I'm amazed we made it out of there alive. This is all because of the dragons. Dragons? Are you sure your memory is back? Eyes on the road, Mills, he growled, his sleepy face becoming all lined around the brows again. Why couldn't he just sleep longer? Not that I didn't like spending time talking to him, but that dreamy face was one to die for. It made me remember the first time I had spent time alone with him. In the bleachers. Right after surviving the dragon attack. After taking the red stone and getting into this whole mess. He had been sleeping, tired from defending the woods at night with his dad, and his mouth had made that small pout. Dragons are evil. Trevor broke my train of thought. Never forget that. Not all of them, I said, shocked to hear him so riled up about it. He glared at the side of my face. Because he didn't often do that, it actually made me nervous. I felt my hands grip the steering wheel tighter, and I had trouble maintaining my focus on the road. My breaths became heavy. Maybe he felt the car swerving slightly because he turned away, rolling his window down, propping his elbow on the underside and looking out at the passing dark trees. It will be morning soon, he mused. It seems like the right shade of sky for it. Such an old soul. I calmed myself down, trying to work out how he had the power to invoke that kind of reaction inside me. I didn't know what to make of it, but it felt like something. Not wanting to push the point on dragon morality, I just listened to the swish of the car's tires on the wet road. Neither of us said it, but Noctis was the main, no, perhaps only, argument remaining for why dragons might not all be completely bad. Even if there was only one good apple, that was still enough reason not to tarnish all dragons with the same brush, wasn't it? My thoughts raced for a different reason. Trevor had said he smelled Noctis right before we were ambushed. Did that mean Noctis had something to do with the ambush? Or was it just a case of bad timing? Noctis could appear cold and ruthless at times, but I didn't believe it for a minute. I couldn't. How could someone I'd shared so many experiences with make that kind of decision? I could still remember running my hands through his silky black hair. And then there was the first time Trevor and I were in the dragon hideout. If not for Noctis rescuing us, we wouldn't even be in this car together escaping as a couple. We'd be skeletons. We'd certainly be dead. Noctis had saved our lives. Had he regretted it and sought to redeem himself to win his father's favor? Even that didn't make sense. Noctis was not the kind of boy to make rash decisions. Everything about him was cool, calm, and calculated. Much like Trevor. Noctis was a math and chemistry guy. He knew how the very particles in his decisions and plans worked. He would have foreseen trouble by going against his father, and it was unlike him to bail at the last minute. Cool air from the open window kissed the side of my cheeks. It made my hair fly in my face, however. "Trevi," I said in my best girly voice, "that window might blind me and make us crash into another tree." He growled lowly, letting me know he was uncommonly frustrated or irritated, rolling up the window enough to stop my hair from trying to kill us both. "Sorry," he said after a moment. "I've just been thinking a lot about responsibility." "Responsibility? You're about the most responsible person I know. Who else does unpaid overtime protecting people in the woods while also trying not to flunk school?" "You noticed that, huh?" he said. "Well, it's more. Since I made you into a member of my own pack, now it's different. I need to start thinking ahead about threats. If I don't know who's on my side, then I can't risk hesitating. I need to attack first and ask questions later. It's all up to me." "That's silly," I said. I caught him doing that pout expression, and it made me laugh. "I didn't say you were silly," I emphasized. "I just mean, look." "What?" His heavy brows rose to see what I was getting at. I swiveled the car a fraction, making him jump in his skin. "Sorry," I said. I'm not trying to kill us. Are you sure? What I meant was that I have my hands on the steering wheel. After you got attacked by the witch from the Wicked West and her boss, I've been trying to help. She was hard to look at. And me? He placed a hand on my thigh, making my toes curl in my shoes. If you keep doing that, I'm going to go to Cloud 9. He grinned. I might want to join you. At that moment, a fine line appeared on the horizon, between the less dark trees. The sun had sneakily done its work, already turning the sky into a deep, dark purple rather than black. And our romance seemed to be thickening by the minute, maybe dirtying. It's beautiful, I said. Then when he didn't say anything, I added, that's the part where you tell me I'm more beautiful. That's obvious, Trevor said, distracted, his blue eyes taking in the sight. This reminds me of when Dad and my brothers and I first learned to shift in the woods. Do you think he's still out there? Trevor shook his head. I smelled Noctis from a mile away. I was hoping they had Dad imprisoned in the hideout. But there was nothing. I wanted to suggest he might be elsewhere, but I didn't have the heart. The thought of how much Trevor had lost pained me. It also reminded me of my own dad's death. I'm not sad, he said. Maybe that will come. For now, I just remember how it felt to get up before sunrise and run around the woods following Dad. Everyone else was so much bigger, so it was hard to keep up. Now I have my own pack. I smiled. Then I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. Do you mind checking it for me? My mom might be worried. Where is it? I looked down at my skin-tight pants, and he paused. You really want me to get it for you? I could always, swiveling the car a fraction deliberately. No, it's fine. Part of me thought that Trevor would be too easy to manipulate. I hadn't even tried in this instance. Though a girl harboring dark magic was probably not the witch you wanted to test while she was the one driving you at 40 miles per hour. I felt his hand slide into my pocket, all warm and large. Other one, I chimed. He sighed and reached around, leaning into me with his opposite hand. The hairs on my neck and arms stood up as his mouth came super close to mine. His blonde hair, thick, muscular arms, musky scent. It was all too much in that moment. What we did in that tree was crazy, I said. His hand paused, halfway down my pocket, warmly pressed against my thigh. If I hadn't been wearing yoga-style pants, there was no way it would fit. Yeah, I don't know what came over me, he said. I hadn't meant to move so fast. Are you sure? I said, enjoying the tease and his hot breath on me. It didn't seem like you were confused at all. He dug in deeper, making my toes curl again, then pulled out my phone. Do you want to talk about it? I laughed. I'm just testing you, I said. I enjoyed it just as much as you, probably more, because it was my first time. I could literally feel the warmth of his blush, almost anyway. I thought that Noctis... He trailed off, making me work hard to restrain another laugh. He was so adorable when nervous. Noctis was what you call a first boyfriend, I said, as in boyfriend. Trevor's brows were scrunched again. I could tell that he would not be checking that phone for me unless I'd explain the rest. Which meant we'd done a lot of walks in the park, feeding ducks and going to the cinema. Never the whole way. Maybe I was imagining it, but it sounded like Trevor sighed. It doesn't matter anyway, he said. I probably don't want to know any more details. Then he brought my phone to his face. Mila? What? I fought to keep my eyes on the road. Is everyone okay? Yeah, it's not that. Don't worry. Are you sure? You just have a couple of messages from all of your friends. They're pretty amazing, actually. Wolf boy, are you actually going to keep me hanging? Oh, sorry, he spluttered. The first one is from Moan? Yeah, it's short for Simone. She's the one whom you'd think was a receptionist by how much time she spends on her mobile. A social minimalist, a bit like you. Makes sense she'd be the first message. What does it say? I'm a social minimalist? As demonstrated. I do like 95% of the talking, if you hadn't noticed. Most of the time, anyway. Am I boring you? No, I laughed. I like it best when you sleep. That's quite offensive, you know. Okay, I'm not saying this right. What I mean is, I took a deep breath, speaking shyly and with some tint of recollection. I have memories, too, of my dad. He kind of reminds me of you. The car rumbled over the gravel, churning away at loose bits as the sun rose further, becoming angelic. I had to flip down the sun visor. The sky turned a glowing blue similar to Trevor's eyes, yellow light reflected in sparkling patterns ahead on the road. What was he like? Trevor said, after a time. And I really remind you of him? A bit. The thing I liked best was how you would know he was there, but he wasn't. Let me finish. We had a comfortable silence, okay? Even though I talk more than you, we're not the most talkative couple. The last word sent a tingle through my body. We were now openly talking about each other as a couple, or at least I was. I continued, excited by the new feeling and wanting it to continue. He loved to read weird books. Remember when you and I got to talking in the library over that Wolf Clan book? I guess that makes sense. It's easy being around you. I felt comfortable, like the way I would sit on his lap and we'd read books together. I trailed off. Nothing's going to be the same. Trevor's tone was reflective. I didn't answer, but listened to the strange, scary, new, yet beautiful music in my body. Who knew what life would be like from here on? Suddenly my eyes went out of focus for a moment. What's going on? Trevor said, rising in his seat to stare out of the windshield. Nothing, I said, though I had seen something odd too. I kept driving, eyeing the trees in the distance, as the road and terrain here had opened up, pushing them further away. Not too long now, we would be on the interstate. A new life. So what does her message say? I said, feeling nostalgic. Moan says, you are like a light in my life. Please never forget that. We will get through this tough time. Our scars will make us stronger. My mom even says that we can start going away for weekend vacays. That honesty nearly made me crash the car. If Moan's mom is giving her that kind of freedom on my account, it means things really will never be the same. Okay, you've also got a message from J and T. His voice was going lower. I was sure he had taken to learn the name of the boys in my friendship circle and would know them as Jake and Taylor. Just how aggressive were wolves with territories and their partners? Would I have to consider distancing myself from them? Jay says, don't leave me alone with mean old Taylor. I won't last. Come back soon when you feel up to it. I chuckled. And T says, Jake is doing the mean eagle stare again. Don't leave me alone with him. We want you back, Milla. I felt my chest warm and lighten. In fact, a huge tingle ran up my spine, and my muscles felt more relaxed. Everything was just more lighter. I hadn't realized that my muscles had been that stiff. Deep down, had I been worried that my friends would reject me? That they would find out what I was and want me roasted on a pillar? Telling your friends that you were an unstable witch wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do, without seeming loopy or completely untrustworthy, or just plain evil. You have good friends, Trevor said. I know, I said, smiling to myself with love in my heart. I'm gonna miss them so, so much. God. They can always visit us. But right now, the most important thing is getting out of here and far away from those dragons and Sophia. I still felt some venom in his words at the mention. For some reason, I couldn't agree with him, and this bothered me. Well, I don't want to see Octavian transform into a full dragon. No one does. Well, other than Octavian himself. You know, there's something odd happening. I can't put my finger on it. What? Though the moment he said it, the same feeling tingled across my shoulders. We're fine, aren't we? Trevor leaned forward very slowly, squinting at the distance. Then his eyes seemed to drop to the dashboard. Trevi, I said, are you sure your head is okay? You're starting to remind me of when my dad accidentally brought home mushrooms and then spent the next hour staring at his plate of food in wonder. This was good. Being able to joke about my dad was much better than being completely distraught. No, Trevor Growell whispered. This is definitely not good. Great. And a pang struck my chest like a quiver. What now? At that exact moment, there was a bang as steam hissed from the car hood, at least from the engine underneath it. It looked like a steam waterfall. Oh, crap, I groaned. But I stepped harder on the gas. I'm not giving up yet, baby. Chapter 13. Mila. No, you don't understand, yelled Trevor. I stepped on the gas harder. We need to get as far away as possible, I said. It doesn't matter if the car breaks down. We'll have to walk the rest of the way on foot. I love you, baby. Mila, stop. Trevor was resting a hand on the steering wheel. What are you doing? I yelled. You don't understand. You don't trust me because I'm a girl? I snapped because of the fact he wouldn't take his hand off the steering wheel. You're the one who doesn't understand. While you were drunk from the Wicked Witch's stun spell, I had a hell of a time starting this thing up. It's a miracle that we got this far. If I slow down, it might never start up again. And there's no telling who's on our trail. I haven't smelled anyone, Trevor said, sniffing again. But it wouldn't matter. No wonder my thoughts have been so fuzzy. What are you talking about? The steam now began whistling, fizzing in puffs. Don't die on me now, car. Listen, Mila, I don't think we're going anywhere. I'm a wolf. I'm very good at terrain navigation. What the... Then I took note of the way that the background trees far away seemed to move at the same slow speed. Despite my hammering on the gas and my speedometer reading 150 miles per hour. How? The car seemed to spin onward at its same casual speed, though we didn't appear to be actually moving forward. This makes no sense. It doesn't. And Trevor was now looking up high over the windshield. It's like there's some kind of force field. That aura is super static, but I think we're right at the edge of it. A barrier? I said after a while, still screeching forward. I suppose. Completely disoriented, I slowed down, then hesitated. What if it doesn't start up again? What then? Not like it would make much of a difference. I think I know what this is. At this rate, the car will definitely blow out on us. I pressed on the brakes, watching the speedometer drop from 150 miles per hour to 120, then 60, then finally 0. The engine chugged and rattled like a metal bar had dropped into one of its spinning parts. I didn't cut the engine out completely, though. We both got out of the car, staring up. Now that we were no longer moving, we tried walking down the road. On and on we walked for some distance, accompanied by the passing trees at our sides, until we caught sight of something in the distance ahead. A car, parked at the side of the road. Who does it belong to? Could it be a dragon shifter? That was the first worrying thought that came to mind. If it was, considering the distance between us and our car behind us, we won't make it back to our car in time to escape. We looked around with all alertness for any sign of movement among the trees. We eyed at the unknown car ahead and back at our own, ready to make a run for it at the slightest sound of danger. Nothing. We made our way to the car ahead, and something stumped me. "Wait," Trevor said. "Isn't this—" I looked at the car and back at Trevor as the same realization dawned on me. It wasn't just the color that was the same as ours. It was our car. The car model, the license plate, even the way it was parked the same. How is this possible? I asked. There was a confused and knowing look on Trevor's face. "This can't be," he muttered. "What is it?" I asked. "In the legend Mom once told me, she said Strangeville used to be a secret place, isolated from the rest of the world by a magic barrier that ran around the borders of the town. It was a divider, conjured by the powerful witch of old to ensure that humans would never invade the place. So no one could enter or get out of the town as long as the divider lasted. Then what happened to it? One day the divider was deactivated. Happened after Elamir used the stone. It was said she sealed away not just the powers of the witches and the shifters, but all magic that engulfed the town, too. The divider was one such magic. But if it's gone, like you said, what causes it to be back now? Wait, that's it. The stone was destroyed. So it means what magic that used to be absorbed by it is now restored." Trevor nodded in agreement. I wondered what other strange magic once resided in this town that was now restored. We made our way back to the car, not wanting to leave it. As much of a steam bucket as it was, this was still our fastest way to get around. Hopefully. Fortunately, the thing growled to life nearly as sharply as Trevor had. Okay, focus. What was wrong with me? Were witches naturally ensnared by the charms of wolves? Sophia had mentioned that wolves were once pets to witches, something that I had read about but never quite believed. So, was our dating like I was going out with my favorite pet? Let's not follow that thought. "Where do you want me to go?" I said, noticing that my voice was still feverishly giddy, like I wanted him to tell me he wanted me to go in the back seat with him. "Are you okay, Milla?" Trevor had a questioning brow raised. "You keep looking at me, and you sound funny. Keep your eyes on the road." "Yes, sir. What was that?" "Oh, nothing." I shook myself sober, which was easier when not looking into his dreamy blue eyes. Gosh, I had been so good at denying any affection for him before our relationship became official. Now all I could think about was trading Noctis's silky black hair for my fingers running through golden blonde ones. This was only going to get worse. I knew it. I hadn't expected my girlfriend feelings to erupt this soon. But now wasn't the time. I glanced to my right, only to see Trevor's straight nose pointed toward me, which meant he was analyzing my face again. "Please don't do that," I said, honestly. "What?" he said, annoyingly. His voice had a hint of humor in it. Was he enjoying this? "Look, wolf boy, you make me nervous when you stare at me like that." "Really? I thought you felt comfortable in my company, Mills." Now he was choosing to use my nickname and doing wordplay. "Trevi, darling, I'm sure you don't want me to crash. This car would probably snap like a matchstick." He shrugged, but not before chuckling. I was sure he had considered doing something crazy like placing a hand on my thigh. To be honest, a part of me had hoped he would do it. Only the crazy part. Now it was much easier to breathe, and being further away meant that we could both think like sane people. So, where am I going again? I said, listening to the engine whistle, keeping a slow pace this time. There was no hurry to head back to the scene of the crime that occurred just over an hour ago. I'd been sniffing for lizards, Trevor said. He had the window rolled down lower than I liked, so that my hair was flapping about again. I don't smell any nearby, but that doesn't mean there aren't any in these parts. Last time we had a hard time detecting them. Lizards? That's what my brothers and Dad used to call them. Guess my old ways are coming back. Dragons don't have a strong smell. Didn't Eli say he could smell them from a mile away? You overheard us talking, huh? Well, no. That was just bravado. He then paused, making a deep hum. I've been thinking about it. I think we were smelling Elamir that night. Her powers were swelling even then. Because you were traveling with us, it made it seem like the mountains were full of dark magic. Thanks for reminding me. Seems I'm headed back exactly there. Don't talk like that. It's true. My hands shook and my knees trembled. I have nowhere to go because of this evil within me. Trevor tapped my phone against the dashboard. I don't know about you, but I would be excited to have 3 loyal friends. Not many people have people who believe in them like that. His words felt like an antidote to snake venom. My anger faded. I felt in control again, rushing with calm warmth. He always seemed to know what to say. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to drive in that car forever, feeling that exact emotion, as if we'd been trapped by another divider of sorts. The divider, I said, remembering. What do you know about it? First, take this left, right there, where that half-cut oak tree is. I slowed down and turned onto the path, which turned out to be little more than mud, but wide enough for the car to get through. This is a path? Yeah, it's a little-known one used by my family for decades. Hopefully it's still intact enough to use as a passage. Out here on the road, we're just too visible. I wouldn't be surprised if Sophia's already sent witches after us, knowing that we'd probably be trying to escape town. Unless she figured out the divider herself. Trevor hummed. She may have. Of all the witches, her knowledge is one of the widest reaching. Even more so than your mom's. She told me a lot of things that night, before we were ambushed. Like everything. It's like she knows the names and properties of every plant. She's a healer, so no surprise if she's well-versed in herb lore. There are so many things I've yet to learn, Trevi. I cursed myself silently for bringing on tears. Artie and I would spend hours and hours discussing things related to mythology, but we thought they were all fables, so I never really paid attention. Even back then, I think a part of us knew what we were, and it was sort of guiding us, pulling us closer to this magical war. Not me. None of us spoke. I didn't either, he interrupted quickly. I wasn't really thinking. Had he been hinting at Noctis? That I'd found the dragon because, for some reason, I was more drawn towards evil lizards? My head started to hurt, so I put the thought away. I'm hungry. There was a serious expression on his face. Yeah, I'll need to hunt. I know a spot we can cook. It has good cover, especially from scent detection and auras. It's a spot with a lot of limestones and magnetic stones. That sounds good, I said, drowsily. I could do with a nap, with something filling for my tummy. We're actually getting closer to the mountains, Trevor said after a bit. This should be the last thing they would expect. The last thing they would expect would be for us to turn up and camp together. Trevor laughed. Yeah, especially if I had a smile on my face at the time. The only chemistry I need is right here. We continued in our romantic bubble, all the way to Trevor's secret spot. A few times we had to snap off branches that were poking out of the path. Trevor seemed quite confident with remembering the route, though honestly, it all looked the same to me. Random bushes, old and younger scraggly branches, most of which were bare from it being autumn. The route steepened, and the car had a bit of trouble keeping good traction, the wheels spinning a few times. I was reminded of Jurassic Park, then suddenly realized that this scenario was not too different. Just instead of a T-Rex or a velociraptor, we were dealing with fire-breathing dragons. Burning my hands and face, the sun decided to come out in full, perhaps the last gasp before it went to sleep until spring. Strangeville was not exactly known for its glowing, fading seasons. Fading. As the wheels spun again, the only thing keeping me from sinking into despair was Trevor's blue eyes that seemed to believe in me more than I did myself, and not to forget the thought of those messages from my lovable friends. Though I was still curious as to whether Trevor would have a problem with me hanging around male friends. I mean, I was 16 going on 17. It would be weird for me only to have female friends. It wasn't like we were married or something. But as we sank deeper into the forest, I felt my heart melt into the protective energy of Trevor, so big and strong, with his broad chest and full-grown muscles. I never had to try to imagine the feeling. Then I knew he could also turn into a huge fanged wolf. I didn't care how powerful the dragons were. That wolf was like a force of life and death for me. Together, we could overcome any danger. Here, I heard Trevor's voice in my ear, making me tingle, and realized that I was definitely deep inside the hypnotic spell of love. He sighed a little, and his breath blew against my ear. Maybe it was a puff of wind from the open window. I was worried this tin can wouldn't make it. You can park us up inside that cavern over there. It will make a good barrier from our campfire light. Okay, I said, feeling the tension from his voice carrying me forward, covering me like a thick, warm, snuggly, furry blanket. Crazy, right? As deep in crap as we were, I felt that we owned the world. The space was wider than it looked from the outside. Trevor got me to parallel park inside the mouth of the cave, then turn off the lights. I noticed that he had a hand on his side, feeling around. Are you still bleeding? I asked. No, thankfully. I can hunt. Stay. He shook his head. I helped him strip and turned around when he got down to his boxers. Still shy, huh? Not really, I said, pretending to do something on my phone. If you can start up the fire with that wooden kindling, I'll have something juicy by the time it's roaring. Consider it done. I heard him groan, then the sound of dents, probably from him jumping on the car hood to squeeze through the cave to get outside. When I turned back around, he was gone. The only thing keeping me company was the car acting as a makeshift door and the mild breeze blowing against my skin. Chapter 14. Mila. You know when you develop a bubble of trust due to the confidence of everything going right? Well, obviously the divider hadn't been part of the plan. Neither had Sophia. Well, it was the little things that counted when you were in love. So by the time Trevor arrived, a rabbit slung over his shoulder, the fire was indeed roaring. I had been worried at first. Even wolves weren't always successful when they hunted. It turned out that Trevor knew what he was doing. He brought out a switchblade that the Hayes had apparently kept in their now-destroyed car. Then he crouched next to me, skinning the poor creature as I held it. This was one of the most original dates I had ever had. But surprisingly, it wasn't unromantic. In a way, it was hot, how he was able to just provide like that, to kill so efficiently. It got me thinking about how resourceful a father he would be to any children we might have together. Would they be pups or babies or witchlets? Or a combination of all three. Witch pups? I avoided looking at the gory parts where he sliced open its stomach and flicked out the innards. These are actually the tastiest parts, Trevor said, licking his lips, then saw the look of horror on my face. Don't worry, I'll burn it in the fire. I know you don't have a wolf stomach. There were even metal trays and a cooking pole with 2 legs that could be set out onto the ground. We washed our hands with wipes. I guess you've done this before, I said. Trevor grinned. My dad's early training. I guess I shouldn't have doubted that it might come in handy. I assumed that I would just end up like my brothers and go to some out-of-state college. I frowned. You don't seem like the college type. Trevor planted those blue eyes on me, which were now tinted yellow, seeing as he had only recently transformed. I might surprise you. Why don't you surprise me with your story about the divider? I mean, I would say to continue from where you left off, but I don't think you really started. I shouldn't have said that, because his brows became all serious again. Yay! I did get to see him do the zoning out look, where his eyes went all dreamy and his lips parted gently with a faint pout. It's an old story, he said. I only know parts of it. Half the time I just thought it was a crazy old myth. No, that's not true, he sighed, fixing the pole through the rabbit, through its mouth and out of the place where the sun doesn't shine. I thought it was just my dad trying to tell us exciting stories when we were out in the woods overnight. It can get boring at times, at least when you're not in wolf form, and we didn't always want to risk being seen by a normal human. What were the stories? He set the rabbit over the fire. The tip of the yellow flame covered the now skinless rabbit, so it was definitely going to get an even cook. There was also a rotating handle to make sure the top part would get its turn to suntan. They mostly involved her, he said, and I didn't need to ask who he meant. And the Witch Queen, too. What happened to the Witch Queen? Trevor shrugged. Dead. Killed by the dragon shifters during the war. That kind of stuff Dad didn't go into much. He did mention that the Witch Queen was called Isabella. Isabella. I hadn't heard that name in any of my reading on the ancient history of Strangeville. Yeah, he reckons she was the most powerful witch to ever live. More powerful than Elamir. But I don't think it was Isabella who created the divider, though. It existed even before the Witch Queen's time. Fascinating, I said. Trevi, this is the most frustrating story I've ever heard in my life. Sorry, not a real storyteller. I forgive you. Or I will if you feed me. My stomach is growling worse than yours. You won't let that one go, will you? Nope. I'm going to use it on you for 1,000 home-cooked meals. This counts as your first act of penance. He started looking around the cave. No, Trevi, I'm not a wolf, and I'm not about to accept a cave as my new home. We could try it out for a bit, he said, rotating the crispy rabbit and poking it with a long fork. This haze vehicle really was like Inspector Gadget's. Wait, are you serious? I've been thinking. As always. Yeah, well, it's not exactly safe to go back, to mine or yours. And they won't be expecting us to be in the woods like this. Never know. They might even think we broke through the divider. With these types of stones, no one will find it easy to locate us. What about Sophia? We both seemed to shiver slightly, reminded by the way her sharp eyes looked through you. She's the sharpest witch I've met. There's no way she won't know we're out here. He shrugged again. You really need to stop doing that, I snapped, surprising myself. He looked at me with a funny look. I was just going to say that there's a lot of woods out here. I don't think she's skilled enough to pinpoint us. And what if she is? I said with heat in my voice. The wind picked up. Trevor watched me carefully. We're safe, Milla. You've got me. Again, his words sent tingles down my spine, and the anger receded. I almost had to catch my breath. Trevor was tactful, and nice enough not to mention my mood swings. Looks like we're in business. He licked his lips, then sliced the meat into portions after cleaning the knife with some wet tissues. Trevor sliced and diced our gourmet meal with the professionalism of a Michelin star chef. I think I figured out what your calling is. He grinned, giving me a plate heaped with many slices, together with fresh parsley and some other herbs that he had picked and washed off with lime and water from a nearby offshoot from the lake. I can't believe how delicious this looks, I said, chewing my first mouthful. And tastes. I leaned forward and kissed Trevor on the lips, not wanting to risk meat taste from my tongue. That would come later, for sure. I intended to make it my mission. Thankfully, I had gum. Trevor grinned proudly, wolfing down the biggest portion by far, only taking a small amount of green stuff. Thank my mom. If it were up to my dad, we wouldn't have bothered to learn how to cook the meat before destroying it with our mouths. I tilted my head, then decided not to imagine raw flesh hanging from his canines. No, I would probably never kiss him. For at least a few hours. As we chewed, I leaned against the cave wall. I was resting on a thick blanket which Trevor had also managed to pull out from his magic car. If he hadn't told me to stop killing the engine inside the divider, this night affair would have been a whole different kind of experience. I mused on that. He was a good leader. Kinda sexy to think of it. I could trust him to lead us out here in the wild. Maybe it was due to how long it had taken to finally eat, but I had never felt so satisfied with a meal in my entire life. I wasn't stuffed at all. You know when you've been prepared for a meal for so long that it just fits perfectly into place, like a missing jigsaw piece? That was me. Trevor had beat me to the punch when he threw another wipe for me to clean my hands, then dragged out a long pillow. Don't worry, it was washed before its last use. Wouldn't want you getting fur into your eyes. Thanks, Trevor. Is this car real or a figment of my imagination? He frowned at me. Never mind. He laid back on the pillow, releasing a big ol' sigh. I love this spot. He even let out a small howl. I rushed over to him, falling onto him, and clamped his mouth with my hand. My eyes bulged, and my voice was filled with disbelief, rising to a pitch that I thought only Michael Jackson could make. Are you crazy? We're supposed to be on the run. He just smiled. I could feel it under my palm, and he tickled me with his tongue. Ew, I said as he pulled me closer, so that my smaller body pressed on top of his muscular, ripped one. You're going to become my pillow and put us in danger. We're not in danger, he rustled, turning on the charm with his low, smooth tone. I suddenly became aware of how huge he was compared to me. The thing I love about this spot is, because of the direction of the electro field runs, or something like that. Ask Jack, he's the genius engineer. It means my detection senses are amplified toward the direction of anything heading toward us. Meanwhile, things trying to track us will be thrown off track. So it's like a huge advantage, I said, the word feeling hot on my tongue. Yeah. He clenched his arm, which became hard underneath me. It will be hard for anyone to find us. We're completely alone. It's just us and this hot fire, flickering all near us. You're better at hot talk than storytelling. I've had practice. What? My eyes bulging wider than when I thought he was going to get us murdered in our sleep. Just kidding, he said, but something in his words still lingered. Maybe I need to make you forget about anyone other than me. I looked at his lips, biting my own. Don't move. I slowly traced his mouth with my finger, then bit his lower lip. I pressed my mouth to his jaw, feeling his hands slide around my waist. His hands moved to my hair, then my back. I kissed along his jaw and then his neck, and then his mouth, opening mine for a brief moment to see what rabbit tasted like coming from him. I lost myself for a long moment in the feels. Thanks for feeding me. My pleasure. Then he pulled me to the side, rolling on top of me. The sight of his massive body was overpowering, but he was so gentle, leaning down over me, kissing along my much narrower jawline. Every shot tingles down my body. When he began kissing my shoulder, I had to pull away from the trembles it caused. "Okay," I said, "that's going to kill me." Even though I wanted him to continue, I wanted him to overpower me. He grinned, obviously satisfied with his approach. We took our time, exploring each other and feeling each other's breath. I trembled all over, the feeling rising and rising. I kept imagining him howling at me, and at times I swore I saw his fangs protruding. It was a weirdly frightening, yet arousing feeling to know that he could kill me with one bite. Yet Trevor was a gentle beast. I felt like an instrument he loved to unwind to. We barely spoke, just made noises or he growled, and at several times my breath sped and my body tightened and then relaxed into satisfied bliss. We snuggled together, finally, under the blankets, next to the cozy fire. Night had fallen, and with the absence of digital lights, a heavy blanket of tiredness took my body. I succumbed to it with a dreamy smile on my face, which was pressed against Trevor's sweaty chest. It was a dark, hall-like place, but the walls were made of granulated stone, worn with age. Flames placed in points in the wall flickered, creating moving shadows everywhere. The fires tinted the hall golden brown. A small girl clinked forward. Her black ponytail swished behind her. Many cloaked figures walked beside her, hoods up, with her in the center. Because she was the only one who stood out, I studied the girl. On her ankles were shackles which forced her to shuffle forward as her legs couldn't move too far apart from each other. Connected to the shackles were silver chains, which were dragged between the girl's legs along the floor. No one between the stone walls spoke. The fires roared as we passed them, and there was the feeling of loss in the air. One of the cloaked figures was taller and wore a white or maybe light gray cloak. This one led the whole party, setting the pace through the gloomy cavern. The cavern widened out slightly, though it was still like a tunnel. The party moved between parts in the floor that have jutting tooth-like rocks. These rocks rose toward the ceiling, with others hanging downwards, making the route appear like a great toothed mouth. I watched the face of the girl, which was hard to read. I couldn't tell if she was sad or scared. Something about her face was hidden, but she looked pretty. I stared at her fair nose, slender black eyebrows, full lips, and thickly curled black hair. Her arms hung, however, like one defeated. The air inside the cave was damp, but no light entered this part. Surrounding the girl were at least a dozen cloaked figures. I turned towards the white cloak, whom they were all following, the one who never turned back to check, only moved forward. The white figure finally reached a cell, opening it. It contained silver bars, barely wide enough for an arm to squeeze through. The group parted, allowing the girl to pass through them to the cell. Before she reached the cell, though, something odd happened. A strange sound was uttered from the girl's small mouth. Suddenly, a burst of wind whipped through the cavern. The girl snapped the chains on her wrist with a metallic clank and fizz. Before this, there was a spark around the wrist restraints. Every figure surrounding her froze, shoulders hunched up, but the girl moved so quickly that I barely registered what happened. Only the figure in white managed to wipe away the many bursts of white light that the girl fired at each figure, collapsing them. But the girl just laughed as the blocked attack rushed along the ceiling, breaking apart a jutting hanging stone tooth, which shattered as it fell to the ground. The figure in white froze as the girl swiped her arm, causing a rush of air along the rocky floor, sweeping the figure onto its back, then firing another burst of light that stilled it. The girl quickly muttered more strange, rustling words, sparking free the ankle restraints. She spun around, aiming toward the cavern exit. But just then, the cavern light filled with a red light. "No!" the girl yelled as a majestic female figure with long, wavy hair approached, dressed in a flowing, gown-like material. She was hard to look at. Some powerful aura of light seemed to emanate from her, like the sunrise breaking through darkness. The girl shot white light at the majestic figure, but it appeared to do nothing. She fired and fired, growing more and more desperate, groaning with effort. I became drawn in by something. The majestic woman held something in her right hand. I could just make it out inside the light aura. Backing the girl into a corner, the majestic figure stepped right up to her. The girl flinched, shutting her eyes and pressing her back to the stone wall. Then the majestic figure touched the girl, and something seemed to pour out of her. The girl's strained face changed to wonder, like a deer in headlights. Then she gasped, finally drained, and fell to her knees trembling. The majestic figure stood over her, and in her hand glowed a yellow stone. The girl grabbed the ankles of the majestic woman, uttering more spells and incantations. Nothing happened. The yellow stone continued to glow, and the girl shook in tears. Then she looked behind her, in the direction of the cell, her light fading. I opened my eyes to see Trevor staring at me, wide-eyed. "Milla," he said, his hands gripping both my shoulders. "Are you okay?" What? I said sleepily, trying to re-enter the world of the conscious. "You were speaking creepy words in your sleep." His blue eyes were on the edge of fright. "Then the wind picked up suddenly. I thought you might, you know." He helped me lean up slowly, and I pressed my back against the wall, holding my forehead. "I need a bit of space." "Oh." He removed his hand from my shoulder. "Sorry, I had another vision. They're so real. It's like I was there." The fire was dimmer. I could just about see the deep purple sky through the cave mouth. We sat together in silence, though Trevor kept glancing over at me. "What do you see in them?" he eventually asked. "A girl. I think I know who she is." Elamir. I felt suffocated. She was being taken to the mountains, to a prison within it. I explained what followed in my dream. "Maybe there's something inside it." "What do you mean?" "Well, the Yellowstone was destroyed already, yet Elamir is still here. But maybe there's something else we can learn in that mountain. A way to dispel her possession, perhaps?" He stared at the fire, perhaps thinking about my sleep theatrics. I mean, for it to scare a wolf boy, it must have been extreme. I smiled weakly and leaned my head against his shoulder. "We had probably better head out soon, seeing as the sun is just deciding to come up." "Yeah, there's still some meat left. Let's wolf that down. Bottle some water from the stream and drive as far as we can to save time. I can kill more food if we need it." Maybe I should go alone. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. If you know anything about me, then you won't bother trying to convince me to let you go alone. If we get into danger, we'll face it together. I kissed him on his jaw, but noticed the way his hand moved to the wound on his side. Shit. This was a major risk. But if Elamir gained full control, The odds of us surviving the ordeal and moving forward with our lives as a pack would be 0. I pushed away and forced myself not to feel anything. Something told me that putting myself in such an intimate situation with the one I loved would render him vulnerable. For now, I must not only abstain from using magic, but maintain a safe distance from the ones I loved. Until I managed to free myself from Elamir, I was as powerless as that little girl who I'd seen in my vision. Chapter 15. Milla. After breakfast, we packed up our things, hiding traces of the fire meticulously, then carefully descended back onto the main path. The car now sounded like a crocodile with a strange wooing bird in its mouth. Every now and again, I would remind myself that the sudden wooing sound didn't mean I was in an ambulance. Trevor insisted on driving, as he knew the route. Maybe he was worried about me overexerting myself, now that Elamir's influence had made a reappearance. It was useless pointing out that driving might be a useful distraction. "This part of the trail gets frustrating," he said. He wasn't wrong. Imagine being in one of those 4D cinema chairs while you're watching a disaster movie. Literally, every 5 seconds, you're either bobbed up and down or side to side. Okay. For some reason, sometimes the rocky movement got me hot and bothered. I kept thinking about Trevor pressing on top of me the night before, subduing me and growling. Clearly my feelings for him were turning into lust. Last night we'd gone for a new record for the number of times. I'd probably only had 3 hours of sleep. But then thoughts of the little girl being subdued entered my head. "I don't understand how anyone could lock up a girl like that," I said absent-mindedly. Trevor had his jaws clenched, arms wide on the steering wheel, spinning it to and fro. He looked more like a boat driver than a car driver. "Oh yeah, okay. Are you listening to a word I'm saying?" "Okay, honey," he growled, when the car wheels made a knocking sound and the car bumped up and made another sound I could only define as braking. Yet by some engineering magic, the thing chugged along. I thought about him pressing me again. "Trevor, this is the kind of thing I need to process by talking. Girls need to talk sometimes, especially when they're pregnant with dark magic." Yeah, I used the word on purpose, though he didn't notice the innuendo. It must have been me using his proper name, but he apologized. "You've got my attention, but could you roll down that window, please? I don't like to feel trapped in small spaces." "Don't wolves sleep in dens?" I rolled down my side. Then I got a naughty idea and leaned over to his side to roll down his window, taking my time, ear close to his lips. What?" I forgot the question. I rested my elbow on his lap, trying to roll. Yeah, I wish he'd roll with me again. Doesn't matter. I took my time while I enjoyed making him nervous. I lifted my butt out of the chair to cover the distance and pressed my knee on his thigh. If we had a child, I would never lock it up in a cave, no matter what it had done. "Yeah," he shook his head as I returned to my seat. "But we would never have a child as bad as Elamir." I pouted my lips deliberately. This really was more fun than actually working through the problem of Isabella's morality. We were really talking about children now. Catching him looking at my parted mouth, at my wet tongue, I shrugged. He frowned. "I'm not thinking straight this morning. I should have used our cave location to sniff for any nearby dragons before setting out." "We'll be fine." "What? You were the one on top of me about howling. Now you're relaxed about it?" I blew a bubble of air. "Yeah, I was on top." The words felt dark and snaky. I could sense that Trevor's instincts were numb just by my being in his presence. His aura was warped and interrupted by me so irresistibly. I imagined myself crossing my legs, emphasizing the curves along my thighs, accentuated by my tight pants, which he glanced at every so often. You would have thought I would be worried about dulling his detection abilities, or that even being aware that I was doing it would be enough to get me to stop. But no, I wanted to screw my boyfriend dumb, really kill his brain cells and make him fixate on my body until I was out of breath and lying side by side, and he was panting over my sleeping torso, guzzling my neck for more of me. The perfect analogy is like drinking wine. The first glass or 3, you're in control. You know when to stop, and it wouldn't strike you to crawl onto a table to start dancing in front of the bar staff. But somewhere along, drink 5, the stuff got you feeling darker. Watch my body, watch me, became the sorts of thoughts entering your mind. The seedy, the snake-like, the naughty, the playful things that come to you are just too fun not to do, even though you know you shouldn't be doing it. For instance, why wouldn't I want to send little bursts of magic along the underbrush of the forest as we pass by chattering birds and treetops? It was easy enough to bend the vines and various creatures who could be used as messengers. That way more big, strong people would come to subdue us. And my big, bad alpha wolf would do something to make me feel a spike of crazy emotions. This was way better than watching a movie. I mean, I might really die. Or better, have to kill a bunch of baddies standing in my way. When Elamir had been using me from the inside, like the dirty girl she is, it had been very in your face. But now, maybe she was seducing me, like Dionysus with alcohol, luring travelers in the woods into a drunken slumber. Who in the world could pass up the opportunity to let go? Oh no, what the hell am I thinking? And I shook off the urge. Trevor placed a hand on my leg. We're going to make it through. I know. But to myself, I was panicking. Really, really bad. My heart was hammering in my chest. I controlled my breaths and told myself to stay present. Perhaps one more slip like that and Elamir would win. I couldn't think about Octavian, or any of his underlings. My real battle was much closer. The moment I lost that, the war was lost. She wanted me to give away the steering wheel, to think that there was no escape other than being awake constantly.
Trevor. What the hell was going on? My skin was prickling like crazy, and I had a hard time keeping track of my orientation in the forest, unless you counted sexuality as an orientation. Mila was making me wild with passion. She felt like a sauna with waves radiating out of her. I wanted to bend her and make her yell for me to never stop. Many times as I navigated across dips in the path and ground the wheels over vines, I forgot about the danger we were in. All I could think about was this girl whom I wanted to be close with. She smelled like sex. I'm going crazy, I thought, clenching the steering wheel as a way to ground myself. As I did that, I noticed that some of those seductive snake-like waves were quite dark in their aura. Snake tongues. I moved my hand onto Mila's leg, which in fact increased the drowsy effect that the waves had on me, but I forced myself to break them. We're going to make it through, I said. Quick as anything, the drowsiness went away. It was replaced with keen senses. I nearly slammed the brakes. Dragons! Crap! They were definitely close by. Were they closing in? How had they detected us? I sniffed the air carefully, doing it in a way that would not alarm Mila. She looked tense as hell, however, stiffening up and staring ahead with the look of a laser beam. I didn't argue. Nothing about her emanated darkness, so that meant she was still my Mila. Having her focused wouldn't hurt things. Almost there, I said. This path gets smoother in about a mile. We needed to reach that point and then slam on the gas if we were going to avoid the incoming dragon party. They were too often one step ahead. I still remembered the so-called white mother witch and her followers who had turned out to be dragons in disguise a few weeks ago. Now they knew we were here, that was for sure, so stealth was no longer an option. But I doubted they would be in a vehicle. No one knew about this path other than the Hazes. Even the half-dragons couldn't outrun a car. Then I almost broke the steering wheel, feeling my fangs protrude. When I released my fist, the steering wheel still had a dent in it. Noctis. What is it? Mila asked. What the hell was he doing here again? Damn it, the boy was clearly going in for the finishing move. We had managed to get away last time. We might not be so lucky this time. I still remembered the time when his name had been hard to recall. Not anymore. If I had one certain enemy, other than Mr. Simmons, who I would kill for vengeance, it was Noctis. You seem edgy, Mila said. I noticed, however, that her voice seemed distant, as though she were talking to me from a paper cup phone. I instantly thought something that I never would have in my more stable state. But with the looming threat, my wolf instincts urged me to get an answer. I had to know whether she was on my side. Dragons are evil, I said, reminding myself of Eli even as the words came out. You know that, right? So was Elamir. Mila just stared out the windshield, obviously unaware that we were about to become mincemeat if I didn't reach the clear part of this path soon. Didn't you hear me? There was a low growl to my voice this time. Why wasn't she looking at me? At times like this, wolves in the pack had to be united. Then again, she wasn't a wolf, was she? My mother had always deep down wanted me to get a lovely wolf girl to raise wolf pups with. Yes, I heard you. I was just thinking. And? My breaths quickened. This was unbearable. Wolves weren't meant to be trapped inside a tin can before the moment of battle. Well, hopefully there wouldn't be a moment of battle. I could make it. I could make it. Mila, give me an answer. Rather than do her typical reaction, which would be looking offended at how demanding I was, Mila just stared ahead. She's letting go of me. Can I trust her? No, of course I could. It was Mila, and I didn't sense Elamir at this point in time. Honestly, I keep thinking about the way they chained that little girl up like that inside the mountain, with only torches for light. What would that turn any person into? She betrayed her own people, Mila. She was a girl. Mila's voice was calm, cool, and collected, even a little bit robotic. Where had all of her emotions and feelings gone? For a wolf, that did not seem like a good sign. I mean, all shifters were basically animals of passion. Except Noctis, perhaps. He was a robot. When emotions flooded away, for us it was like the same thing as seeing their love for you dying. And what about dragons? I finally said. What about Noctis? Is he the good guy? Mila perched up in her seat a little bit, which made me furious. Oh, now you're interested, I said. She breathed slowly, seeming to calm herself. I didn't understand it. Look, if you want to leave me, just say it. I said this time with hurt in my voice. But I need to know how you feel because we're potentially in a dangerous situation. I didn't want to announce our enemies just yet. There was still a chance that we could evade them. I was so close. Mila wouldn't explain herself. She just stared through the windshield with her laser focus, and in my ears I heard Eli laughing and laughing. Not only was I failing as a lead, unable to get us to survive, but now my girlfriend was slipping away from me, deciding she preferred the enemy who was ready to kill her. It was the strangest sensation of being so determined to protect someone while not knowing whether you were just annoying them by your presence. What the hell was I fighting for? I'm drawn to Noctis, Mila finally said. You could have cut the tension in the air with a knife, or at least the tension coming from me. Mila's words sounded super rational and controlled, like she was reading a statement from a computer. I should rephrase that, she said. Some part of me is drawing Noctis, or drawing me to Noctis. I think it's Elamir, though I don't know why. Why did I find it hard to believe that she was just brushing over the truth in an attempt to avoid hurting my feelings? Perhaps I was just paranoid from the fact that an unknown number of dragons were intent and fast closing in on us. Then my heart leapt with joy despite our situation. I recognized this part of the track. We were here. Well, literally a few dozen meters away. From that point, I would send this tin can over the path like a rocket and beyond Dragon's reach. That's when the red line of fire shot out in the distance. After several seconds, the fire blinked out. At first, I was awestruck and sweating. Then I realized they were just firing randomly. They didn't really know where we were exactly. And seeing as this path was a Hayes' secret, as long as the net didn't close before reaching the end point, we would be able to drive out of their pursuit. That's when the ground trembled. "Hold on," I said to Mila. "It feels like an earthquake's coming." "This part of the country doesn't get earthquakes," Mila said in her cool, calm voice. Hadn't she just seen that line of fire? Then it hit me, and I strained my ears to hear a great rustle from my side of the window. The ground trembled again, followed by a great rustle that seemed to last for an eternity before causing the earth to shake. One by one, like dominoes, this series of rustles and trembles occurred. They somehow knew our trajectory. Their detection abilities were better than I had presumed. Perhaps they even knew about the path. Either way, they were planning on cutting out our escape. The dragonfire had been to cut down trees. Soon as we neared the end point, I was able to see lines of trees falling. The line would eventually meet the path we were on. I considered taking a turn into the woods, but I knew that would end in an even faster dead end. Either we made it through this path, or we would have to fight due to our path being blocked. I slammed harder on the gas, causing the bumpy ride to get bumpier. Mila's breaths were becoming audible. "Trevor, there's something you're not telling me," she said, still calm. When I didn't speak, she repeated the statement. "Okay, yes, I've been smelling Noctis and other dragons for the past few minutes. They're hunting us." She swore, then went silent, pushing her hand up on the ceiling of the tin can in order to stabilize herself from the bumps. "I would appreciate it if you let me know what was happening in the future. I thought you might have learned after the last time." "After the last time?" I growled. "Yes, when you failed to mention that Noctis was on our trail in the woods." I didn't like the calm sarcasm in her voice. It made her sound disinterested. "I'll be sure to let you know whenever Noctis is within 1,000 meters of us next time. If you want to just call me a poor leader, just go ahead and do it. Better yet, I'll let you go with Noctis. He's bound to be a much better evil leader." Mila breathed through her mouth. So did I. We were literally meters away from the finish point. I could smell Noctis on the breeze like the tang of a sliced orange. At that exact moment, with a tyrannical rustle and a final boom, a tree fell, landing right on the hood of the tin can. Bam! My head slammed into the steering wheel, which had become an airbag. I heard the engine explode, then hiss, and finally die. Chapter 16. Trevor. I blinked. The wound in my side was screaming all the way up to my throat and down my thigh. It felt like the doctors had just opened me up to see what my insides looked like. "Mila," I groaned, turning to the side weakly. She was snoozing on her own white airbag, breathing carefully. Well, she was breathing. That was a good sign. Damn dragons. I ripped off my seatbelt. "Mila!" "I'm okay," she said in her same calm voice, eyes finding me immediately. She leaned back and took off her seatbelt. "We had better get moving if there's still time." I sniffed the air and we exited the vehicle. Noctis's smell was thick in the air. I had these visions of him wrapping his arms around Mila and her smiling and kissing him. I didn't know whether to argue with Mila right there or to place my anger on the dragons. So I did what I did best. I called my inner wolf and let it burst through, launching me onto 4 legs. "Climb on," I growled at Mila. Inside, I was alive with hunger for blood. My teeth were bared, gums fully exposed. She assessed me coolly, then grabbed my fur and climbed onto my back. Even as she climbed and put me between her thighs, I could feel every part of me vibrating nonstop with my growls. At this point in time, I was relying on sheer blind rage to fuel my movements. Then I jumped over the fallen tree, sprinting ahead. Why did a part of me have trouble getting angry enough? The more I snarled, the weaker I felt. As pathetic as it was to admit it, I almost wanted to give up. I didn't know what I was fighting for anymore. A whimper was struggling to the surface. Maybe the dragon shifters would have mercy? No. We escaped or we were dead. Those were the only options. Last time they caught us, they were willing to torture us. This would not go well. The thought generated spite in my step, helping me ward off the burning pain in my side. I ran and ran as the dragons closed in on us, shifting to one leg to reduce the ache in my side after some distance. I was sure that the wound had opened again and I was bleeding. Suddenly, a dragon shifter burst through the woods ahead of us, running straight for us. "Get off!" I growled to Mila, sliding to a stop. She obeyed without argument. Then I launched at the dragon, who seemed surprised. I faked a movement, then dove for its throat. I caught a lucky break. The dragon had fallen for the feint, and I felt my jaws around its throat. I squeezed with all my strength I could summon, whimpering from the pain in my side. The dragon fell, blood oozing from the several openings in its throat. Blood sprayed, and I had to steady myself from the toll of the action. "Mila," I said faintly, "run. I will come after you." "We should stick together," Mila said, watching the blood without any reaction. Her voice still carried the same detachment of an A&E doctor. "No, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You can't use magic, Mila. I will take care of this." I got paranoid that Mila was planning to leave me at that moment. A spike of jealousy got me growling harder, ready to fight again. "How will I outrun them? I can help." "Mila, just do it. You can't." She frowned at me, then ran ahead on the path. As she left, I realized that my plan made no sense. She can't outrun the dragons. And the dragons wanted her, not me. I had better run in an arc, heading off the dragons before they got a chance. Perhaps I could get them in a tight group together, giving Mila time to escape. So I ran in a perimeter surrounding Mila. She didn't know I was there, as I was inside the woods, not the path. I came across several dragons and growled at them, dodging out of the way before they could pulse blast me or breathe fire. It was enough to slow them down. However, the more I ran, the clearer it was that Mila had little chance of outrunning them. The realization burst my remaining bubble of confidence. I was no leader. I was going to get us all killed. As I felt this in my bones, the perimeter tightened around Mila, until I was forced into the clearing myself, where Mila was now standing still. "Mila," I growled, then saw the dragon standing ahead of her in the clearing. Mr. Simmons. Just to round things out, I had no conviction left inside to go for the dragon. I didn't believe I would win. Mila just stood there, arms by her side, looking at the ex-antique store owner whose wife I had killed in the woods only weeks prior. One by one, dragons popped out of the surrounding woods, approaching in slow, calm, confident footsteps. They knew they had us. I failed. Eli had been right. Finally, my incompetency would end in a gruesome murder, then the murders of everyone else in Strangeville, everyone other than the dragons. With nothing but a memory of pride that I once had, I exhaustedly gnashed at the ambling dragons who were enclosing us in a tighter circle. I managed to keep the dragons at a certain distance as I snapped around Mila, running around her in a circle. Then again, they were probably just waiting to turn the inside of the circle into a barbecue pit. "Mr. Hayes," Mr. Simmons said in a false, friendly voice, a shout that you might hear from a neighbor on a Saturday morning. "Lovely to see you again." I didn't reply. There was nothing to say. I just growled and snarled and tried not to pant with fatigue, making the dragon laugh. "Lorelei would have wanted this meeting," the dragon continued. Who was that again? Of course, his wife. Hello, Oz, Milla said, and I wondered two things. One, she hadn't called him by his surname, and two, she was addressing him as if they were meeting on friendly terms. This further deflated me. I just couldn't understand it. It felt as though she was okay meeting him, while I was this snarling mess. Of course, Mr. Simmons or Oz replied. Miss Dubois, lovely to see you too. How could I forget my welcome? Yes, that was quite rude, Milla said. Oz's eyebrows actually went up at this. He tilted his head, as if trying to get a better profile on what he was seeing. Then he laughed heartily, so much so that his chest visibly shook. He looked around at the other dragons as he did this, and they joined in the chorus of laughter. Very brave, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. I'm impressed. You've survived much longer than we anticipated, causing so much trouble for us. So naughty. I was never good at being good, Milla said the words sounding as though she was bored. So what do you want with us? We're trying to get somewhere. Oz laughed even harder now. You know, it was never an act. I've always liked you. Both me and the wife. Such a lovely young girl whenever you came to visit our store. It's a real pity that circumstances had to mark us as enemies. And why is that? Milla asked calmly. Oz's eyebrows shot up again. I must say you're taking this much better than your furry friend over there. Well, seeing as you're cornered in what we dragons like to call a dragmate, I can spare some time. Leave us be, I growled tiredly. What will killing us achieve? Then Oz opened his mouth. In my weakened state, I was unable to avoid the pulse blast. The feeling was like being in a microwave. Though I had never been in one, this was probably how it felt. My paws slid out from under me, and I fell flat on my stomach, whimpering like a little pup. It seemed obvious that Oz hadn't used his full powers, because I was still fully conscious, just more weakened and discombobulated. I managed to return to my legs, causing the army of dragons to chuckle. Worse, once I stood, Milla wasn't even looking in my direction. She was just standing there, expressionless.
Milla. Another pang of pain struck my heart, sounding like a deep bell. I forced myself not to look at what Oz had done to Trevor. That was exactly what Elamir wanted. I didn't know how long I could hold out for. At some point, it would be better to become possessed by Elamir than to see these dragons annihilate him. If I got lucky, I could even make a bargain with him to spare Trevor's life. They were planning on eating the whole town anyway. Probably. When Oz had first appeared, I had done my best to imagine that he was still the same Mr. Simmons that I knew while passing by the antique store on Main Street, on my way to and from school, rather than the monster who had killed Mr. Hayes and tried to kill me, and now for the second time. It hurt me to know that Trevor was so confused. All this while he kept suggesting that I wanted to be caught by dragons or by Noctis. No, all of that was best to keep in the periphery of my mind. The more I went there, the more she became aware. For now, there was one strategy that I was banking on. It was the reason why I was just standing there, breathing. If my gut instinct was right, then perhaps it would be the thing that saved us. And as much as it hurt me, Trevor was correct. There was nothing I could do. I was completely powerless in this situation. Well, there was nothing I could do except continue to breathe and not let the darkness inside control me. Something told me that if I allowed Oz to get into my head, so would Elamir. Didn't he understand? He was much better off just killing us quickly than drawing it out. Every second that passed by only made it more likely that I would slit every single one of their throats and laugh as I drowned in their... No, that wasn't me. I breathed deeply again, relaxing my fist and focusing on the tree line. It looked, from Oz's vantage, like I was making eye contact with him. Really, I was zoning in on the natural beauty of the woods, using it to calm myself. It was working so far. I hadn't heard Elamir's demands yet, nor felt her seductive drowsiness cause me to think that certain ideas that were completely evil would seem appealing.
Trevor. Shh, Oz said. I have my reasons for dealing with you, which you are already aware of. So do I. Oh, he said with mock sympathy. Well, sorry that you lost this particular game of kill the enemy. You chose the wrong side, it seems. Leave Mila out of it, then. You and me. Let's go, one-on-one. She's got nothing to do with it. I told you already, Oz said sharply. I'll deal with you all in good time. Don't rush the process. Mila, unfortunately, we need to exterminate for a completely different reason than vengeance for my murdered wife, bless her soul. I truly meant it when I said that I wished it wasn't the case. Yeah, right, I snarled. You dragons all enjoy murder. I'll tear you up, you evil little creatures. Oz traded another elongated set of laughs. This one, eh? Look, as much as you might love to think of our kind as vile and bone-eating, it's simply not the case. If you knew anything about history, you might know that certain wolves, witches, and dragons have reached a point of division. We cannot coexist, if my memories serve me right. It's only logical, like a game of chess, that one of us will have to dominate, which means the others will perish. I would rather not be the one to perish. The last thing in our way is the seal, which despite the stone's destruction still seems to be intact. You might be able to tell by the fact that despite some scales and lovely claws and abilities, we all have not yet regained our full strength. Once we have it, we no longer need to worry about witches limiting our potential. They won't be able to stop us. Damn. They know they've won. One attack from them and it was all over. Even Mila getting Oz to talk wouldn't change anything. At any moment, we'd become dry-roasted humans. And so, that's pretty much all of it. Oz seemed to have finished his monologue. Time to end this. Wait, yelled a powerful voice from the opposite direction. Every dragon in the circle turned to look at it. From where the voice came, light shone, poking from between the clouds. I recognized the familiar stinging smell instantly. Standing on a mound of rock was Noctis. He was leaning to one side, posture straight and eyes calmly locked onto me. I growled, feeling a new passion rise inside me. Mila, I said, I'm going to kill him. No, Mila said instantly. The word hurt me more than any wound I was feeling. I even closed my eyes, wincing from it, but I shook it off, accepting that I had failed as an alpha leader. She was even willing to die for this boy. Whatever spell our love had cast in each other, Noctis's was far stronger. With the passion of having nothing to lose, I readied myself, feeling my thoughts becoming clearer for the first time since getting into the tin can that morning. When I finish him, I want you to let Elamir in. Mila shook her head. Mila! I won't do it, she said. If that happens, I won't come back. Noctis walked into the parting. Have you finally come to your senses? Oz said. You can return to your father and own up to your betrayal. Come to his senses? Wait, did that mean that Noctis hadn't betrayed us? I paused in my assault. Nope, Noctis stated. That's the opposite of why I'm here, Oz. The dragon closest to him hissed and lifted a claw to strike him down. Noctis caught the arm, his face becoming lined with hatred. In a swift motion, he broke the dragon's arm. The dragon screamed and the others backed away. Still holding the arm, Noctis had the dragon on his knees. You will all listen to me. Something in this boy's words was truly terrifying. Was this the same one who would sit so quietly in chemistry class doing his work like a good boy? It struck me that wolves were not the only ones who could change when put into different scenarios. Lone wolves. Eli and Jack were both in that phase, though Jack had something like the beginnings of a serious relationship with a girl, but Eli was like Noctis was right now, a lone wolf. If you knew anything about wolves, you would never underestimate a lone one. They were the ones you wanted to be most cautious of. Sure, they couldn't take down bigger animals without the pack's help. But in close quarters, lone wolves, when driven from the pack or had left for some other reason, were far more aggressive than pack wolves. Lone wolves had to survive alone, fend for themselves, rely on themselves, and feed themselves. Like Noctis. That kind of experience made you a risk-taker. It brought out your more ruthless shifter instincts. Right now, Noctis could probably kill any dragon he wanted, perhaps even Octavian. Not only were lone wolves more aggressive and much more dangerous, they were stronger and faster. In fact, oftentimes they were females on the search for a mate. My mom, in fact, still retains some of that remarkable strength and speed. We have a chance.
Chapter 17. Milla. I stared at the thing I'd known would happen. His long mane of black hair was now red, as were his eyes. Though usually athletic in build, cords of muscles now rippled along his body. One particular line ran from his ear, down his neck and shoulders, through to the hand that held the broken dragon in a vice-like grip. I didn't recognize him. It wasn't just the scales or the long black claws on the ends of his fingers. It was the aura surrounding him. Now that I was breathing so carefully, in a detached sort of way, I could make out this aura in fine detail. Sophia had mentioned that the key to being an observer of magic and a wielder of light magic was to remain calm and centered, even when carrying out powerful charms. It definitely took out some of the fun, though I had good reason to want less fun. Now I noticed the tingling of hairs along my arms, knowing that Noctis was playing on the edge, a fine game of chicken, ready to risk it big. He seemed to carry an aura of the very wildness contained inside the woods, like the two were inseparably connected. Who knew why he suddenly seemed so dangerous? But I was sure he was ready and capable of killing at an instant's notice. The threat of it hung in the air, making it difficult to maintain calm breaths. Trevor had mentioned him being here in the car. I just hadn't been able to believe Noctis was a real enemy. Maybe everyone felt that way about their ex. I had been proven to be correct about him. Noctis snapped the dragon's wrist now. "Arrgh!" it screamed, going limp from the hand down to the shoulder. I shuddered, imagining what it must feel like to have the very bone making up your body crack down the middle. And Noctis had done it so calmly. Even now, as the dragon wailed, looking about to pass out from the pain, he just stared at Oz. "Oh, okay," Oz said, with a quiver in his voice. Noctis was now eyeing him the most, clearly sizing him up as the leader and the one responsible for anything that happened. "What do you want? We're on orders from the king." Noctis smiled a wry smile. "I am king now." What are you talking about?" Oz looked around for assistance. But the other dragons were just watching the two, seeming to decide this was some kind of battle for leadership. "Are you willing to challenge me?" Noctis said. "You know the dragon ways. If you want authority, you show your strength. It's how it goes." "I said, we're on orders," Oz stuttered, stepping back, seemingly to stop himself, realizing that it might show weakness. "Come on now," Noctis cooed. We all know dragons only respect strength. You should be strong enough to carry out the orders of anyone who challenges you, right? So what do you think, Oz? Oz hissed, clenching a heavy fist. Think. You are a disrespectful little boy who thinks he's a prince. No, king, Noctis corrected. His eyes flashed at me for a moment, and I felt my face go hot. Then he returned to his stare down, locked into some kind of dragon battle initiation ritual. What was he doing? I could still remember his promise that he would work to better himself so that he could get me back. Was his jockeying for kinship his effort to become good enough for me? Well, he couldn't just walk in and take me away from Trevor. That wasn't how the world worked. And he had spent all this time acting as if he didn't care about me. But he'd said that was because he wanted to be right for me. He was always slick with his words. It's not like he'd broken up with me when the dragons had regained their memories. So even before all of this, he had still been an arrogant boyfriend who had overlooked me and made me chase him everywhere. Deep down, I had suspected that he felt he was more handsome, intelligent, and talented than I, with his tight skin and pristine features, that prettier girls were interested in him, so I wasn't worth the time investment. A week after dumping me, he began dating another girl from the year below. The most irritating thing about Noctis? Actually, no, there were two. The most irritating two things about him were, one, he would surprise you with acts of random kindness, like gifts, remembering important dates, and, saving my life, all after being a total prick for ages. And two, those things about him being more handsome, intelligent, and talented than I turned out to be true. While Trevor was so protective and comfortable, Noctis was so mysterious and unreliable. When we had been together, I had the constant feeling that he might leave me or do something surprising. There was never a dull day in that relationship. I'd wanted to offer my innocence not long before he broke it off. Why in the world would I want to be with a boy like that? An eternity of feeling lesser. Yeah, that didn't sound like a way to build self-esteem. He just thought he could go around saving my life. Twice. So strange. I could feel my chest radiating with warm, confusing feelings, but none of it had resulted in Elamir's crazy, ancient laughter ringing my eardrums. And I was able to feel Noctis's aura, which meant that I was interacting with magic of some kind. That shouldn't be the case. Any interaction should lead to me becoming lost in Elamir's pull, but it didn't feel like it, unless she was tricking me in some way, waiting for me to become caught up in the thought. Then she would just yank me out of my body in one fell swoop, like that majestic figure from my vision, sucking Elamir's powers into the stone. Just at that moment, Noctis looked at me briefly again, and his expression seemed to read, "Keep sharp." What did he mean by it? I was helpless, wasn't I? There would be no point in getting me involved in a fight when I was the only one who couldn't use magic. I pushed out the thought and focused on breathing calmly. Whatever happened next, it would be decided between the others. Now I knew what it felt like to be in chains.
Trevor. My legs were shaking, wobbling around like jelly. Oz had done a real number on my inner ear. I would need some food to begin healing from it. Maybe that's why I was having a hard time accepting that my foe had become an ally. I had always been taught that if something seemed too good to be true, it probably was. So did Noctis expect me to just trust this whole act? I didn't have an alternative. If it was true and Noctis was facing off with my other enemy, I would need to be on the careful watch out for any opportunity. As I considered this, the dragon boy glanced at Mila again. I nearly growled. He's making it hard for me not to attack him. Though in truth, I knew I was in no shape to take him on. He was in the most powerful state I had seen him. Me, I might as well have been a stuffed toy. What were they waiting for anyway? They were worse than wolves when the beta decided to take on the alpha for top position. Oftentimes, that sort of thing just led to a lot of snapping of teeth, growling, and circling each other, trying to look bigger in size. Eventually, often there was no real fight, just lots of feints at full-on skirmishes. We were passionate, not dumb. Getting yourself chewed up while positioning for top position would only lead to both of you being ousted by some non-injured member. What was the use in getting a wound so bad that neither of you could hunt and then die alone as lone wolves? What usually happened was that one would run away, be it the former alpha or the challenging beta, or the beta rolled onto his belly presenting his submission. The alpha wolf would growl and pose for a bit, then walk off confidently that he had reestablished dominance in front of the pack. These dragon shifters, however, didn't even so much as growl. You might have thought Noctis and Oz were romantic partners the way they were locked in eye contact. Someone do something already. They would sooner forget what they were standing there for before this became interesting. At the moment, Noctis looked at me staring for a moment. Okay, so he wanted to fight me now? No, his expression, a turning up of the lips, he looked like he wanted me to stay out of it. Why? We were already outnumbered, and he had permission to fight Oz. Then again, wolf skirmishes were usually one-on-one, a true test of character. I might not be able to attack Oz when he showed weakness, even if they fought. The other dragons might use it as an opportunity to void the challenge. At any rate, my money was on Noctis to win. "Do you really want to do this?" Noctis said. "Of course I have to," Oz hissed. "You traitor." "Am I really the traitor?" Noctis said, looking around at his fellow dragon shifters. They began to whisper among themselves, completely focused on the two challengers. I wondered if this might be a good time to make a break for it with Mila on my back. Then I thought again, not trusting my legs. As much as I hated it, my fate was in Noctis's hands. Has it really come to this? It felt like the equivalent of having my tail between my legs. I didn't even have the will to growl. If I was a dragon hearing the useless wolf boy growl from his weak position, I would just laugh it off, shaking my head. Was there any worse humiliation than this? If Eli were here, he would fold his arms and just look down at the ground. This was beyond laughable. A burning pride rushed through me, then evaporated. My very first act as the leader of my own pack had resulted in the ex of my girlfriend having to save the day. A small whimper escaped me, fortunately low enough that no one else seemed to hear it. If not for Mila, I might have preferred to die right there than to face the victorious eyes of Noctis. Oz began to laugh. "What does this fool think we are? You went against the king's orders. That makes you a traitor. I've done no such thing." Seriously, this was a dragon challenge? They used words to argue their point? When would the claws and fire come out? Not that I had popcorn at the ready or anything, just there was a reason why I didn't enjoy school. "Exactly," Noctis said. "You've done nothing." "What are you talking about?" Oz demanded, growing red in the face. "Tell me," Noctis looked around at the collective now. "Why were you out here today? On what mission?" "Octavian sent us," said one dragon, who had an Old English accent. Seriously, these guys were strange. "Why?" Noctis said. He really knew how to carry the air of nobility. His words sprang out of his mouth like he was on stage in a perfectly acoustically treated theater. He even swung an arm outward to emphasize the question. "To kill this girl," continued the same Old English dragon shifter. "Again," Noctis orated, "I ask you why." You know perfectly well why, Oz hissed. That stone channeled our powers to her. Only by killing her can we take them back. So that was it. Wiping her out would give them access to full strength so they could hold dominion like in the olden days. You've never taken the time to consider the idea, Noctis said. Is it truly a good one? Think about it. If we don't win, said Old English, then they do. Who's they? Noctis said calmly. The witches, and their wolf pets, Old English said. If he said that again, I would make him reconsider whether pets had jaws and teeth like these. So you see, Milla, Noctis turned to her, making me growl. He just looked at me a moment and back at her. They believe that their full shifter powers are inside you. That once the stone was destroyed, they passed on to you. They're a little scared of you, in truth. They think it's how you beat Octavian in your last battle by using the stolen powers of dragons, wolves, and witches combined. So with you gone, they become the Hulk again. He's stalling for time, Oz said. Let's be done with this. But Noctis took a step forward and everybody froze. We both know I can't overpower all of you, Noctis said, but I don't think you want to die. What are you saying? Oz said. I'm saying, Noctis took another step, I'm fast and deadly enough to kill the dragon who strikes these two first. Then I can manage you at least. I don't think you want that to happen. Oz swallowed. But I don't want you to be my enemy, Noctis added, giving Oz some wiggle room for his pride to squeeze through. I'm here because I believe my father was blind, as were the ancient witches. Everyone listened with full concentration. A union can be forged, Noctis said softly. Seriously, this guy was angling for the big screen. What a show-off. You really think witches and wolves want to mix with your kind? I snarled. See? Oz said. Look at him. Cornered and defeated, yet he still wants to eat our dragon eggs before they hatch. Was that a euphemism? Or did they actually lay eggs when they had kids? Noctis put his arms behind his back, narrowing his eyes at me. Annoyingly, the look seemed to read, You're supposed to be on my side. I sighed, turning away. How funny is it that no one even remembers the time before we were at each other's neck, Noctis continued. We still have a choice. He looked between both me and Oz. Was he trying to marry us? Tough luck. I and Mr. Simmons over there were mortal enemies for life. You've both lost someone dear to you, Noctis said, chilling my bones. And for what? None of you began this war, yet you both paid the price. I locked eyes with Oz for a moment. The hatred was still there. I'm not saying you'll ever forget the loss, Noctis said, or become even anything remotely like friends. But war always ends in bloodshed, and by being the one with the greater perspective, I say we think of our offspring. I looked at Milla, who smiled at me. Think of them, Noctis said. We need to pass down a new legacy and remove the old ones. And what of your father? Oz said. I'll handle him, Noctis replied, red-eyed. His madness will only doom us all. It is time to stop him. For now, I need you and Trevor to put your differences aside, just enough to not rip each other's throats out. Oz and I were breathing hard, sizing each other up. When we turned away from the stare-down, Noctis saw this as a victory and began issuing out directions for the next steps. Believe it or not, I was heading out with the people who had tried to kill me moments ago. I didn't even like it even a fraction. Then I looked at poor Milla, who was still trying so hard to breathe calmly. How hadn't I seen this before? She hadn't been detaching from me. She'd been detaching from the evil inside her. Well, if this mission saved Milla, then I would do it. Unifying dragons and wolves seemed less believable. But if it was a side effect, then so be it.
Chapter 18. Mila. I'm going to need to change back, Trevor said. This form is beginning to itch. Noctis raised an eyebrow, then transformed into his human self. His claws shortened. His hair darkened from dragon red to dead black, and his red scales along his neck and shoulders faded to normal skin. I can relate, he said. Things are intense when you're in shifter form. Then he scanned Trevor for a flicker. Won't you need to change into something? If your dragon buddies will let me, Trevor said. I have a spare change of clothes in the trunk. Please don't take too long, Noctis said, scanning the sky now. If we move now, we can make it before dark. Trevor growled in response, then turned to me. I followed him without thinking, noticing Oz looking at the two of us from the periphery of his vision. Even after 100 meters of walking away from the dragons, I kept thinking they would follow after us. But soon we were out of sight from them. I listened to the patter of my shoes on the mud path. Trevor's steps were silent. This is so strange, I said, breaking the tension. They just let us leave. They know you need to find answers too, Trevor Grell muttered. He didn't continue. Are you angry with me? I asked, wanting to close the distance. No, he said. I understand why you've been acting strangely. I think you're right to keep yourself calm. Eventually, we reached the toppled tree, which was now happily settled on top of the tin can car hood. It had even formed a lovely groove, bending the metal. Trevor went to jump over it, then trembled. You look terrible, I said. Thanks, Trevor Growl mumbled. I didn't mean it like that, I said. Are you going to be grumpy with me all day? Sorry, Trevor said. No, I'll be fine. And he crouched under the tree instead. I slid in after him, feeling anxious for his state. How was he going to make it to the mountains torn up like this? We could make a run for it, I said. But even as the words left my lips, they died. Trevor looked at me hopefully. You would do that? I simply breathed, fighting down the flood of conflicting emotion inside. He turned away, groaning behind the car as he transformed into naked Trevor. A few minutes later, I saw his long legs painfully sliding into some new clothing. Why did I have to always open my loud mouth so quickly? The more I talked, the more I confused Trevor and myself. He wanted to see that I was loyal to him, and I was. But at the end of the day, we had a mission, and it had become even bigger than me. We could possibly change the course of the 3 clans. What is that? A laugh broke out from me. What? Trevor said defensively. He was dressed in what looked like a wizard's garb. It was long and roby, made of a single material other than the pants. It might be a poncho. It was the color of golden beige. These are morphable, he said. They'll look like wolf clothing when I shift. I'm tired of going nude out here. He breathed a sigh of relief, stretching his muscles. Is it harder on you in shift form when you're injured? He nodded. I'll be fine. Let's go. But I moved closer to him, pressing my body against his. This is our first 2 seconds alone. We can take our time. He wouldn't look at me, his gaze somewhere in the tree line. Something in his distant eyes and the feeling of a loss of love made my head spin. But my words were slurred, and nothing else came out. I clenched my jaws, squeezed my eyes shut, as Elamir screamed in my head. I fell to my knees, holding my ears closed with my hands, wishing it would stop. Then my vision went blank. The girl fell to her knees in the cave, her body becoming slack, her face emptying of its determination to escape moments before, even as witches stirred on the shadowy floor of the tunnel cave. Lights flickered from the wall torches. The only sound was their low roar. In some ways, the moment was profoundly peaceful. In the girl's helplessness before the feet of the witch leader, I felt a removal of responsibility. No longer did the girl have to worry about fighting. All fight had been drained from her. The witch leader's hands glowed red, casting another enchantment around the girl. The redness of it was like blood or violence. Despite the silence in the tunnel, as the girl stared at the redness, all appeared wrong. This was a punishment, not a cordial encounter. For a long while she stood over the girl, holding her heart in her hand. Like mother and daughter, the two were locked in the final moments of an elaborate dance. In many ways, the girl was destined to become the queen, for her powers were phenomenal for her age. Then the moment of contrast was broken by the angered witches whom the girl had floored. They gathered together, exchanging looks between the girl and the witch leader, unwilling to approach again for fear of being attacked and defeated more thoroughly. They slowly came to realize what their leader had done. The girl, however, just stared at the reddened floor, eyes hardly blinking, and when they did, the blinks were slow. You might have thought she had just witnessed a horrific crime of humanity. The witch leader gestured with her hand, pointing at the girl. It seemed to take her forever before doing so. But immediately the other witches surrounded the drained girl, dragging her by the arms and legs. Moving along the tunnels toward the open cell, the girl wept. Her breath sounded like a racing horse at the last stretch, or an anxiety attack. Her head thrashed around weakly, fingers numbly opening and closing. The group of witches ignored the struggles, dropping her into the cell. Behind them, slowly, walked their leader, her eyes fixed on the girl. "Please," the girl whispered. Yet in the silence her words echoed. "Your Majesty, I beg for your mercy." Her voice breaking out into piercing cries, so loud that it seemed to pierce the very walls. "I can't live in here. I'm sorry." But the witch leader, their queen, muttered an incantation, eyes glowing yellow. A slight wind entered the room. The girl's words were cut out, as if the queen had sucked out the air through her lips. The stone brightened, blinding everyone in the room but her. When the girl's eyes opened, she gasped to see the yellow stone fixed to the outside of the cell wall. Fixed, as though it had been grooved into the building during its original construction. So deep and firmly was the stone fixed that it might have been a part of the rock structure itself. The last of the girl's magic became crippled. She would be a prisoner for as long as that yellow stone remained outside the cell, fixed into it. Each gasp or attempt to mutter a spell by the girl only drew out her magic, as if she had a permanent pump attached to her lungs, preventing breath. In complete desperation, the girl began crawling on hands and knees to the bars. Spittle fell from her pathetic mouth. Her hands and legs trembled the way you might expect of an overused and underfed slave. Dust from the dirty ground stained her pale skin. "Please," the girl croaked as her long, curly black hair trailed against the ground. "Give me a second chance. Don't give up on me." The queen, however, turned from the girl and the dark cage, walking off, as the other witches slammed the cell doors with a grating sound, then a final click and cling. They left her there in the dark, alone. When I blinked awake, I was in Trevor's arms. He was saying my name over and over. "I'm yours, Trevor," I said, clenching the fabric around his waist and pushing myself against him so that he leaned against the car door. I began to shake with tears, surprising myself at how much I had missed his affection. Then I felt big arms wrapped around me. I know, I'm sorry." We kissed, holding each other for a long while. "Do you," Trevor said, looking me carefully in the eyes as though making sure it was still me. "You know," I took a deep breath and described what I had seen. We were silent a long moment, musing on what a tortured life Elamir had lived. I couldn't blink out the image of her as a little girl crumpled on the floor. "They're getting worse, darker. She was so young, Trevi." My chest heaved. Trevor was the patient giant, as always. He rubbed my back until I had regained my senses. "I'm ready," I said. "Okay, baby. Let's get rid of this little girl," he said, rubbing my tummy now. "I think she's been trapped long enough." As ridiculous as it was, his words made me imagine what having a real little girl with Trevor might be like. Imagine that, having another life in my belly, handed to me with Trevor. I could make another little version of the wolf man. A warmth spread through my body. When we returned to the almost scene of the crime, Oz turned up his mouth at me, looking away. "Any more detours?" he asked. Trevor hit him with a cold look. Noctis, too. And Oz just skulked off, trying to appear above it all. "Okay," Noctis said. "We can make this. I've been using this route for the last few weeks. I know the general direction to the ancient witch kingdom. Why don't you two walk ahead with me?" "Sure," Trevor said. After the fight, Noctis learned from Oz that their king and his most able men had headed toward the kingdom of the witches, far beyond the mountains, hoping to find the way to retrieve their powers from Mila without the need of a fight, which would likely result in more casualties, or worse, the death of the Dragon Shifter King. Since Noctis intended to stop Octavian, he decided to head to the Witch Kingdom and find him before he found a way to extract Mila's powers from the old notes left by the witches of old. And since Trevor and I were headed for Elamir's cell in the mountains, which was on the way, to find clues to put an end to her possession, Noctis and his company decided to join us. I gave Trevor a side look, but he didn't exchange eye contact with me. The two boys parted, walking either side of me without saying a word. I got the feeling they were acting as bodyguards, in case one of the dragons decided to rebel. Funny. We had gone from being hunted by dragons to having a horde of dragons following us into the trenches. We were over 15 strong. This way we had a far better chance of succeeding should an enemy show up. We could even take on the Dragon King himself, in fact. Something told me this was a very thin arrangement, and we all knew it. Maybe it was the way that both Trevor and Noctis kept close to me. Trevor was the closest, and I sort of wished he would take my hand or something, rather than have me floating like the monkey in the middle. Was he hesitant to claim me in front of Noctis? No, that wasn't like Trevor. He was territorial. He must have some other reason for not wrapping his arms around me. I won't lie, it felt uncomfortable, to say the least, being this near to Noctis again. Not that I was trying to recall certain memories that we shared. It might just be impossible to forget when you'd been with someone so long. It was times like this that you hated your brain for not being under your control. "How's your wound, Trev?" Noctis said as we continued along the path. Noctis was slightly ahead of us both. I literally spun to look at that boy's face. Of course, I could mostly only see the side back of it. Trev? You had to be kidding me. There had to be a big fat smirk on that face. Yet I couldn't detect one. He looked as though it had been a sincere question. "You know," Trevor replied, "just have to grin and bear it, Nock." "Nock?" Trevor was looking ahead, eyes fixed on some unknown point on the horizon. Okay, now this was officially beyond weird and right in Freaky Friday territory. Next, they would be hugging it up like bros in a bromance. "If you want," Noctis said, "I have something that can help." Trevor shrugged. "Sure." Noctis threw a bottle of something, which Trevor caught, popped open, and sniffed. "What is it?" I asked, feeling left out of the conversation. "Healing tonic," Trevor answered, his voice distant. "And high quality. Where did you get it?" "Madame Sophia," Noctis said, grinning. "A couple of days back, before, I heard what happened at your homestead with Sophia." "That was fast, and you've been seeing her in these woods?" I asked, stunned. Noctis raised an eyebrow at me and smirked. I blushed. "You've been meeting her in these woods?" I corrected, brushing my hair behind my ear, feeling more foolish by the minute. Did he really think I cared if he was dating someone? That hadn't been what I'd meant. He really knew how to twist words. Same old Noctis. Like the wind. So sudden and tricky. I was unsure if Trevor had caught my slip of the tongue earlier. I was too embarrassed to add anything more. But he didn't seem offended in the slightest. We fell into silence, all of us scanning the woods for any sign of movement or danger. Well, I mostly focused on humming lowly to myself, low enough that I didn't think anyone would be able to hear. As a semi-introverted girl, there were certain techniques I had developed over time that I could use whenever I wanted to relax from a stressful situation. For me, going to a house party, meeting a friend in the town square for shopping and chat, or having a coffee with my boyfriend had elements of anxiety. Yet not anything crazy, but enough that I had to consider some way to avoid sweat patches. My ultra-durable antiperspirant had its limits, even the 48-hour long-lasting kind. Humming did something to ease my stomach, which relaxed me overall. I tried to focus on my lower belly, which seemed to be where the tension accumulated. Like clockwork, even with a dozen dragons who might potentially turn on me, the technique worked. My breaths eased, and I was able to smell the freshness of the air and appreciate the cool autumn climate again. The only other time I hummed was when I was playing my keyboard, which usually turned into the kind of singing that ended up being laughed out of a singing competition TV show. Yeah, I wouldn't be going that far today. I gasped as the woods opened to what could only be described as a savanna.
Trevor. Holding the healing tonic, deciding whether it was a trap to weaken me further, I didn't bother to watch Noctis in my periphery. I could feel him. Our auras had seemed to collide from the moment he showed up. From there, it had been easy to slip into a rhythm of indifference. There was absolutely no point in digging at each other. If this guy was secretly obsessed with my girlfriend, we could sort that out at another time. Octavian's dragons were more of a threat, one that united me and Noctis. If any of them decided to step out of line, the others might follow. So I placed nearly all of my attention on their auras and on scanning the woods ahead of and surrounding us. My nose didn't detect any threats close by. Then again, there might be a small group of dragons. They weren't the easiest to detect in small groups, as our last encounter at the old prison camp had proven. What would these dragons do if they had more of their friends to support them? Probably turn on us. I clenched my jaw, then reconsidered. That might not be the case. Noctis could still kill Oz in an instant if he betrayed us. The man-dragon definitely didn't want to die. Going against Octavian with Noctis on his side was actually a better bet than going against the young dragon prince. Prince, of course. These dragons really took hierarchy to another level. It wasn't enough to have your own harem or pack. You had to give yourself titles of nobility. No wonder Oz and his chums were so complacent being out in the rough wilderness. My eyes flicked to Mila, who was taking care to look down, avoiding doing anything to stoke the awkwardness. That actually made me more suspicious, as though she were fighting feelings. Damn, what was with Noctis? He was really willing to give his life up for my girlfriend? I wasn't about to let that happen. Seemed to me I would have no choice but to battle him to the death at some point. But my first concern would have to be the dragons. Noctis wouldn't attack me with them still being a threat. Besides, I somehow thought his dragon alpha battle would be more dragonish, perhaps involving fire rather than psychological warfare. Was that his plan? To win Mila's heart by being the one who kept saving her? Clever, annoying guy. He was applying that chemistry brain of his to build up chemistry with my girl. He didn't have to battle me. In fact, it might even make Mila hate him rather than win her love. He only had to grow inside her mind until she made the decision herself to leave me for the superior man. Surprisingly, I shrugged, nearly laughing to myself. I didn't have insecurities there. I wanted what was best for Mila. If I ever got the feeling that she would be happier with Noctis, I would be the one to leave, not the other way around. The worst kind of wolf packs were always the ones built on necessity rather than true passion. For me, a relationship without passion wasn't a relationship. Mila's admission that she was trying to subdue Elamir by acting distant had been all I needed to confirm she still had the hots for me. That kiss against the trunk of the tin can hadn't been fake. I didn't need to worry. What would be, would be. For now, all that mattered was to free Mila of Elamir. I swigged his healing tonic. Not like I could defend myself anyway in this condition. If he really wanted me eliminated, the tonic was unnecessary. In terms of the effects, one word. Unbelievable. An icy warmth, if that made any sense, stretched out through every limb in my gut and throat like long fingers. Then my muscles bulged like a superhero or something. After clenching as though I might become the Hulk, then the muscles relaxed and I felt light as a feather. In fact, I wanted to spring forward into the distance, letting my inner wolf burst through again. Going against Sophia might end up as much of a nuisance as against Octavian. That witch has powerful magic. Suddenly, the woods opened up to a long stretch almost as far as the eye could see. All around was long yellow grass, reminding me of one of those lion documentaries with them stalking in the savannah. This is definitely as far as I've gone, I said. Noctis turned to me for an instant, an eyebrow raised. I'm surprised. Assumed the Hazes knew every inch of the mountains. He continued on, looking away, hands in his pockets. I held back a growl, eyeing him for a second, then blew air and looked in the other direction. You must have gained a lot of experience during your time in isolation, I said casually in the breeze. Noctis shrugged. I suppose. How mysterious, I thought sarcastically. What exactly had he been up to in his time? He knew an awful lot of information for one person. I was sure that he knew full well that even we wolves didn't enter this close to the ancient witch kingdom. There were many rumors about this place. Despite how cynical I was of my father's superstitious stories, something in his voice when he warned us not to visit this place had chilled me to the bones. And it always seemed like a good place to go if you wanted to die unexpectedly and mysteriously. You wouldn't get a casket. More likely, no one would find your body. Yet here was Noctis, sticking his hands in his jeans pockets, whistling Dixie. There's something he's not telling us. Either that, or he was acting braver and wiser than he felt, using it to impress Mila, which was his right to do. We continued through the long brush, which made a rustling sound. You had to part it with one hand or it tried to get in your mouth. For Mila, it was worse. She looked like a kangaroo with the grass completely taller than her. "Don't laugh," she said, then held my hand. I looked down on her, frowning. Was she making some kind of a statement by holding my hand? I had deliberately avoided doing anything like that during this part of the journey as a way of giving her some space. Now it seemed that my strategy had paid off. "Otherwise I'll get lost," she added. Well, that killed my plan. Though I won't lie, seeing Noctis side-eyeing us made it worth it. This was like that time I had first got him envious during chemistry class. Perhaps he had assumed we would have amounted to nothing. Yet weeks later, here we were, stronger than ever. She squeezed my hand warmly as we continued on. "What's that?" exclaimed one of the dragons. I realized what he was talking about instantly. Moving quickly right at us was something brown. I tensed, swearing at myself for not smelling it sooner. Then again, dragon eyes were as keen as wolf noses. I'd been too busy worrying about the wrong thing. Now the whole mission might be at stake. I prepared to transform like a speeding bullet. Grass parted with a long scratching rustle that grew. The creature paused, then tilted its head while moving to the side in order to get a better view of us. "A deer," Oz sneered chidingly. "Malcolm, please be less dramatic in the future." "Sorry, sir," said Malcolm. "But should we hunt it?" I could practically hear the dragons licking their lips. Even I thought about it. A quick lunch wouldn't go unmissed. "No," Noctis said, scanning the sky. "Noon is fast approaching. Stay focused so we can complete this mission." This boy was really starting to take the leadership role too seriously. Then again, seeing as we had made it this far, we should probably take the advantage. I was quite satiated due to the big rabbit breakfast and Sophia's rejuvenating tonic. In fact, I felt able to take on the world. "Agreed," I said, and Noctis and I exchanged a brief look that I didn't know the meaning of. That might have been the first sincere agreement we've had since, well, forever. A few dragons groaned, which, funnily enough, made me realize they weren't so all-menacing as I might have liked to think. They kind of reminded me of big babies when it came to food. Though wolves weren't too dissimilar, we did not play with our food. Eating was big on the menu. No joke intended. It took no longer than 10 minutes before Mila became visible from the reeds, which was now just grass about knee-height. She let go of my hand immediately, making me confused again. One moment she's hot, then another cold. I don't get it. Maybe I was doing something wrong, like smelling too much like a wolf. The group paused at length, taking in the view ahead. Laid out on the skyline like a great volcano were the mountains, the same ones in my dreams. "Okay," Noctis said. "Remain cautious."
Chapter 19. Mila. I was going to make it, but what if there was nothing there? Then what? "No," I breathed through my mouth, pouting. Needing some space, I let go of Trevor's hand. I need to breathe and be detached. "We're really here," Malcolm whistled. Something stirred inside me. I turned around. By his childlike eyes, Malcolm was a younger dragon in his late teens. That explained why he had no memories of the Witch Kingdom. But I really wished he wouldn't talk about it. I had a feeling it was alerting Elamir's consciousness. Yet I could hardly tell him to stop. Anything like that would make Elamir naturally suspicious, and she would definitely become more awake. She mustn't know we're here. "How many secrets do you think are hidden inside?" Malcolm continued, obviously intent on stepping on my plans without even trying. "Lots, you imbecile," Oz sneered. It's the witches. Yeah, right, I thought. And dragons were so open about everything. Okay, Milla, don't get angry. Let's stay focused, Noctis said. Thank you, Noctis. We continued ahead, arriving at the base of the stone. From here I could make out white goats hopping across the rock face. Trevor said, gazing at the scene with his wood-trained eyes. If those are here so plentifully, then I doubt there are any shifters living around here. At least not many. Well, good sign. Though it was no joke ascending the thing. More than once my foot slid against loose rocks. Oz fell completely, landing on his arms. Malcolm hid a grin, while Oz shot him a look of contempt. Had Oz always been such a lovely guy? Or had it been the death of his wife that made him this unlikable? I didn't remember him being so sharp when I used to visit his store to say hello and tell him how my mom was doing. I stuck close to Trevor, though I didn't want physical contact. Elamir was definitely rising now. I ignored the tension between Trevor and Noctis. Evidently, them using nicknames for each other hadn't developed into a full-fledged friendship. Just like this exhausting, calf-aching route to my freedom, it seemed like there were no shortcuts in life. What if there are witch ghosts haunting the place? Malcolm asked. I was starting to think he was one of the meeker dragon shifters. Just run that way. Oz pointed down the path we came running along the face of the mountain. Preferably jump. Not that we're high enough for it to kill you, unfortunately. Even more unfortunately, that comment seemed to awaken Elamir's consciousness inside me. By the way the wind whistled, I heard a hiss in the air. An ancient-sounding hiss, bearing memories of a place she probably never wanted to revisit. I breathed harder, but all of my senses tightened and somehow widened at the same time. It was like she was clawing at me from some lower pit, trying to get a foothold in order to climb up to the top of my mind. However, I was not falling for that again. I just ignored the circumstances, the potential danger, and all of the uncertainty of the situation. That kind of thing led me to forget that Elamir was the real opponent, which she would be happy to reinforce, pushing my attention toward fighting someone whom I couldn't beat, and then forcing me to call on her for support. You get the idea. She was too wriggly a snake to fall asleep on, even for a second. Things got quite extreme, however, as I was crunching over some stones and jolted for a moment when they slid. I swore. Instantly, I could feel a great force trying to pull my magic outwards, far away to warn my enemies. Trevor sniffed, perhaps sensing a change. But before anything bad could happen, I turned my attention to each step and forgot about the misstep. The pull ebbed away, and we continued. What exactly lies in these mountains? Mr. Bad-Timing Malcolm questioned. Noctis sighed. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, how old was this Malcolm, really? But what I meant is, it's a big mountain, Malcolm said. How will we know where the entrance is? These paths are old and well hidden, but the effect of time hasn't quite destroyed all their trails completely, Noctis said. So these paths were once used by the witches? Trevor replied. Noctis smirked. Heard it from my old man not long after we regained our memories. He'd seen the Witch Kingdom as a possible destination, should we fail to extract our powers from the stone. Seems his prediction turns out to be true. This made me wonder two things. First, that they might actually be developing some kind of an understanding. Second, why did they both know so much when I was the one who binged on books to do with this stuff? So how far is this secret library you're heading to? Trevor asked. Library? I didn't ask because I was too busy focusing on being detached. Somehow Noctis read my mind, in the way that he does at times. You wouldn't have heard about the library, he said, glancing at me. The most important secrets to do with shifter and witch history aren't circulated about town. Even the donations from shifters who forgot their memories, and found themselves with strange books lying around at home wouldn't have had that information. You seem to, I said, unable to help my curiosity. I felt another wriggle of dark magic inside me. I've had many conversations, Noctis said. Sophia was among them. She was high-ranking and knew much about the Witch Kingdom. Trevor watched Noctis silently. Noctis continued. There's supposed to be a chamber where the Witch Queen stored many of her secrets. With no one left to protect it, anyone has access to them. That's where my old man is headed. Elamir screamed, louder than before. Crap! I pulled away, then looked back at the exact spot I had been studying without realizing. Elamir screamed again, her voice in the wind of my mind. I squinted. On first glance, it was just a pattern of pointless boulders, but there was something familiar about it. Then I felt a memory of a girl in chains, being led across it by many witches in the middle of the night. This was it. Instead of avoiding Elamir, I used her trauma to pinpoint where we should be heading. Yes, this was it. This way, I said, pointing. I recognize this from my vision. Vision, Noctis said, frowning, crunching on sliding gravel. Well, I corrected my words immediately, my voice calm and collected. I've been having weird dreams about these mountains. I guess a higher force is guiding me, showing me the way to a place to hide for the time being. We didn't tell Noctis about Elamir and that she's inside me. I couldn't risk him or any of the dragons seeing me as a threat and messing up this alliance. So Trevor and I lied that we were heading to the mountains to hide from Sophia and the Dragon Shifter King for the time being. Follow me. I led the way now, resolute. We stumbled across the uneven face, avoiding crags and moss-covered rock. Then I found it. The tunnel! I yelled, scrambling into it. Let's stick together, Trevor said, moving beside me. But I kept the pace up, ignoring the complaints of the dragons behind us. Noctis and Trevor and I took out our phones, using them as torches as we moved into the black tunnel. Fortunately, there were gaps in the ceiling, allowing shards of light. I breathed faster, unable to fight the feeling that I was reliving the moment of my nightmares. Or better yet, Elamir's. The Dark Witch had gone from screaming to completely silent in my mind. Clearly the memory was too overwhelming. We're doing a good thing, I told myself, pushing away the image of a little girl in chains. Whatever had happened to that girl, she was now pure evil, and I wasn't going to be the subject of her torture. Milla, slow down, I heard Trevor saying. But I went full speed ahead, nearly breaking into a run. I felt like there were answers here. As I paced, I ran my fingers along the cool stone walls, which were damp. We were finally here. I needed to see it. I have a feeling that the Elamir then would have had a much simpler time crushing my mind, completely possessing me and then doing as she pleased. This only meant that the Witch Queen was more powerful than anyone imagined. She had so easily trapped the girl with the stone. I needed to see what happened next. Maybe if I was lucky, I might find some clues here. I nearly froze as I saw it. Silver bars that were open. An empty cell. We edged toward it, Trevor and Noctis at either side of me. In our rush, we had outpaced the dozen slacking, complacent dragons. All of us froze. Trevor swore. Noctis shook his head. Written in big, blood-red words was, "Entry forbidden." I blacked out for a moment. When I returned to consciousness, I shrugged away the arms of two boys whose names I could barely remember. I blocked out the sound of their voices, scratched it out of my head. Staggering, I inched further towards the dark cell, past the blood-red "Forbidden" sign. My eyes groggily looked around a certain point in the wall outside of the cell. There it was. No stone, of course, not anymore. There was only a depression remaining in the wall itself. My hands traced the rough contours of it, fingers trembling. This was where the stone was, I said to myself, still completely blocking out what the other boys were saying. My mind was still partly in that time, in Elamir's mind and her time. "Milla, what are you talking about?" someone said. I didn't really care who it was. "What happened to you?" I whispered, listening to the tremble in my breath. Suddenly, my head split with pain, as though a sudden migraine had popped into it. I screamed and grasped my head, vision blurring in and out. Then the cell looked and felt completely different, as I was transported away. Elamir hugged her dirty, pale body, which was covered in the cell's dust and aging grime. Ever since the queen had sucked air from her lungs, it was like she was still waiting to take a breath. This very strange sensation went on for such a long time that she began to grow suspicious, as well as delirious. It must have been days now, though it was hard to tell because she didn't seem to change or feel. Nothing here felt. It just was. She was truly in hell. When no one came to give her food or water, and yet she still went on, if that was what you could call it in this existence, she decided that the Witch Queen had somehow manipulated the environment surrounding her prison with an enchantment, so that time itself was non-existent in the cell. Nothing moved. Hunger did not bite her, nor did thirst or hope. The queen had stripped her of her humanity itself without giving the conclusion of death. "Don't leave me here," Elamir thought to herself miserably. "How can you be so cruel? After all that I've—" This was the definition of hell. An eternity of purgatory. Madness, insanity from isolation crept in. What human could imprison a person with no human company when all humans needed some level of love? Meaninglessness. Pure, lukewarm, despairing meaninglessness became Elamir's reality. She was even unable to weep. Such was the pure blackness of the void in which she was at the core. She didn't know how many days had passed, or weeks, or even months. But at one point, Elamir was rocking back and forth in the lotus position, tearing out her hair and screaming silently to herself. Then her eyes caught a shimmering shard of ice hanging from the side of one piece of wall. The idea hit her in that instant, and she reached up and snapped it until she had that tooth in her hand. "We will see each other again soon, Adolin," she whispered. She held it up, intending on slicing through her wrist and ending her suffering, when something stayed in her hand. "Help me!" screamed a witch, appearing in Elamir's vision as suddenly as walking into dawn light. The witch clutched at Elamir's bars, shaking them. The steel was so thick that they didn't even rattle. Elamir felt completely nothing for the woman, other than a too-distant yearning that she could no longer quite describe. Suddenly, fire covered the vicinity, engulfing the witch as she screamed and wailed and her skin melted. a dragon shifter appeared, scales gleaming. "Well, look who we have here," he said. "The fool who tried to murder our king." Elamir said nothing, and then he fired another stream of searing fire. His eyes popped when it failed to penetrate the cell. For a moment he backed away, probably thinking that he was dealing with an enchantment. "Fascinating," he said. "The magic of witches is really something. But no matter, you are all going to die along with that treacherous queen of yours once Lord Octavian reaches your kingdom, and no amount of magic will save any of you." As he turned to leave, a laugh broke the silence of the dark cave. It was Elamir's. "What's so funny?" the dragon shifter asked. "If I am a fool, then you are no better off than me," she said in a hoarse voice due to her long absence of speech. He raised an eyebrow. "You filthy worm! One more word and I will kill you." "Do what you want," Elamir said, her eyes seeming distant. "You will never find the Witch Kingdom. That place is guarded by powerful enchantments. Without the proper directions, you can spend an entire lifetime but never find it. But I can tell you how. And I take it I will trust your words, as empty as the cell that imprisons you?" "Suit yourself." "Fine, then. The words of a dying worm can do no harm. But I must warn you, if I find out you are trying to trick me, I swear I will make you rue the day you met me." "Do what you want. I care not. Way north beyond these mountains are the misty plains that go on forever. Deep within, you will find a stone arch. Look to the mountains as you enter, and you will find what you seek." "Milla." Dark eyes stared into mine. Hands shook my shoulders. "Are you okay?" "Noctis," I said, faint-headed. "Let's go back to bed. I feel sleepy." Noctis smirked. Then as Trevor placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, saying, "I'll take over from here," replacing dark eyes with sky blue ones, I remembered that Noctis and I had finished dating many months ago at the beginning of the year. "Trevor," I gasped. I'm sorry, It's fine," he replied. "You weren't yourself. Do you remember where you are?" Slowly I nodded. As soon as I saw those entry forbidden words, it's like the world disappeared. Then I had a vision. "I guessed," Trevor said, looking at me carefully and sniffing. "Are you sure you're, yourself?" "What do you mean?" I said, confused, then realized. "Yes, it's me." Elamir didn't manage to take over. Or did she? Trevor shook his head. "You just closed your eyes and started mumbling strange stuff." He sniffed again. "Certainly smells like you." "What does that mean?" "No, I didn't mean it like that," he said quickly, making me grin. "I'm only kidding," I said. "I'm glad I smell like me." Then I held my head, gritting my teeth against the sudden headache. "What did you see?" Noctis asked. I saw a flicker of tension in Trevor's eyes, and his grip tightened around my shoulder, but then relaxed. "Give her a moment to get up," he growled. "Can you stand?" Nodding, I allowed Trevor to give me a hand. Then I explained what I had seen. Like me, Trevor was befuddled by what Elamir said to the dragon shifter, and the fact that Elamir loved someone. "Where's Mr. Simmons and the others?" I said. Noctis glanced to the side in the direction of the exit. "We'll find out, I guess." This girl you talked about in your dream, is she really the Elamir? Trevor looked about ready to let his inner wolf take over and challenge the dark-haired boy now that he was healed. Perhaps it was only obvious to me. I could tell when his face was tenser than normal. Together, they looked like perfect opposites. Both tall, but very different. Noctis has an athletic build, made for running, but with surprising strength, with jet black hair. Trevor, on the other hand, has a large chest and shoulders with glorious blonde hair and thick muscles. He looks made to lift heavy things. I went through my vision with the boys. Yes, you know of her? I asked. Heard of her from my father's men, that she was among the Witch Queen's most trusted servants, sent to assassinate my grandfather, Noctis said. How did it end? I asked. I'm not sure. Apparently she didn't succeed because my grandfather declared war on the Witch Queen after that. So it seemed Noctis and the Dragon Shifter King did not know Elamir was the witch who sealed away their powers with the stone back then. Though I had no idea Elamir was sent to assassinate Noctis's grandfather. If so, why did the Witch Queen punish her? Was it because she failed? Wouldn't that make Elamir a victim as well? Are you okay? Trevor asked. Yeah, it's just that I feel Elamir might not entirely be who we thought her to be all this time. Milla, Trevor said, warningly. Elamir tried to use the stone to cripple us of our powers, so that she could be the only one with powers. She's treacherous. I bit my lip. I don't know, Trevor, I replied. The way she was screaming and pleading, I think she was different back then. So she was imprisoned. I guess people change, Noctis said. It's possible that she was a good witch back then. Maybe something happened. Did you find out anything else from your dream? No, nothing. Unless I'm missing something obvious, I said, grasping the side of my elbow uncomfortably. Then I guess this is where we part ways, said Noctis. Can we stay with you guys a little longer? There might be something else in this mountain, I asked. All right, Noctis said, looking from Trevor to me. Trevor seemed to agree with me on that. Both Trevor and Noctis sniffed around a few minutes longer, poking and prodding at parts of the tunnel, then decided that this was as deep as it went. There didn't seem to be any secret access points or other clues hidden around. And if they were, the magic was too advanced to be penetrated. Let's continue up the mountain, Noctis said to the dragons. Let's go north, then. Meanwhile, I thought back to the way we came and of the dark cell, at the words, forbidden entry. Why had they been written? Had those words been there before or after Elamir was imprisoned? And who was Adolin? Why did the Witch Queen put her in that god-forsaken cell to rot, when all Elamir had displayed was loyalty to her master? I had hoped to find answers, yet the deeper I thought, the more confused I became. Chapter 20. Milla. You actually came out alive, Oz sneered. We thought for sure you were mincemeat, Malcolm exclaimed. Well, no, Noctis replied smoothly. Lucky for us, we weren't. Oz tapped a boot impatiently. It was a high-cut hiker's boot to protect against rocky protrusions and for ankle stability. For all his gear, he didn't seem cut out for the wildlife. What did you find? He said, his arms folded. There was nothing there, Noctis said, flashing a look at me. I nodded in agreement, as did Trevor. Oz said. You were in there an awful long time. Is there something we should know? Before Trevor could square off against Oz, Noctis laughed loudly, deliberately. "You're all welcome to go inside and see for yourself." "No thanks. Wasting my strength is the last thing I want to do in these godforsaken parts," Malcolm said suddenly. "Shut up, you imbecile," Oz clucked. "So which path do we take now to cut through this mountain?" "We go up," Noctis said evenly, eyeing the path winding along the face of the mountain. We set out again. Trevor let out a low laugh. My calves were literally burning like someone had rubbed chili pepper all over them. I wanted to cry with the aches in my thighs, and my stomach was already growling. "Any snacks?" I whispered to Trevor, walking beside him. There was electricity between us. Still, I felt like a naughty girl poking at her bigger boyfriend annoyingly. "What's in it for me?" Trevor said, grinning. I pushed him. "You get to be in the company of the most dangerous girlfriend on Earth." He looked about to roll down the mountain in amusement, but I reached into an inside pocket of his robe. "How did you know?" he said, pulling out a thick length of tough beef jerky. I allowed my hand to linger against his as I took the food. "You are my savior," I said slowly, letting my voice feel bedroomy. A shot of electricity ran through me, probably through us both. Loving the idea of my boyfriend feeding me, I leaned my head against him as we strolled, and literally ripped the meat between my teeth like a hungry lioness. Refusing his protests, I placed the much bigger piece into his mouth. "I want to feed my wolf man," I said, seeing his fangs. He hummed, then chewed the piece. I was still trying to grind apart the gummy meat when he had swallowed his. A warmness flowed between us. My phone beeped at that moment, bringing me back to reality. Perhaps I had suddenly received a signal, being so high up. I could literally see for miles from this distance, positioned high over massive pine trees that looked like little model ones made out of Lego, kind of the way that the water looks unreal when flying over a shore. Anyway, my group chat burst into new activity. "Jake, looks like school's out, fellows and gals." Moan, "Oh, no. Wait, I mean, yay!" Taylor, "Yes, this is horrible." Taylor, "But seriously, guys, what's going on?" Jake, "No idea, but I feel something big is coming. Something like out of a Hollywood movie." I stopped reading, my heart doing dizzying leaps. As I chewed the beef jerky, I thought about how much worse things could get than aching calves. If this mission didn't succeed, everyone in town would either be dead or slaves of the dragon shifters. That thought gave me new resolve. I pulled away again, distancing myself from Trevor and focusing on my breaths. Elamir had managed to enter my mind in that tunnel. That kind of thing couldn't occur again. This was bigger than me. If I failed, everyone would pay the price. About an hour later, we reached a spot on the mountain that sent Trevor and Noctis sniffing around incessantly. "Are we finally going to have a break?" Malcolm asked. Noctis didn't reply for a long time. He scanned the mountain terrain, his hair blowing in the breeze. From where he stood, he looked godly. Behind him were only sky and the beginnings of very distant treetops, behind a blanket of thin, cold mist. His head spun in a direction at the same time as Trevor. We followed their lead until another tunnel mouth appeared. Perfectly circular, with all sorts of gems glittering around the edges, there was no doubt. We had found the Grand Tunnel. "I'm not going in there," Oz said, stepping back. A few of the other dragons followed suit, though Malcolm inched forward, his jaw dropped. Noctis palmed his face. "You mean to tell me you're going to stop this mission because you're afraid of the dark?" I hid my smile. Oz didn't hide his scowl. You know full well the reason for my concern. We find another path or end this adventure here. This tunnel is doomed, said a fletch-faced dragon with wispy brown hair. A few others replied in agreement. I didn't know that you meant to lead us to our deaths, Oz continued. What's he talking about? I asked. Long ago, this mountain used to be one of the strongholds of the witches, Noctis said. Whatever they used to prevent intruders from gaining access might still be here. For some reason, his eyes darted to Trevor, who had walked up to the cave mouth, exploring it with fascination. Correct, Oz interjected. Maybe it was your intention to take us here all along, hoping we would turn back. Believe it or not, I would rather have you along, Noctis said, surprising us all. We stand a better chance if there are more of us. I've heard there are mechanical measures, Oz said, staring at Nock. There are old traps here, Trevor said from the entrance. They seem to be remnants of the old clans. Noctis nodded. Thought you might have an eye and nose for it. You mean that he can detect them, Oz said. Trevor gritted his teeth. I got the feeling that he had some plan for Oz once this was all over. He probably still wanted answers about what happened to his father, even though Oz had said he had lost sight of Trevor's dad during the fight, thinking he must have fled out of fear. I should be able to detect them, he said. Should be, Oz said. That isn't much comfort. Listen, we haven't got much time, Noctis said. If we want to find my old man before he finds a way to extract Milla's powers, we'd better hurry. Trevor has one of the best senses of smell I've ever come across. I should know. Each time I tracked him, he detected me before anyone else. After some debate, the dragons reluctantly agreed to enter. I took a last look at the sky, praying to dear God that I wouldn't step into a bear trap. Or worse. Nonetheless, if Trevor was watching over me, nothing bad could happen. I'll need to go ahead, Trevor said lowly to Noctis and me. Then he stared at Noctis long and hard. Stick close to her. If any of them tries anything, just yell out. Noctis didn't reply for a long while. I literally thought the air was about to snap from the tension of it. Then he nodded. Trevor, I said before he could walk off. I can help. But he shook his head, eyes serious. So it was really that bad. Who could expect anything less from the ancient witches? Then I wrapped my arms around him. Be careful. Don't go doing something crazy like getting yourself hurt, okay? He gripped the side of my lower back, the pressure making me fold into him. I'll be fine. This is what the alpha wolf does. And you're in my pack. Stay vigilant. Then his warm body parted from mine. Keep moving ahead unless I say otherwise. Some traps need time for investigation. Alone, I can cover more distance. Walk at a steady pace, even if you lose sight of me. He disappeared into the darkness. I guess we should do as he said, Noctis said, gesturing for me to walk ahead. The dragons followed several paces behind, more vigilant. My neck burned. Trevor was somewhere ahead, unseen. Noctis, however, walked a pace behind me. He wanted to be between me and the dragons, even if it was just a fraction. Perhaps he would jump in the line of dragon fire. His scales would keep him relatively safe, while my skin would peel. I felt his eyes on me as we walked. I listened to the echoing patter of our feet and tried to focus on breathing. But why was he so distracting, I thought, clenching a hand. He had always been so intense. Dark features, quick mind, a smirk always at the ready. What was he thinking now? Unable to tolerate the tension, I glanced behind me to his dark eyes. They were on me. A feeling that I couldn't explain rippled through me. "This cave is enormous," I said. "True, and very old," he replied. "Possibly here since the birth of the first witch." At intervals, the ceiling glimmered with gems, which were fixed into some sections of the tunnel wall. They must have been worth a fortune. "Do you really think we can stop Octavian?" Noctis's eyes burned. "You can trust me." I looked away, unsure of what to make of that comment. It's true, I did trust him. The knowledge of it felt like a betrayal to Trevor. Then again, Trevor seemed to trust Noctis too. "My father must be stopped," Noctis said, speaking to my neck. "Besides, I've already declared myself king in front of Oz and the other dragons. And I meant it." "It's your father." The path was ascending upwards, so you had to press into the soles of your shoes. This felt less like walking and more like climbing. "I can never change that," Noctis breathed. For him, this kind of athletic work was normal. Either I beat him, or he restores his powers and everyone else dies or lives a life worse than death. Even Oz, as loathsome as he is, knows that wasn't exactly what he wanted. For ages, he lived a happy, normal life, owned a store and had friends. Memories like these don't just vanish overnight. "That isn't the case with your father," a sadness welled up in me. Trevor's father was dead, most likely. Mine, definitely. I couldn't stand to see more families ripped apart, all because of Octavian's thirst for power. Would Noctis end up having to kill his own father? Or would they just square off like he had with Oz earlier? No. Octavian was far too arrogant to give up his throne, even to his own son. He would force Noctis to do it. "Let's focus on turning you, Elamir, free," Noctis said. For some reason, knowing he was so determined to protect me, stilled Elamir. Was she listening to us? Had she decided to remain calm in his presence? Why? Or was it something else? Perhaps his voice was calming to me for some reason. Hating myself, I began to remember the many nights of us together, with our feet up on my sofa or his, watching Netflix, eating popcorn, or driving out to the city for a day's adventure. Me running my hands through that perfect hair. I blew out of breath, driving out the recollections. "Yes, let's focus," I said. I searched ahead for Trevor, but the tunnel was poorly lit. You could only make out large squared sections of it in detail. Shards of light broke out from the roof in carefully positioned sections. I made out glass used to reflect light down. This truly was a majestic tunnel, though the reflections made journeying through it more challenging. Seeing as Trevor hadn't brought back any warnings, the traps might have become inactive with time, or there weren't many to begin with. At one point, wide stairs appeared. There were cracks and chips in certain steps. Some had whole sections missing. "Where did you go?" I asked as we climbed, "after the last fight with your father?" Noctis's hand brushed against my hand accidentally. The intensity of electricity that fired through me was so extreme that I had to place my hands on my waist and look at my feet, lest I tripped. He didn't seem to notice. "I went into hiding," he said. "I knew he would try to imprison me." "Just like that?" I exclaimed, still buzzing. "I was looking all over for you in school." I felt my face blushing. "Glad to know you care." "Of course I do. You're my friend." A long silence passed. I hope to become more one day. Noctis, I'm saying this for me, he cut me off. I don't know why, but I have a desire to look out for you. Something in me makes me want to. I brushed my hair behind my ear, which burned. I suppose, thank you. Have you been following me? Seeing Noctis plant both hands in his jeans pockets, he shrugged. I may have been secretly watching you. Why? I knew my father might send his people to kill you. Surely you are aware of the amount of danger you're in. You seem to have a habit of being overly nonchalant. I was about to argue, then recalled him saving my life only that morning. Thank you, then, I said. But I'm not sure this is right. I have a protector already. He chuckled, smirking. And how well has that been working for you? Fine, thank you, I hissed. If I remember right, last time I saved you too, you wouldn't have won against Octavian. And if you hadn't taken the stone and broken the seal, none of this would have happened in the first place. I wanted to growl and hit Noctis at the same time. You really know how to rile me up, don't you? Glad I still have the ability. So you're enjoying this? Maybe a little. Aren't you? No. You don't miss our fights? Not even a little. They were pretty exciting. What? Noctis? Stop! Am I reading your mind? Can we focus on the mission? I don't need to think about what happened between us. Maybe I made a mistake. That's great. So you think you can just walk out and come back whenever you want? I don't think so. I hope so. I caught him smirking again, and growled this time. He was hypnotizing me again, knowing the right kind of humor to make me reminisce about a time I had been trying hard to forget. Anyway, you're right, he said casually, his voice stroking my ear. We should focus. I just find myself curious about the girl inside you. An unfamiliar tingle spread through me at that. Had that reaction been my own? Or Elamir's? I shook it away, and the feeling faded. Another excruciatingly long silence passed after that comment. He was right. Elamir had saved our lives. One could argue that her accidental spell was what created this peaceful version of Strangeville in the first place. And I was seeking a way to kill her. From that point, I did nothing but breathed and looked at each step. I had a mission. It was bigger than any of us.
Chapter 21. Trevor. I jogged along the damp tunnel. My ears pricked for every faint sound. Dripping water that had found its way through one of the square-shaped cutouts in the grand tunnel, the various rodents that had built a home for themselves here, the odd exclamation from the dragons far behind me, and the sound of my breath. This bloody tunnel seemed to go on forever. Once it must have looked beautiful. There were stories about how it glowed with magic at night from the inside, something to do with gems impregnated with charms. Now, it was more like an abandoned hideout. Mud-filled puddles was the only thing missing. Good thing I felt strong. My muscles were taut in my robe. My posture was keen and erect. And I was ensconced in the moment of it all. Smells, partial night vision, and balance. I was ready for anything that might come at us. What was strange was that I had indeed detected a host of dangerous traps. All of them were disabled. Had they been taken apart deliberately? Yes, I was sure of it. Someone had dismantled the traps. For what purpose, I did not know. The disturbing thing was that it made no sense. After the land's memories were wiped, the ancient mountain witches would have forgotten where they were. Yet someone had cleared the tunnels of traps. The thought buzzed at me, but I couldn't figure out why. Perhaps my senses were just on higher alert since Noctis's tonic. So funny. Dragons really did have a way with words and camouflage. Listening to Noctis, I was almost starting to believe that he wasn't evil. Almost. It didn't matter that he had a thing for protecting Milla. That was just a selfish desire of his, not a mark of goodness. He probably wanted to make her his wife so that he could rule the town as king without the threat of being attacked by the witches. Clever. I had to start thinking like a dragon, no matter how grotesque it was. So many of their words were tricky, deceptive, always thinking a few steps ahead, plotting for advantage. Once we managed to get rid of Elamir, I would need to watch my back if Noctis was standing behind it. Not before challenging Oz to a proper duel to the death. That was the least I could do to honor Eli and my father. Damn, now that I thought about it, Noctis had even managed to guilt me out of revenge, so now it looked like he had the moral high ground. But wolves were all about honor. I had thought dragons were the same. Oz and I would never see eye to eye. Eventually, we would have to settle our differences. Maybe Noctis had even thought of that. By breaking up my fight with Oz, I now had to look behind my back twice as often. At this point, he was probably waiting for something to kill me off. We were already in the tunnels. Why would he still need me around? Probably not for long. Pack instincts drove my mind to think of all the possibilities. I couldn't let Milla down again. If it came to it, I would die for her. Just then I froze. It was like a giant balloon had been rubbed against a wall, then pressed against me. Every hair on my skin rose. I growled deeply but saw nothing. Crap, I thought. Going this far ahead might not have been such a good idea. Without thinking, I spun on my heels and sprinted back. I looked back several times, the feeling of being pursued hovering over me. Yet there was nothing. The group looked alarmed upon seeing me. "What is it?" Noctis asked. "Danger," I said. "Figures," Oz proclaimed. "Not so loud," I growled. "I'm not sure if there's something else in here." "What do we do?" Milla said. I took a deep breath and turned slowly back the way I'd come, staring into the depths of it. "We can't turn back now," I replied. "Are you insane?" Oz said. "Are you a dragon or a mouse?" I growled back, making him curl his lip and look away. "There are over a dozen of us. If anything runs at us, we attack it as one." I didn't mention that I had not one lick of trust for the dragons. They were demons, so the stories from my father said, which meant that they only knew hellfire and war. If they helped us tonight, it would only be an act of self-preservation on their part. Right now, we were all allies due to a technicality. Maybe it was just me, but I felt as though the witches had embedded spells into the tunnels. Climbing them shouldn't have been this difficult. There was also a sense of doom about it, to use the frightened dragon Malcolm's own words. We were bringing darkness into a place of light. All my life, my father had trained me to fight for the right cause. As a pup, I had grown up on stories about lying dragon ladies who lured lost boy pups in the woods. "Follow me, young pup," my father would say, imitating the dragon monster disguised as an old woman, while reading from one of our clan's lore books. "I have a nice, cozy cottage where you can drink milk and eat meat and herbs." In that particular tale, Old Dragoness in the Woodlands, which was supposedly based on a true story, a wolf pup lost his parents when he was taken out from the den for the first time. The mother had disappeared to chase off an enemy prowling nearby. "Stay here," the mother warned the pup before leaving. "Keep yourself hidden in this bush." It had been hard to find food during that season. The mother, hungry and worried for her pup, decided to go out with it on a smaller hunt. She couldn't risk leaving her pup in the den. There had been stories of den raids, and you never knew who was patiently watching and waiting outside. That short moment of her disappearance had lured the dragoness. Standing on shaky legs, the cub yelped for his mother as his father was still out on the hunt with his older wolf siblings. No reply followed. Then there was a rustle in the nearby greenery. "Oh, where are you, little pup?" whispered a kindly voice. "Your mother told me to find you and bring you back to the safety of the den." The pup stayed hidden, obeying his mother's wishes and not trusting the voice. "Oh, little pup," the dragoness repeated. "We must leave now. The woods are dangerous, and your mother will be very worried." Unsure, the pup listened to every word. Perhaps this kindly voice was there to help him. He had so little experience of the woods that it might be possible. However, his wolf instinct told him not to speak, nor move, nor trust a word that the voice said. "I have milk and meat," the voice cooed, rustling closer to where the pup hid. The dragoness could not yet see the pup, so she was searching. She had sent another of her troop to get its mother's attention so that she could steal the inexperienced pup. Of course, all wolves are born with a certain natural understanding of safety and danger. Most of all, wolves do not trust outsiders. That is no different for a pup. In some ways, pups are even more distrusting of outsiders. For them, their only source of safety is their mother. More so than fathers who can from time to time turn on their own cubs. So the little wolf sat still. Its soft skin was buried inside tall leaves and grass blades. As long as it listened to its instinct, it would be safe. The dangerous mother would inevitably return to where she had left the cub and rip out the throat of the dragoness. However, the pup's stomach growled. Try as it may, it was tempted. "I hear you," the kindly voice hummed. "Please come with me. I have food for you. You have been waiting far too long." Feeling hungry, the pup thought that it could have more than one meal. It could eat what that kindly voice had to offer, then have more of what the mother wolf managed to kill. Its stomach rumbled again, but wolf instinct kept it still and hidden. Do not reveal yourself at all costs. However, when the pup smelled fresh meat, it was overpowered by desire, so ignoring its wolf instinct, it jumped from its hiding place, only to see a huge dragon with red scales and a long forked tongue. The dragoness seized it around the throat with one giant black-clawed hand. Holding it up, it lifted the pup to red eye level, licking its long, serrated toothed mouth. Before it could yelp for its mother wolf, the dragoness plopped the pup in its mouth and swallowed. The mother wolf never saw that pup again. The moral of that particular clan story was to always heed the warning in your belly, not the desire. A wise wolf is patient and careful when faced with danger beyond its power. That same gut instinct was hammering in my heart. It told me that to continue ahead would mean certain death. The dangers lurking there only grew and grew, and the further ahead that I stretched my senses, the worse that danger became, until the size of it seemed unimaginable. No one could deal with that. Something was very, very wrong with this place. But there was a bigger problem. My gut instinct told me that Noctis was not to be trusted anymore. No matter how nice he was being to Mila, or however much Oz seemed to hate the prince, it said, do not trust him. In some way, he was a threat. He would escape with Mila as soon as possible. Being trapped in the tunnels with dragons who could roast you at any moment was not a good idea. Damn, I thought. He played us like a fiddle. This whole thing was a setup from the beginning. First, the false hope of being rescued, to being given tonic so that I'd be healthy enough to continue on the mission. Tonic that Noctis just happened to have in his pocket. To the whole deal about Noctis wanting to dethrone his own father. No, my instincts were loud and clear. Noctis was a threat. He intended to murder me, possibly even Mila. What he really wanted were the secrets of the mountain or the witch kingdom. With them, he could increase his power beyond anything that even Octavian had imagined. I didn't want to think what the slaughter of Strangeville's non-magical population would look like. A dragon attack on the town would be like their discussion of whether to murder the deer we saw earlier. Dragons had no conscience. Noctis would kill me at any moment now. I had to walk further into the danger zone and use it to break up the dragons and then flee. "What are you going to do?" Mila said. She was getting too good at reading me, even when I thought I was masking my plans. "I'm going ahead," I said. "Be careful," Mila said as I stepped forward. Every hair stood up. If there was one thing that I wasn't a fan of, it was creepy crawlies. This approach felt like walking into a den of black widows and millipedes. We slowed our rate of approach, scanning often. We even passed the location that I had run from. Nothing happened. "What was all the fuss about?" Octavian sneered. I continued ahead, ignoring the dragon shifter. Just then my ears pricked. A scratching sound. What was it? Panting. Lots of panting. I clenched my fists, standing still. The noises disappeared. But I'd been sure I'd heard it. Impossible. So I proceeded. Something huge and powerful leapt for me. The thing moved so quickly that even with my enhanced reflexes, I was outmatched. This was it. I had failed yet again. Yes, even as death loomed, my thought was how much of a failure I was as a wolf. Because of me, Mila would die. I hadn't been quick enough. I had relied on my abilities too much. My abilities just weren't enough for her. I'm sorry, Mila. Then Noctis blurred. In no time, he was between me and the animal. Red scales around his hairline and shoulders gleamed against the faint shard of light. I couldn't believe how fast he had become since walking away from his clan. Noctis clawed at the enemy, who jumped on the dragon shifter. The two tumbled into the darkness, rolling around in a blur of teeth, dust, and fur. "No!" I yelled, ready to switch to wolf mode. "Trevor!" Mila screamed. Something smashed into the side of me. Its body was so dense and thick that it felt like being hit by a solid brick wall. I flew into the air and slid for what felt like an eternity. I remember thinking about whether Mila was safe the whole time, but my body was in the clutches of momentum, sliding out of control. Finally, I stopped skidding down the tunnel. I swiped the air with my arm that wasn't crushed beneath me. That damn dragon shifter was intent on saving my life as many times as possible, wasn't he? Right when I had decided he was the enemy, he went and jumped in front of the bullet. The thing that had jumped at him had been no joke. In my human state, it certainly would have killed me. If not for that damned shifter, I would be dead. Guess I had nothing left to do but to put my life on the line too. Amazing how I was able to think all of this in the space of what had probably been no more than 15 seconds. When you were on the edge of shifter state, things had a habit of really catching up to you. Growling, I regained feeling in my limbs, then rolled onto my hands. My head was dizzy from the knock. I couldn't even locate my inner wolf. When I looked up, I saw something out of a nightmare. My blurry vision saw black shapes surrounding each and every one of my group, attacking them or shoving them into a corner. It was a massacre. Closing my eyes to get rid of the double vision, I gripped stones underneath me and searched for my inner wolf. It was probably still knocking about somewhere, which got me angry. I couldn't bear to lie there while my group was slaughtered. And there was another thing that I couldn't even begin to think about. Trevor! Mila screamed. Her words echoed down the tunnel, seeming to go on forever until the sound squeezed into my eardrums, wriggling inside like an earwig. That's when my inner wolf burst through me like a sudden tornado. There was no warning. I just became the huge black wolf that I was born to be. And I sprang forward.
Chapter 22. Mila. A furry, clawed hand grabbed my wrist. I couldn't move an inch. I screamed for Trevor, praying that he was okay. The one who had flown at him looked enormous. Suddenly, the grasp released. I turned to see my wolf hero bounding towards me with the grace of a lion. Despite how huge these attackers were, as they stood on 2 feet, he was bigger. His eyes were locked on me, his single mission. Whoever got in his way was going to become skewered meat. "Who is this?" the voice above me roared. "Impossible! He's one of us!" Trevor twitched at this, looking up at my attacker for the first time with slit yellow eyes. "Werewolves!" Trevor thundered, then slid to a halt, hair's bristling teeth bared to the point of showing gums. "Grrr! What's going on here?" "Cease attack!" bellowed the wolf above me. His voice was so loud the ground trembled a little. "I say, cease!" Trevor's growl was so deep that it felt like a chainsaw was running a few meters away. "Explain," he said. "I'm not feeling particularly patient right now." The other huge shapes paused, and the dragon stopped fighting too. I caught sight of Oz pausing, with one bat-clawed hand raised to strike the 2 werewolves cornering him. But he noticed how Trevor and the gray werewolf above me were squaring off. "You're going to settle things?" Oz croaked, irritated. He had a gash to his shoulder, streaking with deep red blood. "Well, get on with it." Look who was talking. He and Noctis had nearly made out with their monologue standoff. I prayed this one followed that route, rather than eye-gouging. Several werewolves were cornering Oz, a few of which looked injured themselves. Taking on a dragon shifter was no joke, even when you managed to surprise one. "Why would one of our kind be with dragons?" said the silvery werewolf, ignoring Oz. "State your purpose. Lie to me and we will fight you to the death." "You," Trevor said, sniffing, tail raising stiffly. "You are cave werewolves, aren't you?" The 2 stared at each other. I looked around for Noctis, but couldn't see him. A sick feeling swam across my stomach, which was already somewhere where my throat was due to the enormous man-wolf standing over me. "I am of Haze blood," Trevor growled. "We protected this seal before the memory spell was lifted." The cave werewolf, who seemed to be the leader of the group, made a sound between a purr and a growl, thinking, the memory spell. Yes, it was a spell cast centuries ago by the witch Elamir, which wiped out everyone's memories. But now the seal has been broken and the spell lifted. "So that explains it," the leader said. The knowledge of the seal had seemed so natural to me, but I kind of forgot that wasn't common knowledge to every shifter. "You may call me Grey Wolf. We have been dwelling in these mountains for a long, long time." These cave werewolves were different from the other werewolves. They were almost like dragon shifters. While their mouths were wider and slightly protruded, like the beginnings of a muzzle, they stood on 2 slightly bow-legged legs and had chests and muscles like a human's. The fur was another matter. "What are you doing here?" Trevor said. "Why did you attack us?" "But you cannot be much older than a pup," the gray werewolf said, not appearing to listen to Trevor. "How is it that you are able to change into your complete form?" "My family was the only one spared from the seal," Trevor said. "Now answer my question. If we're enemies, I'll gladly continue our little battle." "Trevor!" I stopped when I saw the look of fury in his eyes. A warning. Crap. Way to give it away. "So this is your mate," Grey Wolf said. "Touch her and I'll eat your heart," Trevor said emotionlessly. What in the hell had Noctis put in that tonic? A fierce pup, no doubt. Grey Wolf scratched his long, furry beard, studying Trevor, who had his legs placed outwards, ready for a sudden attack. No one in the cave moved. Though perhaps not long past adulthood. Yes, I'm quite sure you could kill me before I laid a hand on her, but you have no reason to fear such a thing. Your form speaks more than any words. My form. I see you have been blessed by powerful light magic, Grey Wolf explained. Alas, I see no dark magic in you. However, there is still a problem at hand. My heart picked up. Grey Wolf began sniffing. The dragons? These dragons are with me, Trevor said, surprising me. Our mission is noble. In fact, we seem to be missing one. Has anyone seen Noctis? Here, said a cool, though slightly pained voice. I spun to see Noctis leaning against the tunnel wall. 6 werewolves surrounded him, many of which had charred bits of fur. Clearly, Noctis had more than held his own, though he was breathing hard. The 6 werewolves looked worse, keeping their distance from the young dragon. Noctis smirked, folding his arms and closing his eyes in thought. I should have guessed, Trevor grinned. You're not the first dragons we've seen recently, Grey Wolf said. There were others. Noctis perked up, unfolding his arms, which were now in fists. All signs of tiredness flushed out of him. The electricity of his mission burned in his eyes. Tell us more. I am Noctis, the young prince of the dragons, and I seek to end this war. So curious, the Grey Wolf said, scratching his chin again. Quite the strange party. Dragons and wolves do not usually get along, nor do they align with their enemies against their own kind in battle. Let's just say we want to make a few changes, Noctis said, to the way the ancients ended their legacy. We forgot about our similarities and got obsessed with the differences in the end. That's why we're in this mess. I won't pretend to like everyone in this group, Trevor added, not looking at Oz, but we decided it was worth saving Strangeville. Grey Wolf said. I believe you. Well, Noctis, the young Prince Dragon said, the others who showed up recently? Was the Dragon King among them? Perhaps, Grey Wolf said. We slew as many as we could. That was a few days ago. We all breathed a sigh of relief. We can still get there first, I said, looking at Noctis and then Trevor. We've made it. I would not go that far, Grey Wolf said, for reasons I will mention. But first, I must say I detect a powerful presence among you. It seems you wish to pass through our tunnels, but I prefer to know more about my travelers before I let them through. It's the girl, Oz said without hesitation. She harbors the powers of all the shifters in town. The cave wolf slowly looked down at me, eyes widening. I thought I saw a hint of fear on his face by the way his ears twitched. He swayed back an inch, which I only saw being so close to him. How is that possible? He asked. Elamir was silent inside. That actually made me more worried. It meant she was watching carefully, however strange it was to think that there was another person in me calculating the situation. I took the stone, and it channeled its power unto me, I said, before Trevor could stop me. Was the werewolf going to kill me? His eyes were pale yellow, old around the skin, but young in the eyes. These were the kind of eyes that were wizened, that knew and had seen many things. The cave was silent a long while. I could feel Trevor bracing to strike. Every other werewolf awaited Grey Wolf's orders. I see, Grey Wolf finally said. No one attack our guests. It appears that we have found the answer to our prayers. Let us talk. I'm okay with that, I said, then gave the others a look. We don't need to fight our way through the tunnels. If we learn more about the cave wolves, they might help us to get there faster. Noctis and Trevor nodded slowly. After a moment of awkwardness, the individual groups of fighters parted. We followed the tall leader wolf on through the caves. Grey Wolf walked just ahead of me. Noctis and Trevor, who was still in wolf form, walked on either side of me, like bodyguards. I was once a mathematician, Grey Wolf said, strolling through the tunnel into the wider cave. Or rather, I became one after I lost my memories. Then I decided to give up the numbers and money for a quieter life. Imagine when I realized my past had involved organizing strategic wolf raids in the ancient kingdom. That sounds kind of similar, I said, continuing the conversation. This was our way into the kingdom, through words and diplomacy, not brute force. I had to make it work. I suppose I had found my true calling in life, Grey Wolf replied. Even then, seeing the odds and using it to calculate tactics is second nature to me. No wonder we had been so thoroughly dominated by his pack. Ordinarily, you didn't want to fight a dragon in an enclosed space due to the fire, but they had kept the dragons disoriented by pouncing at once without warning, with several werewolves going for each dragon in patterned attacks. My thoughts quickly turned to other things. This part of the cave gleamed with emeralds, shards of light crisscrossed in beautiful, soft patterns, huing the giant dome-shaped space with natural brightness. It was almost like being outside, in fact. I had to cover my eyes with an arm, squinting through it. It looks amazing in here, I said. It was once an oasis, Grey Wolf said proudly. I'm not sure what I expected, I said. Maybe a dark hole filled with ominous candles everywhere? Grey Wolf chuckled. Once these tunnels were majestic, and every inch of them shone with emerald and orange light. The witches and wolves who spent much time here gained tans from the radiance of it. Witches would travel from far points of the mountains just to bathe in the restorative powers of our light. Trevor had gone off on a journey of mesmerization. He was literally sniffing out every corner and staring at the way the light danced. Certain sections of it contained moving rainbows. The light was so fine that my vision became crisp. It felt like I had just been given eagle eyes and then been perched on the top of a golden rooftop in the summer. Poking out from the ground were chairs, shaped from the stones, and lined with materials that I didn't recognize. The colors were a mix of whites and greens, reminding me of delicate spring flowers among grass. Some seats were raised on high platforms, where even more light traveled. Others were in more covert corners where there was more privacy. Many chairs formed circles for group settings. We approached a set of soft glowing white and green chairs, enough for the whole party to gather at. I couldn't help but imagine this was a dream, and my body was merely a dream body. I'd had many extremely vivid, lucid dreams in the past, none quite as beautiful in color as this. Every nook and cranny was detailed. The light seemed to get into my skin, warming and cooling it at the same time, like taking a fresh glass of spring water. If this was a remnant of what the ancient tunnels had once looked like, I could scarcely imagine how it had been in its prime. "Thank you for welcoming us," I said, then hesitated. "But why exactly are you helping us?" "As I said," Grey Wolf replied, "I'm fond of calculating the odds. The dragons and I share some similarities in that respect. No offense." "None taken," Noctis, our dear chemistry whiz, said. Grey Wolf gestured for us to take a seat on one of the many decorated chairs that filled the cave. "Oh my God," I slurred the moment my bum touched the seat. It literally felt like sitting on a cloud. I mean, this had to be what it would feel like. Someone had figured out how to weave clouds. Literally, this chair was making me drunk. "God damn," Noctis muttered, making Grey Wolf chuckle again. He gave us all time to settle in. The healing light rays bathed on us. I thought of Kara whenever Strangeville was blessed with a particularly sunny day. When I shut my eyes, I could easily believe I was floating. Everything was so peaceful that even thinking about Kara seemed okay. Here, I could float up to heaven. That's definitely where she was now, as Kara had been an angel when we'd still been together. Further and further, until I met Kara's outstretched hand and finally hugged her. "I missed you," I would say. And she would beam at me with her Cheshire cat grin and reply, "Oh my God, so tell me what's new at school." When our memories were restored, a race began, Grey Wolf continued, puffing through that sweet dream. He was seated opposite me and Noctis. Trevor appeared on the other side of me, sitting back on his hind legs. I stroked around his ears, wondering whether it would be convenient to visit this location often. You know, like a massage parlor. I knew about the recent battle with the Dragon King. "In fact, I thought about joining ranks with your kind," Grey Wolf said. "Why didn't you?" Noctis said, leaning forward in his chair, as if to reduce his comfort. That boy really seemed intent on taking over the throne. I just hoped that whatever he was doing, it was for himself. I didn't want to become the reason for his existence or something like that. I thought it best that we stayed to guard the path to the Witch Kingdom. Besides, the odds were against it. There was no telling whether the dragons were half-formed like us or in full power. I didn't want to go into a battle where the chance of victory seemed low. "So you guessed Octavian would try to invade the Witch Kingdom," I said. Grey Wolf nodded, eyeing me closely. Though I hadn't realized centuries had passed, and the Witch Kingdom I was trying to protect had probably been abandoned for centuries. There was a long moment of silence. "Once this is over, dragons, witches, and werewolves will cheer together. You have my word." "I hope so," Grey Wolf said. He flashed a look at Oz, who was crossing his legs. "What?" Oz said, his voice sounding posh. "Look, if you can design more of these chairs for my home, then you have a permanent friend." A few dragons laughed, further breaking the ice. This healing room was seriously effective. Apparently it also had the power to heal animosities. Not that he had meant Trevor when he'd said the line. I stared up at the great ceiling, noticing for the first time the swirling rainbow colors. Blues, greens, reds, and yellows shimmered like we were in the belly of the ocean. Yet right through the center of it ran pure white light, casting order to the many fragments. In that majestic light flitted several small birds. "We would appreciate learning more of what happened that day," Grey Wolf said. "What happened exactly?" I explained nearly everything, though I skipped the part of my friend's murder, the thought of it too painful, though I could still see those shining yellow eyes of malice. Then I described how Octavian had crushed the red stone, but by then its powers had already channeled into me. "Incredible," Grey Wolf said. Things may have been much, much worse if the Dragon King regained his full power. When Elamir triggered the memory removal spell, the spell also disrupted many of the town's enchantments. The Divider was one such example. Before, Strangeville's existence was unknown to the outside world. This was a place of pure magic. Outsiders were never let in. When the Divider was deactivated, non-magical people came here. If the Divider has indeed been restored, it would mean all the people in town won't be able to leave it, Trevor said. Things are returning to a different time. I'm not sure we will be able to control the brunt of it, Grey Wolf said. If we can get to the Witch Kingdom, I said eagerly, we might be able to find a solution to this, apart from stopping Octavian. Grey Wolf said, closing his eyes. According to my calculations, we have no choice. But the ancient kingdom is a dangerous place filled with powerful enchantments. And if what you said about the enchantments is true, the journey will be even more dangerous. Your journey is very important. Your actions will decide the fate of many lives. Then he appeared to touch the light-infused air, rubbing his thumb over a finger. You should consider something. Darkness is always proportionate to light, the absence or presence of. The room fell silent. I didn't want to believe it. I was no special witch. I was barely a witch who could control her powers. About Elamir, this mountain was where she was locked up, right? I asked. Yes, it was a cursed place, her prison, meant to keep those who committed the most unforgivable of crimes. Not a single witch or shifter ventured near that place, as it was forbidden, Grey Wolf said. Then came the fateful day when the witches freed her to fight against Octavian. Do you know why they locked her up? Elamir was a loyal servant to the Witch Queen, Grey Wolf said, sadly. But she, most of all, hated the dragon shifters, and the fact they should be considered the witches' equals. So one day, she tried to stir a war by trying to assassinate Octavian's father, the reigning Dragon King. The Dragon King was furious and threatened to declare war on the witches. The Witch Queen, in an attempt to protect her people, promised the Dragon King justice. And so they sentenced Elamir to death, I said, stunned. Grey Wolf nodded, eyes lifting to the shards of light above. It was worse than death. In this room, it felt as though no darkness could exist. Yet darkness was always present in the world. When it fell, it was often surprising how quickly it swallowed you whole. I believe that it broke Isabella's heart to imprison Elamir, Grey Wolf continued. But she did it nonetheless to end the war. But it wasn't enough, Noctis muttered, sounding like he was talking to himself. His eyes were hard and distant. No, Grey Wolf said. It wasn't. Your grandfather did not believe Isabella. He suspected Elamir acted on her orders, and Isabella was too cowardly to admit otherwise. They attacked her kingdom, killing Isabella. With their queen dead, the remaining witches were leaderless and did not stand a chance against the dragon shifters. Thus began the reign of the dragon shifters, and that reign was later succeeded by Octavian. And now, he seeks to restore it. I shivered. The room fell silent again, other than the sounds of small birds fluttering by. I will bring you to the mountain's exit, Grey Wolf finally said. You shall eat and rest. We will leave first thing in the morning. But there is a problem, though. The Witch Kingdom's whereabout is a mystery. as only the ancient witches know the way. But there are none of them left. Once you step out of the mountain, you will see the vast barren plains. It's said they go on for miles without end. Are you sure about this?" The pause extended into broken silence. We'd come this far only to find that no one knows the way to the Witch Kingdom. If Octavian knows the way, it must have been told to him by his father when he was still alive. "Yes, I want to try at least," I said eventually, with a deep breath. "I need to." "If this is your wish," Grey Wolf said, "we go on the morrow to the Plains of Mist." Noctis and Trevor both went to argue that time was too short, but I cut them off. "Thank you kindly, Grey Wolf," I said firmly. "My bodyguards are eager to finish this journey, but unless they are immortal, I doubt we'll make any sense of the materials and secrets without a fresh mind and sustenance." Grey Wolf grinned cheekily. "The One has spoken. We shall feast, be merry, and rest. Tomorrow we brave the path to the unknown. May fate be kind to us." Chapter 23. Milla. The homeward expedition began with festivities, just as Grey Wolf promised, and I mean it when I say festivities. "I couldn't believe the look on his face," Oz explained, slamming his glass of fire-water ale onto the stone long table. The dragons and a few wolves on that section of table burst out laughing at his story, which in all honesty hadn't made much sense to me. It had involved some dragon code of conduct that another moron dragon had flagrantly broken, looking like a fool. "I think Oz is having a better time in the tunnels than he thought he would," Noctis whispered. As usual, he was seated on one side of me at the long table, Trevor on the other. Trevor barely drank much, only several sips of the fire-water, probably to avoid getting drunk. "You never were much of a drinker," I said to Noctis, who winked. "I can't stand the idea of letting go of passions," he said, then lowered his voice. "Except for specific moments." I turned away, embarrassed and shocked. The boy was seriously getting brazen these days. When this was over, I would have to keep my distance. I very much doubted Noctis and I could ever be friends. With us, it was either stone cold or 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. "Food! Food! Food!" Trevor began, a chant that traveled across the filled table of werewolves, dragons, and a single witch. Eventually, a cheer broke out, as wolf pups brought silver platters that were almost bigger than they were. "Aw," I said, "that's so adorable." "Thanks," Trevor said, to the pups. On each platter was an assortment of meats, perfectly glazed and roasted. Some were well done, others rare. Clearly those goats we had seen weren't all getting away scot-free. The night went on with songs and glasses clinking together. "What in the world is going on?" I asked. Noctis smirked. "I think I know." Do you want to let me know too?" "Grey Wolf told us the drink was fire water," Noctis said, which is partly true. But I did my research before coming. The cave version of the brew was also known as midnight elixir in some circles. I gasped. Finally, some fact that I had come across from my endless folklore literature. "Is it true?" He nodded. "It is said that the drink was one that dragons, wolves, and witches once brewed and ate together over. In another time." No wonder. Turning to Oz, he was in the middle of raising his thick, wide-glass mug to the table. "I would like to make a toast," he announced, "to all that have lost someone dear." His eyes met Trevor's. My wolf boyfriend, who was in human form now, returned a cautious look, then tipped his mug toward the dragon. It seemed the impossible had occurred. Two sworn enemies settling their differences over a drink. Oz proceeded to give thumbs up to a ponytailed wolf pup girl. The female pup's eyes bulged in fear, and she stepped back, as if some wolf instinct made her do so. But Oz grinned pleasantly. She smiled back. Elamir wasn't far from that girl's age when she'd been locked up. Had Isabella really been right to punish her like this? Elamir was hurting for someone. Adolin. She had mentioned that name when she was most desperate in the prison. Who was Adolin? Was he her lover? Trevor morphed into wolf form, attacking his plate like he'd just murdered the meat himself. "This is going to set back our expedition," I frowned, eyeing Grey Wolf, who was leaning back with a sleepy expression on his face, rubbing his stomach. "No, it won't," Noctis said. "Remember, they call it the Midnight Elixir because its effects send shifters into a deep sleep. They wake up feeling even more rejuvenated earlier than normal. We'll be the tired ones." "Why aren't you drinking, then?" At that moment, Noctis raised his mug and took a long, never-ending gulp. "I wanted to get you alone for once." Then he attacked his food, sinking into the festivity. The whirlwind continued until Trevor grabbed my hand and pulled me to a side chamber. Trevor slid the grating door closed, which dimmed the light into something like starlight. I felt as though I was watching celestial bodies on an open hayfield at night, if that hayfield felt like clouds. Seriously, I could see why the cave wolves lived here. This was awesome. Realizing that muscular arms were underneath my neck, I swiveled around and kissed Trevor on the mouth. We caressed, floating in the heavens together. "Is this what independence from parents feels like?" I whispered contentedly. The satiating meat and fresh milk literally left my body wanting for nothing, other than one thing. One urgent thing. "What?" Trevor asked. "I miss home," I said. "But I also love the freedom of being here, with you." I kissed him again. Slowly. Could I send any more of a clear message? "We should be ready to leave by now, shouldn't we? I'm almost 17. A string of saliva separated our mouths. I felt so safe in his arms, his big, muscular arms, in a den full of merry wolves and dragons. All I wanted was for him to take me, to show me his passion. I felt sure that I wanted more with Trevor. I could make a pact with him. Watching him submit to the tiredness of a long day and sleep, I guess that wouldn't be on the menu. So, smiling to myself, I kissed him on the cheek and let the stars transport me to dreamland, feeling safe and ready for the next step. We all carried the high spirits with us on the departure early the next morning. Grey Wolf left the cave den to his underling, a powerful-looking wolf named Sergoy, who saluted. "Your cave is safe with me, Elder." "I'm taking you with me, Talbot," Grey Wolf announced in front of the wolves. Talbot was apparently Grey Wolf's apprentice. The leader explained to us, "I've been meaning to show the young wolf the ancient kingdom. He will need to have knowledge of it if he is to become a leader someday. Talbot has perhaps the keenest senses among our lot, and thus will be useful company." The wolves roared a sing-song as we left, descending to the foot of the mountain. "So you mean to tell me that you live here rent-free?" Oz said in animated conversation with Talbot. Talbot chuckled at the joke. "I would like to say that I forget how lucky I am sometimes, but I would be lying." "You would be," Oz said to another werewolf who had joined the expedition, though most had remained behind to watch our flank. I'm going to have to steal these caves from you when you're asleep. The group laughed. I nuzzled against Trevor as we listened to the good-spirited talk. It felt like the beginning of something completely new, as if we were burning a new path, a new alliance through the shining tunnel. Our independence from the ancient mothers and fathers who had started the war that nearly destroyed us all was coming to fruition. Even the older generation, like Oz, could see that the old ways had begun well, but hadn't ended the same. Noctis walked with a confident focus in his stride, the gait of a young prince soon to be king. I won't lie, though, my pits and head were sweating. An epic journey through the mountains hadn't altered who I was, fundamentally. Milo was an indoor cat. I couldn't wait to snuggle with Trevor in the comfort of my own bed, even though it was roughly 5% as comfy as the cave beds. I might visit here once or twice a week. Okay, maybe more. We just needed a jeep path to this spa. Pronto. By the time we reached the end of the path, my breaths had entered that hypnotic state where I could hardly stop myself from continuing to walk out over the edge of the mountain. The feeling of falling. We were walking out now into mist. I grabbed Trevor's hand, unsure of where I was stepping. The ground looked flat and seemed to stretch out forever. So, Grey Wolf said with a deep breath in the cold mist, we head north. There's still some ways to go. Our party journeyed on through the seemingly endless plains. I wondered where all of this mist came from. Maybe it was an enchantment of the witches to keep out invaders. I kept double-checking my feet to make sure I didn't fall into some pit. My body was tense from the suspense. As I am me, my calves weren't too fond of the incline. After the first hour, I was fighting not to complain. Trevor gave me side glances. Maybe he sensed my aggravation. I also fought down the temptation to persuade him to morph so that I could ride on his back. That was when I saw it. What is that? I said, not about to make a move in this mist towards it. Beyond, a tall archway made of old stone stood. At a closer look, strange writings were carved on the top of the arch. Are those words? It's the ancient witch language, Grey Wolf said. It says, magic reveals to those who head toward the unseen. This was probably the way to the Witch Kingdom. What does it mean? Noctis said. Witch doctrine, perhaps, said the Grey Wolf. I hope it's nothing we should be concerned about. Without thinking, we passed through the archway in a single file. At length we walked on, heading into the unknown. Noctis and Trevor began scratching their heads. How much farther, I wonder, Trevor said. I'm sorry. It's what I told you. This just goes on forever. If we continue, I am afraid we will become lost when night comes, Grey Wolf said. We walked through the plains for miles, but we saw nothing but mist. We tried splitting up, going in different directions, but each was the same as the other. At times, part of me wondered if Octavian was nearby somewhere, waiting to ambush us. In the end, we decided it was wise to turn back and head for the mountain and discuss our next course of action. My legs started to ache from the walking, so much so that I nearly lost my balance and fell back. Thankfully, Trevor held my back. Whoa, careful. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah, I'm sorry. No worries. It's not like you have eyes at the back of your head. True, I said with a subtle smile. We came to the archway we passed earlier, and I looked up. There were no words on this side of the arch, though. As I passed through, we began our long walk back. I turned back and saw the ancient witch writings which we saw earlier. Magic reveals to those who head toward the unseen. What is it? Grey Wolf said. I didn't reply as I stopped walking. Magic reveals to those that head toward the unseen. The unseen. Then Elamir's words to the dragon shifter in my dream came back to me. Elamir had spoken that he would not find the Witch Kingdom and said something. What did she say? Think. Yes, she said something about looking to the mountains when entering. Before us is way to the mountains, and behind is the archway. Wait. I ran back to the archway. Milla, Trevor called. Wait for me, I need to try something, I said. Reaching the archway, I turned around so that I was looking toward the direction of the mountains. The party had stopped and they were eyeing me with a curious look. What are you doing? Oz called out. Leave her be, said Grey Wolf. Head toward the unseen, I said to myself, and started walking backward, one step at a time. Then, as I took the third step, I heard Trevor call out, Milla! And something had changed. The surroundings beside me seemed different, and as I turned around, I realized what was formerly the misty plains had now become a totally different place. There was hardly any mist, and a path was in sight, leading toward a settlement scattered with stone houses. The shape of a tall, ancient-looking castle loomed in the distance. It appeared to have 3 towers, all with cracks in them, and the top structure of one of them was torn off. I heard Trevor's voice calling my name again in a panic tone. I turned around and saw him running toward me through the archway, but instead of coming through, he vanished the moment he passed the archway. I walked back through the archway and turned back. As expected, the path, the settlement, and the ancient-looking building were gone. What remained were the misty plains we treaded before, only this time Trevor was on the other side of the archway, his gaze flicking around anxiously to see where I went. When he saw me again, his face was a combination of relief and befuddlement. Wait, how did you... I saw it! I saw the Witch Kingdom! These words are clues. To head toward the unseen means to walk backward through the archway. What? How did you figure that out? Noctis asked. Impressive, said Grey Wolf. Well, all thanks to Trevor, I turned to Trevor. It hit me when you said, I don't have eyes on the back of my head. Then I figured unseen means your rear, because that's where we can't see. Thus the walking backward idea. Anyway, you guys try it and see for yourselves. Grey Wolf was the first to try, and he reappeared after several seconds. So this is the secret path to the Witch Kingdom. Incredible, he said. One by one, they all followed and walked through the archway with their backs faced toward it, and I saw each one of them disappear as soon as they entered it. No wonder Trevor was so alarmed. He had seen me vanish all of a sudden. We were on the other side now. Noctis said slowly, a revelation to himself, they used magic to mask this place. Narnia. Grey Wolf laughed heartily. That reaction takes the biscuit. Clearly, the spells that the ancient witches used were beyond anything the world has known since. I suppose they had lived in Narnia before the war. Once there was grass here, fig trees, and clear springs. Let us hurry. That must be their castle, and it's likely much farther away than it appears. We passed various settlements and houses which were ruined amidst the gloom. We didn't bother stopping as it was mostly charred rubble. One house had its windows scorched and cracked. The building was mostly black, though from certain clear patches you could tell it was once made of fine material. Aftermath of dragon fire. After some time, I began to notice the sky had darkened slightly, but only on the far left. Grey Wolf glanced in that spot several times, quickening the pace. Something was amiss. The dark spot darkened. Soon, clouds curled around that spot. The flat ground made the sky look humongous. The cloudy spot seemed like an expanding black hole about to eat the planet. I drew closer to Trevor, holding his hand. Clouds gathered until that part of the sky became a dark purple. Suddenly, a face burst from the clouds, taking shape. It rumbled, literally shaking the land. The voice thundered as if lightning had struck, and the sound echoed for an eternity. "What is that thing?" I exclaimed. Grey Wolf scowled, eyes burning. "Hurry. My worst fear has come true. The mist demon. I had hoped it was only the remnants." "The mist what?" Oz spat. "Mist demon," Grey Wolf repeated irritably. "There's no time. Go. We stand not a lick of a chance against this foe." We ran now. Trevor transformed into a wolf, carrying me on his back. Rain fell. Then the mist demon bellowed in a rumble of thunder. Fire pelted down, bursting whole sections of the earth like shellfire. Trevor dodged them as best he could. One bolt hit close, however, and showered fire sparks that caught on his tail. He whimpered, and I reached back to snuff out the fire. However, Trevor had to turn suddenly again, and my legs literally lifted from his huge back. I flew a long time before crashing on the grass. Hard. The earth trembled with more bolts as people around me yelled. Grey Wolf let out a huge howl of pain, and I heard Talbot run after him. "Razzie is dead, Elder. I'm sorry. Are you okay?" I'm fine. Let's go," Grey Wolf replied, voice pained either from an injury or the news about Razzie. The terrifying mist demon thundered on. I stood up to see Grey Wolf hobbling with Talbot's aid. Trevor ran up to me and I got back on his back. Noctis was breathing fire at the mist demon with no effect. It's like trying to hit air with fire. "Run!" Grey Wolf yelled. The group moved forward. The castle was huge before us. We were almost there when a roar lashed between us and the castle. It looked like the mist demon had pulled back a whip and struck the ground from the sky. A wall of fire taller than the actual castle burned my face. We had to take many paces back just to keep from sizzling. Even the dragons, whom normally fire has no effect upon, suffered injuries from the fiery wrath. Talbot appeared to have stood too near the fire. He looked a bloody mess, shaking about on the ground as wisps of smoke curled up from his charred body. I stared up, terrified at the sight. The mist demon now covered the whole left part of the sky. It looked like it was descending to swallow us. The thunder was so loud that nothing else was audible. How in the world had the ancient witches conjured such a monster? "I will save you." "No," I said, covering my ears. "There's no time. If you do nothing, all of us will die." This comment made me open my eyes, breathing deeply. Was this a trick of Elamir, or was she really concerned about us? The mist was closing in on us the size of the sky, reaching for us. This was it. "Promise that you'll let go once it's over," I thought to her. Elamir cackled as she ripped through me. I felt her move my hand, swiping at the much, much bigger one with the obstinance of a child. "You can't have me! Vroom! A rush of fire ran against what looked like an enormous force field in the sky, pushing the clouds out of its way. The mist demon bellowed and was pushed back, farther away, consumed by fire. "Run!" I yelled, feeling Elamir pull out of me. All I wanted was for Trevor and Noctis to be safe. We bolted to the castle door. Trevor slung Talbot over his shoulder like a rag doll. Noctis clenched his teeth, shoving open the huge stone doors. "I need help," he groaned. The other dragons pushed and pushed, and the flaming hand returned, roaring through the sky like 20 falling passenger jets. Then the door swung open. We burst in, shutting it behind us just in time. Boom! The castle shuddered. Flames raced across the gaps around the door, making the thing look like a furnace. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Fire leaped through smashed windows. Thunder roared for an eternity. Then everything stilled. "We made it," the dragon Malcolm sighed, but Talbot trembled on the floor. "What do we do?" I said to Grey Wolf. "This is mist demon fire," he said, a look of profound sadness on his face. Talbot uttered meaningless words. One might have been mother. After a few horrific minutes, he stopped trembling. Grey Wolf cradled him the whole time, muttering wolf magic to ease the pain. Then he was gone.
Chapter 24. Trevor. I had Talbot's blood all along my shoulder. Moments ago, he had been laughing and conversing with us. Such a keen werewolf with a bright future, not much older than myself. I had felt his potential spilling out with his fading life. "May the good magic take his soul to the place where brave warriors go," Grey Wolf said, and crouched, bowing over the boy. I uttered the same words, ones that my father had taught me as a pup. Thinking about it, this was only the second time I'd had to say them. The first had been when Grandpa Wolf passed, living to the ripe old age of 223. "May he find his family and become one with love," we said together, while Milla and the others were silent. Noctis and Milla both bowed their heads respectfully. Malcolm looked like he might cry on the spot. There really was more to these dragons than I had supposed. His essence shall remain with us in the trees and spirit of the land until the day that all fade and return to the One. Grey Wolf palmed Talbot's eyes shut. Despite the ash on his scarred skin and face, he still looked like he might get up any moment and smile at us. So young. I shook with rage. We need to destroy this evil. Too many had paid the price for it. Then Grey Wolf folded the werewolf's arms. "We will bury him once this evil is taken care of," Grey Wolf decided after a moment of crouching with eyes closed, then rose and limped in a sure direction. "I take blame for this. My calculations have betrayed me. I have betrayed him. I no longer know what to expect. His mother," breaking off into nothing. No one spoke. We just followed the elder werewolf. I tried my best to ignore the smell of Talbot's blood. He led us through the marble-floored foyer. The colors were white with beige patterns embossed everywhere. Surprisingly, parts of it were still glimmering and shiny. The foyer was enormous. Morning light gleamed through the stained glass windows, many of which looked cracked from a long time ago. Greens and reds glowed against the morning shards. How much had happened in one morning? It felt like an age had passed and our group had been transformed. The time for mistakes was over. I stretched my senses, sniffing out the castle and trying to detect any unfamiliar aura. It was tricky. As Mila's aura seemed to be particularly prevalent, she was absolutely sending tingles down my spine. I hoped she was okay. Double-checking it was still her. I decided to tune her frequency out a little, so as to home in on the other life in the castle. A mouse scampered by squeaking. For a fleeting moment, I had the urge to race after it despite the fact that I was in human form. One look at my bloody arm, none of the blood which was mine, was enough to discard any such notions. I was no longer a pup, that was for sure. Despite that growth, there was a swelling of something else in my gut. Guilt. We should have left the witch's secrets alone. Being here was suicide. Just like that, any one of us could be next from God knows what enchantment. All that surrounded these parts was death and ruin. And evil. Mila was right to wonder about Elamir's treatment. It was mercilessly cruel in more ways than one. Now I was starting to see it and wondered about the integrity of the ancient witches. Noctis had a point, that we were the future. Change. My father had spent his life trying to keep the flood of the ancient mistakes and egos from drowning us. I stuck close to Mila, who wouldn't look at me. Settling for glancing at her curly black hair bouncing around as we walked together, I wanted nothing more than to just hold her, but she kept her distance. She had used magic, which meant exposing her to Elamir and increasing the odds of her taking over Mila for good. But I know Mila did it to save us despite knowing what it would cost her. Please don't let anything happen to her. She needed me, but what should or can I do? My wolf instinct told me that this castle would make things worse.
Mila. I moved closer to Noctis. He was much less emotional and needy. I could feel Trevor breathing all over me like a stray dog. That wasn't what I needed now. I needed something more free. The thought almost made me smile naughtily. Glancing at the Dragon Prince, what an amazing title, huh? I noticed how erect and sure his posture was. Noctis knew how to take charge. Just look at the way his proud, long black mane swayed to and fro like a predator. Being alone had really transformed him into more of an aggressive action taker. The thought spun in my head, but I pushed it away, catching myself. What had gotten into me? That didn't feel like me. It was like I'd breathed in sleeping gas and gone all loopy and childish. Noctis was a friend. Those weren't the kinds of ideas I should be having about him. Yet I breathed in his dragon smell against my will. It wasn't like the kind some boys at school wore, the so-called Lynx Effect deodorants that just stunk up any room they entered, like something out of an industrial factory. I swear some boys literally walked around school smelling like soot. You couldn't focus on the work. They should make that a crime, assault level. Not Noctis. His smell was all natural, like stepping out onto a ledge overlooking a cliff. His pheromones. Oh, God, don't get me started. And for some reason, I was remembering their influence on me. I remembered his soft lips and how wild his hair became when we pressed up against the sofa together. And his eyes? Don't get me started on them either. So mysterious and secretive, rather than farmer boy Trevor's big blue ones that looked like he was some old big man baby, especially with that round moon face. I was drawn passionately to the Dragon Prince and his sharp-lined features that could have been a sculpture chiseled in the reminiscence of Alexander the Great. Wait. Why was I thinking this? As we entered the eastern wing of the enormous castle, I made an effort to hold back my racy thoughts. They didn't even make sense. Considering that we just lost 2 werewolves and a dragon, it wasn't exactly normal to then start fantasizing about your ex when your current boyfriend was walking beside you. We were lost as we tried to find our way to the library around this enormous castle. "Wait," I said, as a strange sensation overcame me, and I felt dizzy all of a sudden. My mind started dashing forward and up a spiraling staircase. After some ways, I came to a set of huge double doors coated with cobwebs and dust. Behind them were intricate designs that had not yet entirely faded with the toll of time. I flew right through the doors and came to a wide space where shelves of books stretched far and high above me. The next second, I was back where I started. Why was I seeing things? Is it because of Elamir? Could it be that she is taking control of me? "Is everything all right?" Noctis asked. "I think I know the way. Follow me," I said. Grey Wolf looked surprised, but kept silent and followed my lead, and so did the others.
Trevor. We passed through massive beige archways, perforated with all sorts of intricate ridges. "We must cross the Grand Royal Arches," Milla said. How did she know all this? I wanted to ask, but changed my mind as I didn't want to distract her focus. She had been solemn ever since the fight with the Mist Demon. An invisible weight was on her, one that was ever gaining in its potency. The other part of my mind was on the fact that Milla seemed to be walking awfully close to Noctis. I bit my tongue, forcing my less than culturally educated mind to appreciate the beauty of the room. What would a dragon prince think of such a place? He would probably survey it like a buyer, the dashing Prince Charming looking to move in and buy with cash. I pushed out thoughts of Milla's distance again, knowing she was just trying to stay focused and avoid being controlled by Elamir. It surely wasn't passion for Noctis, just a desperate attempt to gain emotional control. The Dragon Shifter King and his men might be anywhere near us now, and Elamir taking control was the last thing we wanted. I wasn't about to make Milla's job harder. I trusted her. And Noctis had saved my life. Against all odds, all of my best calculations, I had been wrong about him. Back in that cave, Grey Wolf would have killed me if not for him. Noctis had actually dove with his own body taking the hit for me. There was no time to think. As a wolf, I knew Noctis had acted based on pure instinct. For us, actions were everything. That's why our disputes weren't settled with words like dragons. As far as I was concerned, Noctis was an ally. His actions had confirmed it. Yeah, an uncomfortable thought. Because Milla looked about ready to slip her arm into his. No, I was just being paranoid. What did they call it? A success barrier? When you are near the victory line, that's when it's most important to ignore the self-doubt. This whole mission had seemed so impossible that a part of me hadn't really believed we could succeed. We were going to win. Then I could start a life with Milla. Maybe we could even move in here, start a new kingdom. I knew she wasn't one for the suburbs, but this had everything we needed. The main problem would be making a convenient passage to town.
Milla. "And this," Grey Wolf croaked as he walked through the new room, "is the grand ballroom." Paintings of ancient lineages filled the walls. All the faces were proud and powerful, the men with prominent chins, the women with glowing faces or very pale skin. One was likely of the queen, Isabella, red-lipped, majestic, with long black curls and beautiful eyes. Shields, bows, and arrows, all sorts of memorabilia and trinkets hung on the walls, shining with the antique look that you saw in old items made of precious and semi-precious materials. Gold, silver, pewter, gems like emeralds. Everything looked untouched. It had waited for visitors to appear, to bring back life into the building. We proceeded through the ballroom and then reached the spiraling staircase in my vision. The staircase had fine black metal banisters and wide steps that wrapped around the perimeter of the rectangular room. Another silence fell over the group, this time due to the incredible colors: oranges, blues, golds, yellows, and greens. Some master painter had created a design of clouds on the ceiling, featuring all sorts of godly figures, which extended all the way to the side walls, where green and yellow pastures were visible. All sorts of creatures were depicted, united in this one great setting. It looked like some impossible future. Soon we were at a wide corridor, and not far ahead stood huge double doors coated with cobwebs and dust. The same doors I saw earlier. "We're here." I pulled the cobwebs away from the doorknobs and pushed them open. Trevor and Noctis gave me a hand as the doors were incredibly heavy. Eventually, they opened to reveal the largest personal library I've ever seen. Literally, 3 levels of shelves filled the room. Tall stone shelves were in long rows, 3 times my height. The level we emerged at was, in fact, the highest, so that I could lean down over the balcony, pressing on the railing and looking below. The marble walls were shining and radiant. The gem light was profoundly crystal clear, the perfect ambiance for reading. And at the very top of the tall room were glass windows that let in even more light. But most of the books were gone. Only scattered, burnt pages remained. Grey Wolf closed his eyes in agony, sitting on the floor, back pressed against the railing, as if he couldn't bear the sight of it all. Perhaps he was reminded once again of dark times past, when the wrath of the dragon scorched the kingdom of the witches and killed the very witch queen he swore loyalty to.
Chapter 25. Trevor. I didn't know whether to comfort the old wolf or give him space. What this also meant was Octavian would not be able to find the means to extract the dragon powers from Mila. But there was also a chance that the books containing the relevant extraction spells survived the firestorm. Worse, Octavian could already have found it. "Maybe some books survived," I said hopefully. "I'll have a look." I needed time to think, really, which was why I didn't wait for anyone to agree before walking off. "I'll join you," Noctis said, surprising me. "Sure." We tried our best not to crush the already decomposing pages, but eventually got into a rhythm of just ignoring them. It had been clear even from the top of the library that there was nothing left. Whoever had destroyed the materials had done a thorough job of it. "You know what this means, right?" Noctis said, staring at me with intense eyes. We made our way to the second floor. The stairs were strewn with perfectly burnt hardcovers and parchments. The amount of knowledge that had been destroyed in one day was unbelievable. The stone shelves were scarred black in most places. "All this must be the aftermath of my grandpa's siege," Noctis continued. "What madness drove him to such carnage?" I had been thinking the same. "My father must have been here," Noctis said. "Most likely he still is, if he hasn't found what he came for." None of this looks good. I was avoiding asking the other question on my mind. How was Noctis so willing to go against his own family? Although I was starting to understand it now. Something made me feel odd. The hairs on my shoulders tingled. "Where's Oz?" I said, realizing that I hadn't seen him since entering the room. Noctis gave me a sudden look. We ran back up the steps. Grey Wolf was missing. "He just walked off," Mila said. Her arms were folded. She seemed unable to look away from the scene of the crime. "We need to go after him," Noctis said. "It might not be safe here." "Did you detect something?" Mila said, looking at me. I shook my head. But something just doesn't feel right. Where's Octavian and his men? We didn't run into them on our way here, so that means they couldn't have left. Shouldn't we look around? Milla said, hopeful. There might be a secret room or some place we missed. But we had searched almost everywhere, and there was nothing but ashes and dust, shadows of the witch's former wisdom. We silently headed out, briskly walking after Grey Wolf. Thankfully, he had only reached halfway down the stairs. His hobbling form staggered down the steps, shrugging off our attempts to help him. He looked so weak, like all his life had been drained from him and put inside a red stone. I looked up at the ceilings where witches, dragons, and wolves were united in a single great vision. We couldn't be further from that scene now, and the division behind it looked more and more permanent. I once heard that in the glory days, Grey Wolf murmured to himself, his hand sliding across the stairs' gold-embossed handrails. There were thousands upon thousands of books and royal guards who stood at every archway, greeting all who entered. All of that is gone now. Grey Wolf shuffled slowly through the ballroom, which must have once played music and held dances. Perhaps once upon a time long ago, it had held dances between all the shifters and witches. Not only had the works of Isabella been vanquished, but the ancient harmonic wisdom was gone forever as well. It felt like the four of us were ghosts wandering through a dead building that could not be resuscitated, no matter how beautiful it was. Outside lay fire and doom from an angry mist demon, ready to devour any who dare cross its path. Though the floor gleamed, the light had died. Talbot was stretched out, lying by the front door, a reminder that this castle had become a prison, a reminder that fire and doom were now the law of the land. Magic was fading. This time, Grey Wolf took a different path, heading to the widest archway I had yet seen. He groaned, pushing open some heavy wooden doors. The room before us was dark, but with an enormous arc of light entering through the grand mosaic window. Dead silence, other than Grey Wolf's shuffling feet, which were getting more tired with every step. He was hobbling toward a golden throne in front of the arched window. This must be where the Witch Queen once sat, Grey Wolf muttered. So much promise and potential. The days of glory before the evil. Grey Wolf sighed. Finally, he said. We stood in the arc of light on the level below his dais platform, which was 3 wide steps up. I spun around, but it was too late. Octavian slashed with his sword in a perfect motion. It cut through the back of the throne chair and Grey Wolf's neck. Grey Wolf's head rolled off into the darkness. Silently, Grey Wolf's motionless form knelt and crumpled to the floor. "No!" Milla screamed. Words escaped me at the sad sight. My body ached and trembled with an uncontrollable rage. I growled, making the form of a claw with my hand, veins ripping through me, just as Grey Wolf's head rolled to a stop. Oz lifted it up. Anger seared through me. I stared at Grey Wolf's head hanging from Oz's hand. The eyes were already dull, that you might think it was some creation for a movie set. Malcolm followed from the darkness too, looking down, guilt written across his face. A couple times he looked from us to Octavian, seeming hopeful and then resigned again. In that instant, I remembered a saying my father once told me, "Never trust a coward." We had every warning that Oz's dragons were complete cowards who fought only to protect themselves. We shouldn't have trusted they would stand on our side the whole way. But not me. I wasn't scared. My fingers straightened, head facing the ceiling as blood rushed through me. My muscles exploded. My howl erupted through the throne room, bouncing off the walls and reverberating back into my own ears, causing me to howl even louder. Octavian would pay for Grey Wolf's death. Skin morphed into thick fur, too thick for the average blade to cut. My eyes sharpened against the dark. Fangs replaced human teeth. My sense of balance sharpened, and vengeance shook me. Noctis had also morphed into his half-dragon form beside me, eyes shifting from dark to glowing yellow, long black claws extended, body in the position ready to sprint. We lunged, running for Oz. Noctis ran to the other side of me, aiming for his father. If Malcolm got in the way, I would chew out his throat. "No!" Milla screamed. "There's too many!" "What?" I growled, right as a group of dragons fell from the ceiling, landing in front of us three. We skidded to a halt. Octavian laughed loudly. A long moment of suspense followed. I was locked in eye contact with the coward Oz. Unlike him, I was happy to defend my father's honor. He would rather see his underlings do the dirty work for him. Pathetic. Noctis was fixed in eye contact with his father. He had his teeth bared, not making a sound, his fast mind working on the next move to take. Despite the animal passions flooding me, I knew things weren't looking good, although Noctis seemed to have bought us a little extra time. Oz and his dragon buddies were not only disloyal, they were treacherous. While we had mourned over the failure of the mission, they had sought out an escape. Perhaps one of Octavian's group had caught them and gained as much information as possible. Then they just waited for us to fall into their trap. All that we had gone through meant nothing. The conversations and laughter at the feasting long table with Grey Wolf had meant nothing. The death of Talbot, with whom Oz had shared laughter and conversation, had meant nothing. He was happy to see Grey Wolf murdered so casually. Pure evil, I thought. There was only one thing to do. I would make sure I killed Oz before I died. "Milla," I growled, "if we don't make it, run. No matter what happens, don't use it." "No, Trevor," she called out. Octavian swaggered through his bodyguard, smiling proudly. Then he placed a hand on Grey Wolf's back, which was dripping with blood. In a single motion, he pushed the body down the steps. "I've never been afraid of a little blood," Octavian said, wiping the seat with a piece of flag material, then taking a seat on the throne and sighing with contentment. "This is the way it should be. A little consolation for our wasted trip here." His face hardened, all traces of humor disappearing. "We call this dragmate," he said, crossing his legs. "Checkmate in human terms." He had us, and he knew he had us. In fact, he knew we knew he had us. I had never imagined that the Dragon King's mind was this strategic. It was honestly hard to shake the feeling of being a pawn on a chessboard. Insubstantial. "I am the Dragon King," he said. "As you know, you may consider me an evil being." "Yeah, that's the understatement of the year," I growled. "Don't think you'll get away. You don't know who you're messing with." "Oh, the girl?" he said. "Not to worry. She was merely lucky last time. We won't need witch magic to destroy her. Though I must say I find it rather disconcerting to see all this precious magic destroyed. It seems fate really has a rotten sense of irony to have the very magic we seek now be destroyed by our own kind. But fret not. I will make sure she dies a quick death." "Don't listen to him," I said. "Of course, I, the merciful Lord, will offer you a choice. Surrender yourself and your loved ones. Your friends will live," Octavian continued. "Shut it," I said. "You're not in charge here." "Really," he said, eyes cold and face like granite. You think your little wolf pack stands a chance against us?
Octavian gazed at the mutilated wolf at the foot of the throne's steps.
I didn't want to kill the old wolf. But you cannot teach an old canine new tricks, unfortunately. Son, return home to where you belong, or more of your wolf friends will die.
Father, stop, Noctis said deeply. His voice was not pleading or weak. It was the voice of a leader, of a young prince who felt entitled to speak to the king as an equal. There was even a note of demand. I have chosen my side. I turned to see the dragon prince. Well, if it bought us more time to think, then whatever. There had to be a way out of the situation, no matter how hopeless it seemed. The witches don't want power, Noctis said. They only want peace. This war is pointless. Look at all the death already. Do you really want to begin an empire on bones?
The witches have brainwashed you, Noctis, the king replied. And you, Trevor.
He looked out to the side, sighing on his throne. His thumb ran up along his fingers on one side. He seemed to really be thinking, weighing some heavy problem in his mind. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he looked troubled. I wish to challenge you, Noctis said. A challenge for the crown. If I win—
Stop,
Octavian said, not even glancing at his son. He was still staring off into space, as though he had already known that those exact words would come out of Noctis's mouth.
You cannot challenge me when you are accused of treason. Not that you would stand a chance against me. Do you have any idea how old I am, boy? I have fires hot enough to melt the gold in this room. My eyes see from one end of the mountain range to the other. My claws and scales have hardened to the strength of underground rock.
I'm not scared of you, Noctis said, stepping forward.
You will be. But I would much prefer if neither you nor your wolf buddy have to die. We could use strong shifter blood to repopulate this town.
Why in the world would I ever join your side? I said. You're vermin.
Am I?
Yes, I growled.
It was a rhetorical question, he sighed. Let me explain. I understand you. Both of you. I was young and heady once too. The witches wish to control you to make you their pets.
His eyes pierced mine as he said this. I swallowed uncomfortably, irked by how cutting his words truly were. Reluctantly, the images of Sophia's bodyguard calling Eli a pet flashed in my mind. I shook it away, not allowing the Dragon King to warp my reality. There was humor in his eyes.
See, he said, studying me carefully. They made it seem like we are all equal, dragons, wolves, and witches, where in fact we are nothing but pets and slaves to them, obliged to do their bidding.
I shook away the memories of Mom telling me to leave Milla to stay at home, and tried to forget how Eli and Jack always called me her baby boy. Until this journey, I hadn't realized how much I enjoyed the freedom of being my own wolf, of owning my own pack as an adult. Also, I recalled how the cave wolves had used servant pups, training them to be domesticated. As a pup, honestly, I had been most amazed and excited by stories of the old wild wolves who once had powerful kings and kingdoms to rival the witches. I didn't know if the stories were actually true. Those had always seemed like bedtime tales, but the idea had always stuck with me. Over time, I had grown comfortable, staying in the mountains and living at home.
They would prefer to be in control of secrets,
Octavian whispered, though the room was dead silent, so the words traveled with cold, echoing ease. He leaned forward, steely eyes facing us.
Getting you into trouble in order to protect their more precious lives. You are disposable to them. Meanwhile, the worst of them plot behind your back while you run around headless. He pointed to Grey Wolf. "This man before you. He will be your fate if you do not heed my warning." At that moment, his dragons stepped down from the platform like gargoyles. We backed up, forming a barrier between them and Milla. Noctis seemed unable to find any words to combat his father. While Noctis had spoken so eloquently in order to save us from Oz, now his resolve was challenged. Not that words would matter now. Battle in its truest sense was about to begin. "I'll take the right side," Noctis murmured, grinning. "Guess I'll take the left then," I grinned back. Shifter fighting instinct was taking over now. Emotions didn't matter. The fight would become everything.
Milla. Octavian might have a point. If I surrender and let them kill me, they will get their powers back and spare Trevor, Noctis, my family, and friends. Not another soul will need to die because of me. But is that really the case? The boy stepped in front of me. I could feel the magic inside me. It was like this enormous tide ebbing and flowing. My only chance of winning means I would need to use my magic. But that would put my soul on a silver platter for Elamir to take. There was no way I would be able to calmly watch two of the most important people in my life get ripped apart while trying to defend me. What should I do? "Octavian," I said, causing everyone in the room to pause. He studied me with an icy stare. I suddenly understood. "You're making a mistake," I said. "How's that?" He grasped the end of the chair's armrest with a large black-clawed hand. "My body now flows with the magic of all the shifters in this town, magic that was trapped in the stone. If you dare to attack us, I will kill you all," I said. "Is that so? Last I heard you weren't sure how to control your powers without letting them control you," Octavian said in a victorious tone. "Wasn't that why you dared not use your powers?" How did he know? That's right. One of the dragons must have told him. Oz, probably. My heart froze with dread. "You're wrong," I said, my voice clear as ice and just as cold. "I didn't use my powers because I didn't want to hurt anyone unless I had no other choice. The powers inside me, part of it comes from the Dark Witch, Elamir. She has been inside me since I took the stone, waiting to take over. Every time I use magic, her control over me grows. That's why I held myself back from using magic. But I swear to you, I won't hesitate to use it if you insist on attacking us. Worst case scenario, we all die together." Octavian watched me, clenching and unclenching his fist that held the end of the throne's armrest, his firm glance now mingled with subtle doubt and fear. "Elamir, the Dark Witch inside you? Do you take me for a fool? And even if what you said is true, one Elamir is no match for us," he said. "And may I remind you that if you let Elamir take over you, you will be risking the lives of everyone just the same. But I am different. I will not base my rule on blind vengeance like that fool of a witch Elamir. I rule to ensure that no shifter will ever be treated unfairly again." Octavian sighed. "You're a brave one, but it's a pity that you will never understand. Your beliefs are like deep roots, so hard to pull out. Well, enough talk. Kill them!" I screamed as flames burst at us. Noctis stepped in front, blocking the bulk of the fire. He breathed his own fire, cutting through some of it. Currents of flames shot continuously at him, but he single-handedly blocked them all with his larger stream of raw dragon fire. "Impressive!" I heard the king yell. "You've grown far stronger than I realized." "I guess the right side, left side thing is over," Trevor growled. Then he lunged around the fire and attacked one of the fire-breathing dragon shifters, who I heard cry out in pain. He'd moved so fast that I had trouble separating him from the shadows cast by the fires. My cheeks flushed painfully with the searing heat. I knew Trevor would be feeling the same, as wolves hated fires of this intensity. Then I heard Trevor yelp. It seemed his body was thrown into the fire. I screamed, then gasped, realizing he had just missed it. Parts of his fur were hissing with embers. That had been too close. Before Trevor could regain his footing, 2 dragons towered over him. They clawed and clawed. Blood spilled with each swipe, visible even from behind the fire. Noctis was on one knee, overpowered by the streams of fire. Even his dragon scales were steaming, and his hand, planted on the ground for stability, was shaking uncontrollably. How much pain was he in? "It's now or never," I screamed, helpless, angry, frustrated, heartbroken, yearning. Why did it have to end like this? I fell to a knee. My head split. From the side of my vision, I could see Octavian standing up, staring at me. His eyes looked like they were close to fright. That made me smile, in fact. "He is the enemy, Mila. Save your friends. Use your powers." Oz picked up Grey Wolf's head. "I'll eat this after we're done with you." He laughed into the fire. Noctis had been overpowered by the fire, burning and screaming. The 4 dragons pummeled him. One held him up while the other tore his arm out of the shoulder, snapping it again by the forearm. Then a burly dragon stepped on the broken joint while Noctis screamed incessantly, louder and higher and more desperate than I thought was possible. Trevor was no longer screaming. I just thought I could hear whimpering. Staggering in the heat, I crawled forward. A dragon kicked Trevor into the fire. Octavian rushed through the fires at me, gleaming sword raised, desperate to end me before I changed. I only smiled and thought of the faces I loved. Kara's Cheshire cat smile, Artie's 2-finger salute, Jake and Taylor's combative bromance, Moan's face buried into her phone, Mom smiling at me cheekily with innuendo, Trevor pressed against me, my father reading to me. Then I submitted to the call of magic within me. I felt bars of light snap around me. Against their brightness, I could almost see Elamir's wrinkled face. A surge of power spilled out of me, sweeping through the fire still raging in the room. They turned blue, then vanished. Dragons shivered, bodies laced with icicles. Trevor's wolf body was laid out on the side. It didn't move. Octavian was a step away from me. I reached out and pressed a single finger forward. His body froze, joints locked, making him look like a statue. What is this magic? His jaws stammered. My will persisted, as my glance hardened and focused on only one thing, killing Octavian. I inched forward, making his limbs step back. A dragon lunged at me. With a gesture of my finger, it burst into fragments of light before it had the chance to scream. No other dragon attacked. The king backed up all the way until he was seated back on his throne. In his hand was still held the sword that had slain Grey Wolf. I have never seen such a look of terror on a person's face. Elamir. No, I said. Elamir isn't here right now. It's just Mila. His eyes widened further, disbelief written in them. I should kill you, I said. Then, not taking my finger from the king, I turned towards Prince Noctis, who was holding his broken arm and laid flat out on his back. The dragons beside him had their hands raised, clearly not wanting to become the next target of spontaneous combustion. The king trembled. I should kill you, I repeated. But I know the pain of losing a parent, and I couldn't do it to your son. I want you to swear that you will never again try to hurt anyone. Swear it. I swear, Octavian said wearily. I removed my finger. Octavian's muscles were so tight that it must have felt like being put to death by electrocution. When my finger left him, he slouched in total exhaustion, nearly sliding from the throne onto the marble floor. I studied his eyes, then stepped away from the steps. Noctis had crawled over to Trevor, who had shifted back to human form from the wounds. Amazingly, the two were helping each other to return to their feet. Never turn your back on a dragon, said a livid voice behind my back. Whoosh! I felt a surge of heat behind me. When I turned around, I realized I didn't actually turn around. Neither had I raised my palm to block the king's fire. The king staggered back, shocked at the ease of the block. I'll take over from here. That girl gave you a chance. You are no doubt inferior to your father in both honor and strength, though your father had only little, Elamir said through me. At these words, a mix of horror and fury built up in Octavian's eyes. Elamir cackled, controlling my body, walking the both of us up to the king and cutting his head off with an invisible force commanded by her swift arm movement. The king's stolen sword clattered and clinked to the floor, cleanly from his loosened grip. Octavian was dead. My vision turned to darkness. Chapter 26. Mila. I was trapped in darkness. A pit of some kind. I could barely see where my feet were landing. There was no wind here. No rain. No hot. No cold. Just nothing. I walked forward desperately with that blind feeling of needing to see something react in this bizarre stillness. I stomped my feet against the ground. Even that felt numb, as though my sense of touch had been cut off. Was I dreaming? I was running now, gasping for air, feeling as though I was about to suffocate. When I tripped, which was typical of me, I felt nothing. I just got up and started running again in the dark. Eventually, I began to realize I could see faintly. It was just so dark. Where was I again? The throne room. Trevor. Noctis. Octavian. No. Elamir had killed him. I looked up at the only source of life in this pit, a twilight blue sky that seemed only faintly there. I had been there moments ago, hadn't I, in that room? Now I was here. How was any of this possible? I swirled through the blanket of fog like a ghost, a long-forgotten memory. Dread filled the pit of my stomach as something rumbled, then echoed, turning into an all-encompassing cackle. You burned all of your light energy, darling. The words emanated from the sky, hailing down on me like the mist demon had with its firestorm. No, it couldn't be. They took everything from me. There was some emotion in Elamir's shaky voice. I thought I heard pain and anger at the same time. Now they will pay. I felt an emptiness in her words. Being here in this godforsaken place, you realized how alive life was. Time, the only thing that could not be bought. I had seen Elamir in visions just like this one, placed in darkness and robbed of time. I closed my eyes, then saw images through the eyes of the body which Elamir was currently in control of. I vaguely saw her cackling and shooting bolts of light at fleeing dragons. Noctis and Trevor were diving out of the way, screaming in pain from their injuries. Trevor crawled on his 2 hands in human form, fists clenched in turmoil. We had failed. Elamir had slain the Dragon King. She will kill the remaining dragons and possibly everyone else after that. She's laughing maniacally, rejoicing in her killing spree like a ravenous wolf snapping the bones of its prey. The remaining dragons are not moving. Noctis was shaking Trevor awake, who was having a hard time defending himself in human form. I looked on in horror as Elamir strolled up to the 2, stepping on glass, crunching them along the way. Then she literally picked Trevor up with magic. Then she did the same to Noctis. Noctis has one eye closed from the pain. His broken arm dangles loosely. Trevor's ashen and has his fangs bared, but I could tell that life was draining from him fast. He's given all he had. They were both going to die, and there was nothing I could do but stand by and watch. And here we are, the heirs of the dragons and werewolves before me, Elamir said through my lips. Your breath stinks, Trevor said. Elamir cackled. Honey, you're talking about Milla's body here. No, he replied. You've always smelled filthy to me. Nothing like Milla. Milla, if you're in there, Noctis wailed. Silence, Elamir demanded, shaking Noctis so that his loose arm rattled. Stop it, I screamed into nothing. They've done nothing wrong, I screamed into the vacuum. Elamir raised Trevor closer to my face. Your ancestor killed me. A wolf named Yulpri. It's only right that I repay the favor to his descendant. If not for him, Strangeville would have been a much better place. She whispered some incantation. Trevor continued to float. Suddenly, Elamir blasted a dragon who tried to escape, obliterating every inch of him. I'm not done with you dragons either. Especially you, Noctis. Leave us alone, Noctis yelled. I won't be doing that, Elamir said slowly. Then, staring at Noctis like a hungry wolf, she inched her hand towards the floating Trevor until it was wrapped around his throat. Killing you will make the dragon shifters lost and leaderless, just like what they did to us, she cackled. At that moment, something hummed lowly. What is that? Elamir said irritably. My phone was vibrating. It's rude to ignore messages, Trevor said. You do it, Elamir commanded. Trevor reached into my inside pocket, then pulled out my phone. The screen was lit up with messages. It's from T, Trevor said. Taylor. Something registered in Trevor's eyes. Trevor? I spoke to the vacuum. He knew I could see him. Mila, he said weakly. Taylor says the whole gang is missing you. Jake actually has begun buying burgers before and after school as a way of coping. He's put on like 16 pounds. Save him. And M? Trevor tilted the screen to Noctis. Short for Moan. Simone. Simone says, whatever it is you're going through, we'll make it. Together, hun. My friends. I couldn't let them live a life of hell. Not when I still have breath within me. I opened my eyes. A single speck of light hovered above me, falling slowly like a snowflake. I moved towards it, faster and faster, intent on catching it before it fell. Through it, I could see my old life. I could see that I had a life, and I wanted it back more than anything. I wasn't Elamir. I was me. At the last moment, I grabbed the light. Thinking it had slipped through my fingers, I opened my hand cautiously. Inside, the light glowed, then sunk into my palm as if it had melted. Warmth spread through my chest. I began to feel my hands and arms again. And Jake, Trevor began, but he was dropped. My phone cracked and the screen went black. You can't. I'm stronger. Nothing is stronger than love, I said, grasping the light remaining that hadn't yet burned out. It was now inside me. Wriggling my fingers, the me in the throne room obeyed. Love is bigger than any of us. I was lucky enough to have been born into it. Then I opened my eyes. The throne room was before me. Noctis also fell to the floor. He groaned in pain. Mila? He asked. I smiled. My hand clenched, moving against my will. I breathed deeply, staring at the fallen Noctis and my wolfman. I'll miss you both, I said. He clutched at my ankles, but I turned away, staggering towards the dead Dragon King. I staggered towards him, up the steps, feeling the powerful Elamir shaking at the bars of my consciousness, bursting through them with the intensity of a storm. The sword gleamed in spite of the fact that it was lying over a puddle of Grey Wolf's blood and was stained with it along the blade. I picked up the sword, turning the blade to face me. I took a deep, shaky breath, my mind firmly fixed on where the light was, above emotions, above darkness, above Elamir. Don't you dare! Mila! Noctis shouted. I locked Elamir inside me, then I pushed the blade into me with all my might. The silver burned, sending 1,000 tendrils of pain through me. I screamed with it. Then time became a vortex of eternity and fragmentation before I collapsed. My cheek pressed against Grey Wolf's blood. My body shook and spasmed. I coughed out my own blood, mixing with the elders. Then, everything disappeared. Chapter 27. Noctis yelled as his body ripped with power. Trevor stirred, feeling the loss of an aura that he was intimately familiar with, trying to return himself to full consciousness. The remaining dragons in the throne room had their powers restored, legs quadrupled in size, becoming hind legs with red scales harder than onyx, arms lengthened and expanded, the hands becoming true dragon's claws. Ears shifted into long, sharp horns that extended far out behind the elongating heads, and those teeth, Each mouth was filled with serrated teeth and fangs. Wings grew out from the shoulders, scraping at the floor with their size. The room became filled with enormous bodies, red, green, yellow, blue, scarily colored and patterned. Trevor crawled on 2 arms to the dead girl he loved, lying in the blood of Grey Wolf and her own. Her face was serene, mouth slightly parted. Her hair was spread all around her like a halo. One leg was spilled over the edge of the stairs. The silver sword lay at the bottom of the stairs, coated in blood, hard and sharp and unforgiving as ever. He clawed at the sword, swiping it to the side in anger, then pulled himself up the steps. He could hear the dragons transforming as tailbones became long, scaly tails with sharp arrow points at the end. Nothing mattered now except reaching for his love. Trevor reached the last step, one of his hands clumsily grasping the girl's leg. He pulled himself up, then saw her face. "No, no, no," he whispered, over and over again, as if saying the words would change anything. The grief burning through his chest was too painful to bear, so he rolled over, eyes closed, teeth clenched, crying silently through teary eyes. Then he spun back, wiping them away and shaking her. "Mila, no, you're fine," he quickly said in small bursts of air. "Come on. Please wake up." Her lips were permanently parted, the kind of look she made when asleep. The sky thundered. The most dangerous-looking dragon of them all was Prince Noctis. His very presence was like the force of gravity. The room trembled and shook. But soon enough, the dragons realized the real cause of it. Dust fell from the ceiling. Where the missing window and wall was, light swirled and swirled, opening up until it was blinding to look at. Trevor grasped the girl, shutting his eyes, protecting her with his maimed body.
Trevor. A majestic figure with wavy long hair emerged from the light. She surveyed the room. "What the hell?" growled a dragon. It opened its mouth to breathe full dragon fire, but the majestic figure pointed a finger and an enormous gash ran through its underside, splitting it open and killing it where it stood. She sliced open dragons like this, one after the other with incredible speed, eyes cool. The remaining dragons, in desperation, scorched a section of wall and ceiling, then escaped through it. Noctis, taking a last look at the fallen Mila, escaped too, as he did not want to be mistakenly murdered by the new presence. He looked overwhelmed by the power flowing through him. He shot me a last look too, which seemed apologetic. I nodded. Then he spread his awesome wings and left. He was going to perhaps make things right with the dragons again. He would have a hard time. They were such a proud and faithless lot. Who knew how much damage their arrogant, paranoid king had done to their culture and whether it was salvageable? Right now, the majestic figure seemed to be going for the most aggressive dragons, ignoring the others. Her hands moved with a speed hard to follow, even for my wolf eyes. I watched this happen with awe. Light coalesced around her. She was like something out of a vision, a dangerous angel. Soon, no dragons remained, and the room was filled with dead bodies. She bent over me with gentle eyes. "I'm Isabella," she said, her voice as clear and high as the tallest mountain peak. "You fought bravely, young warrior." She then walked over to me and Mila's fallen body. "It's not too late," Isabella said. As I held Mila, she touched her forehead. Light traveled in a spiraling form behind her, through Isabella's arms and along Mila's forehead and across her body. I felt some of it traveling through me too, warming my joints, giving me incredible power and easing my pains. Slowly, Mila's eyes opened. I grabbed her shoulder. "Ouch, Trevi," she said. "Are you trying to kill me?" I laughed out loud, tears escaping my eyes. "I've done that twice already. Never again." Mila frowned. Then her eyes widened at the majestic presence that was the Witch Queen before her.
Mila. "Wait, you are," I squeaked, recognizing the familiar, majestic figure towering above me. She was the very woman who imprisoned Elamir in my dreams. The Witch Queen, Isabella. "I don't think you should be moving so quickly," Trevor said. "I'm fine," I replied, standing up and dusting myself off. Then I realized my surroundings. I scanned around, seeing the room lined with dead bodies. "Where's Noctis?" "He left," Trevor said, standing up too. I suddenly remembered my final moments. "I'm sorry," I said, hugging Trevor, not before clutching at my stomach to make sure there wasn't a huge hole in it. "Am I a zombie now or something?" Several more women emerged from the light. Isabella's regal voice laughed. "No," Isabella said, making me turn back to her, still wrapped inside Trevor's huge protective arms. "You are very much alive. You don't have to thank me, though. Take it as our way of thanking you for releasing us from the other dimension." "I don't understand," I said, looking at the few other cloaked women who must also be witches. They were watching us intently and studying the disaster of the hall. Many of them wore surprised looks. "You will soon," Isabella said. "It appears that our castle has taken some serious damage." I grinned. "At least we won, I guess." "But how exactly did we win? I thought you were dead." "That was what I wanted the dragons to believe," Isabella said, glancing at the dead Dragon King. She gave me a curious look, as though she knew I had been responsible. "When the Dragon King declared war on my people and attacked the castle, I knew he would not stop till I was dead. Knowing my people would sacrifice their lives to protect mine, I couldn't bear for them to do it. And I was tired of all this war and death. I had no heart to stay. Thus I conjured a replica of myself to wait for them here, while I departed to a parallel dimension through a portal that we had opened. I was supposed to go alone, but I'm glad that they refused to let me." Isabella looked at the witches who had emerged from the portal. "So you've been waiting there all this time?" Trevor asked. "Indeed," said Isabella. "Long after the war died down, we wanted to return, but we couldn't. Something had deactivated the portal and we couldn't get through any longer. Until today, when she released the seal." She looked at me. "It's a good thing you intervened," Trevor said. "If not, Mila would have—" He couldn't bear to finish the sentence. The Witch Queen then turned around. She looked towards the horizon, her beautiful cloak billowing behind her. Far in the distance stood many trees, a clear blue sky. Green grass extended forever in the plains with rolling hills at intervals. A river flowed down the center toward the horizon. Several dragons were still visible, flying off into the distance. "Queen Isabella," I said, leaving Trevor's embrace to stand beside her. "Is this over?" She didn't look at me. I looked at the side of her face, noticing her eyes had turned gray at that moment, seeming to pierce through the very heavens, seeing all kinds of signs that I could not imagine. "Dark times lie ahead for us," the Queen uttered. Her voice was matter-of-fact, lucid, prepared. It chilled me. I looked at my hands as a fresh sensation overcame me. I realized I could no longer feel Elamir within. She had left my body. "What you did in there was very brave," Isabella said. "Alas," she continued, "Elamir lives, though no longer inside you. But she will not stop here." Isabella knew. She had been watching us from the other dimension all this time, until I killed myself and unleashed all the magic from my body, previously trapped by the stone. Isabella's eyes penetrated the horizon. The dragons were out of sight now. I fear that the real war has only just begun. Epilogue. Seychelles was a tall and beautiful dragon shifter. It didn't really matter who she'd been before awakening to her powers. From her green eyes to her long, vivid red hair, Seychelles had always been made to be a dragon. It was in her blood. She dropped into a clearing in the forest where many dragon shifters had also landed after a long flight from the witch castle. Seychelles was glancing out the side of her eyes at the young dragon called Noctis. Of all the other dragons, he looked the most impressive. She was sure he was going to be the next king, and so she waited to see what his next move would be. Suddenly, she blinked, as though dust had gotten into her eyes. The surroundings went dark, and she felt something was wrong. Her mind seemed to drift away, as if a foreign presence was taking over her, willing her. She began to whisper to herself, only it wasn't exactly her doing the speaking. At that moment, she studied her scales and the way they glistened against the light of day. She felt pure strength and power flowing through her. It made her giddy. She was completely awed. "How ironic," she said to herself with a smile. "Guess this filthy dragon vessel will come in handy." "You okay?" Noctis said, with an arch to his brow. "Oh, yes. I'm fine," she said, her eyes trailing along his dark hair. And she smirked. This has been Revenge, Land of Shifters, Book 2. Written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Heather Livengood and George Livengood. Copyright 2019 by Alvin Chu. Production copyright by Alvin Chu.